Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Mukluk Streams. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed, yet still humble host, Mukluk, and that's Chip, who just came running in here as if he knew it was showtime. That's right. Trickster, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I gotta get this in now, chat, because I don't know if he's gonna stay or not. So we got it. Blood for the blood god. There it is. There it is. Okay, I'm glad he's hitting the sleeve right now. Alright, let's go. There we go. Okay, his claws were in my sleeve. Alright. Trickster, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of Mukluk Streams. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed, yet still humble host, Mukluk. Today is Guild Wars Tuesday. It's also giveaway night. We are back in the wonderful world of Guild Wars 2. We have got some cool items to give away tonight. Got a really juicy grand prize. It's worth over 1,000 gold. I won't tell you what it is yet. I'm just going to leave you in suspense. Got some prizes for you guys. And, yeah, just here to do some Guild Wars 2 things. Guild Wars 2 stuff. At Muck, you should... I reject the title. You should put in "Let's have some drama." Oh my god,
you ain't bad.
Dude,
you ain't nothing.
It's getting wild. Literally. Okay, so I finished the morning stream 5 hours ago. Since then, I did a few tasks, life, and then I ate dinner. I hung out with my kid a bit, but most of the rest of the time, I was reading comments on the video from this morning and hitting the heart button to show people that I had read them. I typed out a reply to a couple. And there was, I think, 2 people I banned because they were just like copy-pasting the same thing like 30 times.
was there for my pet redeem woo.
But
also sorry about the drama, ignore them.
I tried ignoring them for a month. They kept getting worse. Hopefully, after today, it's fine. I will tell you guys, this is kind of odd for me. Like this, God, it's freaking weird. So the drama video, like, it has left the realm of my control right now. Just to show you. Alright. This is the video. This is the thumbnail. I tried to give it an unattractive thumbnail so that people would only click it if it was something they really wanted to see. Right? Okay? And yet, my second place video for 9 hours old of my last 10 videos had 8K views. This one has 30. So this is currently on track to be the top video of my channel in 6 years, and I hate it. I freaking hate it.
I don't know. I heard drama and I just want to click it.
So this is like leaving the realm of my circles, right? There are people clicking this video. Oh, YouTuber? Drama? And then they watch it and they're like, what the hell is this? I thought you you fought a cop. Right, I thought you like stabbed a homeless person, and I'm just like, what? Like this, it's leaving the realm of people that know me, and YouTube is just like, oh man, this thing's fire, and it's suggesting it to like people who watch the Kardashians, and I'm just like, oh my god. So it's that you stabbed a, no, I didn't stab a cop, but it is like leaving the realm of my control at this point. It is going crazy. It's black screen with drama written across it. What do you think was gonna happen? Dude, I wouldn't click on that. I would just, I don't know. I thought that it would just like, okay, here, no one can accuse me of a clickbait title if I just have the word drama on a white background. Apparently, that's great. I just need to do that. So tomorrow's video is just gonna be like, I tried Catalyst. White text, black background. That's it. That's just my new thing. I can throw away the thumbnail I had prepared. Next video from Nike, Muck Drama Farming for Views. God, I don't want to be mentioned in any more Nike videos. Drama is base though. Apparently. It's not for me, man. It's not for me. I saw this on my YouTube homepage and I don't even play Guild Wars. Nice. Well, welcome to the community, buddy. You've chosen a spicy time to join in. How dare you self-advertise your stream, right? Even said that you made the thumbnails work as possible. I did, and it's like, it's crazy, because some of my projects, I work really hard on, and then after like a week, they get 10K views, and I'm happy about that, and this one is just me saying, everyone shut up, and it's got 30K views in hours, and I'm just like, So, yeah, this isn't going away anytime soon. There is one... So, well, there's a few silver linings. There's multiple silver linings. One, I have gotten just a flood of like really nice comments from people, both here and on here in like the live chats and here like in the YouTube video. Just an absolute tidal wave of nice things, and it's good. It's very good. Also, I had a very real concern that the people that did this were trying to basically damage my connections with companies and my opportunities and things like that. I got a message from one of my contacts at ArenaNet today that's like, I just watched your video. I'm so sorry you're going through this. And I'm just like, I am so sorry you had to see that video. Like, I'm kind of embarrassed by that. And they were like, no. I like to know what the creators are up to. And I was just like, oh God. I was like, well, thank you for the nice things. It's nice to know that, you know, you guys know my side of it, because there's always a fear that when someone just says random stuff about you, that they're going to try to like weaponize it. Like they're going to try to, you know, go to your Guild Wars 2 or your Logitech or whatever, you know, Corsair, and be like, oh, this guy's a bad guy. You need to let him go. And so it's nice to know that they know my side. But, woo! It is something else. It is something else. Are we having quarry drama tonight? Not sure. We got a full plate tonight. Might just be Guild Wars 2 tonight. But if not tonight, we're definitely starting with the quarry tomorrow. I like how they talk crap without tagging you. It reminds me of high school. Yeah, that was odd to me too. And like I've already said that in the video, but the fact that there was just like dozens of tweets that none of them were at me. The Reddit post didn't at me. You can, if you make a YouTube video, you could tag another creator with like at that creator. None of those added me either. So it was just like, okay, I guess they just don't want me to see this. They just want to talk about it. All right. That's wholesome. They replied to that though. Yeah, it was. It was really. It's nice knowing that people that you respect and work with, that you know, they're in your court. And I kind of feel like, you know, not that they have my back. They're not going to go to bat for me, but you know, they're not brainwashed by the stuff from the other team. The comments on Nike's and Darren's videos are savage now. Wait, what? Everyone is ripping. Oh no, I didn't want that. I'm not surprised, but I didn't want. I even said at the end of my video, please keep all the discussion here and don't go to other videos with it. But I'm not surprised. It wasn't exactly ethical what they did. But very much off topic. What skin is causing the yellow glow around your character? Oh, that's the backpack. The backpack has candles on it, and they are light sources in the game. The backpack is called, I think it's Burden? Yeah, it's Burden, and I think it is from Raid Wing 4. But yeah, it always makes me think of Dark Souls 3, that level where it was like a big library and there was dudes covered in candle wax in there. It always makes me think of that.
Screw the drama, you are the most positive streamer out there. Thanks for keeping it real.
Wow. Thank you, Trickster. Really appreciate that. Dang. Well, that will help the the hit I took buying all those scary games this month. Thank you, Trickster, for the huge dono. Thank you. Stream over. Yeah, it's done. It's done. Hang on to those breakdancing things, Charmon. They'll go out next month. At Muck. What's up, Bananas? It's actually civil comments on Darren's last vid. People just saying they're disappointed. Well,
Hey, Muck.
I think that's
been
fair.
A while. Sorry for what you're dealing with. People are dumb. Much love.
No problem, Shaka. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Hopefully it's over after today. Like, today I fully expected to get lots of questions and stuff about it when I posted that video, and I'm okay with that. There's even a new command on the channel. If anyone comes in and asks, you can do !embed, and a link to the video pops up, and you can just give them that. And if people are willing to watch the video first, I'm willing to answer any questions they have. Verity says, gonna be honest, maybe because I had some exams for grad school, I didn't know anything about what was going on. Regardless, keep up the good work. I've loved your content for a while. Continue to support you. Thank you, Verity. Now, honestly, I will say there was not many people that knew about it, because it was a combination of me taking hits on Reddit, me taking hits on Twitter, me taking hits on YouTube, me taking hits in my Discord, me taking hits on Facebook, and me taking hits in my live streams. There's very few people that knew about all of those blows, right? And I tried to just, you know, ignore it and hope it would go away, you know, let the haters hate kind of thing. But after a month, I was like, it's not going away. So there was, you know, it felt like, you know, one, not many people knew about it unless I talked about it. And two, like, I couldn't, apparently that wasn't working. The just let it go away wasn't working. Let's see. Hi, Noxxi. You know, one of the funniest things I saw today, let me, hang on, because I took a picture of it earlier. One sec. Here we go. So someone clicked on that video to see what the drama was about, and they said, me before watching. Oh God, what did Noxxi say? Me after video. Wait, that's it? I was like, what did Noxxi say? Like, that was a laugh I needed today. Their first thought was, what did Noxxi say? This drama video has got to be about Nox. And I was just like, wow. Have you finished the expansion yet? No, I'm still building it. Have I finished the expansion? I mean, I played the story so far. I played the story up to this point. This time's about 5 hours, giveaway will be about 2 hours. That is correct, yes. The evening stream is about 5 hours long, and I do the giveaway about 2 hours into it. Yeah. Yep. We got some good stuff. Grand prize is over 1,000 gold in value. Have you beat Guild Wars 2 yet? Well, no, I never beat Legendary Saris. What did I do? What did you do? I feel like most people think embedding is kind of fake views and unfair to the creators, as casual viewers don't get that much. Yeah. Like, to be honest, I could have posted that video and not asked Jen to take the embed down, right? But I felt like it would look a whole lot better at this point if I just did. So I was like, all right, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I saw Darren's video, but had no idea it was having that much impact. Your channel's a blessing to the Orsu community. Your low impact builds are great. My favorite channel by far. Well, thank you, Becky. Yeah, like, again, Darren's video had, I don't know, one of his videos had like 3K views and one had 7K. However, the main thing, like, it wasn't like I had 7K
have some
people coming
Bezos
at me.
money and keep being awesome. Mukluk bacon, Mukluk bits.
I'm pretty sure it, like, I don't think it was Nike every day. I don't think it was Darren's on any of the days. I think it was like 10 or 20 bad actors constantly making new accounts and coming at me across all social media platforms, right? Like, I don't even think Darren was being malicious. I think he's an idiot that didn't understand the ramifications of what he was throwing at me. And I think Nike was malicious, but I don't think he was making time to make all these fake accounts or anything like that. He'll just say what he wants from his main account. But yeah, like, I think Darren just was not considering what was going to happen when he did those things. Let's check this out. Are people still going on about the stupid thing? Well, so Plague, I posted a video about it today, so I'm open to answering questions about it today, right? So there's going to be a fresh wave of questions about it because I just posted my one and only video about that topic, and that's okay. After today, I'm just gonna say, here's the video, take a look. You can ask questions there if you want, and I'll answer them after the stream. This is the last day I'm going, I hope, where I'm gonna, like, you know, let it be a focus. Let me see. Yeah, Drakar's still going. Are people fighting Drakar right now? I would not mind fighting Drakar right now. Let's see. Expert Saga. Yora. No, there's no Drakkar. There's no Drakkar. Okay. Is people upset needs something to do with their lives as a map? Yeah, I feel like it's a nothing burger, but not many agree with me. But I mean, like, an example of that is Snebzor. Snebzor. I disagree with him on stuff all the time, but you know what? It's always a pleasure talking to him. He's nice to talk to. Like, we can have disagreements and just talk, you know? And it's kind of like, you know, me and my wife don't always vote for the same people. We can freaking talk about it, you know? So it's that kind of thing. But, you know, there's a difference between someone having an opposing viewpoint and willing to talk with you and someone who has an opposing viewpoint and is just, like, slinging mud. Do you know why I might be getting 2 sets of alerts from the event timer add-on? Have you ever run into that? 2 sets of alerts from the event timer add-on. No, I have not seen that before. I would recommend, if you don't know why that's happening, if you can't figure it out, go to the Blish HUD Discord and just ask them. The developers of all the add-ons are on that Discord, and they can usually help out real quick. Like, they might know exactly what's causing that in 2 seconds. Like, they're very nice people. And my videos have relieved so much of their workload that they are refreshed and ready to answer questions. I mean, that's half true. That's half true. You can set up custom alerts. Maybe you created one with a copy of the default. Muck taking their job. No. That was literally what started the Blish HUD collab. Oh my god, yes, they're going to embed me in Blish HUD. Now, the Blish HUD collab was basically, I offered to make them video guides. And that would, you know, 1, I get more videos and, you know, I pay my bills with video views, basically. And 2, they get less people asking them questions that they've answered 1,000 times. And so that's the whole point of that. So now if someone asks them a question and it's answered in the video, they could just link the video.
That will do.
Imagine promoting your stream, crazy. Wild. I watched all the videos for both sides. I think the most interesting thing I learned about the situation is that Val and Gil Jen were kicked from the partner program for saying slurs. So I looked into that to the best of my ability. And from what because if you just Google, like, is Jen bad? Like, you know, not much comes up, right? Jen was, and I've told this story before, and there's a screenshot of it in the video I posted this morning. Jen was one day in World v World, and someone was basically hunting her down with a group of people and farming her for hours and hours and hours. Now, Jen is European somewhere. I don't know where. She's over in, like, Europe or Asia. I don't know her exact region. But she's not American. And she said they were acting like a circus animal and said, "Get back in your cage, you monkey." Now, obviously, she shouldn't have said that, but that's what she got in trouble for. And she said that, one, she didn't even know that was a racial slur. Two, she doesn't know the race of the person because they were in her Twitch chat. And how is she going to know the ethnicity of someone in her Twitch chat? And so those were her arguments. And I was like, okay, so at this point I've got a he said, she said situation. She could be telling me the truth, she could be lying. And I looked on her Discord, and in her Discord, she is doing collaborations with not only me, but a bunch of other creators that have guides on her website from all over the world. So it is completely possible that I am wrong, and she's an evil, evil woman. However, based on what I know, I'm inclined to give her the benefit of the doubt. That's my decision right now. There was that one instance that people have been able to show me, and she had a good, solid argument for it, and I give her the benefit of the doubt. Now, the thing that happened with Valen is he had a similar situation. He was getting hunted down over and over and over for hours on end in World v World by a group of people who hated him and were griefing him. And he snapped, and he said the equivalent of kill yourself. Obviously, he shouldn't have done that. I don't support that. That was a stupid thing to do, especially as someone who's trying to make a job out of this. But that was why he got kicked out of the program. Now, is it possible that in the past, before I knew him, he said no words? Yeah, it's possible. I don't know what happened back then. But that's not why he got kicked out of the program. As far as I can tell, looking at dates of pictures and stuff like that, the reason he got kicked out of the program was that comment I just mentioned. So I don't support him saying that. If he was getting grief for 4 hours, I can kind of understand the frustration, but as far as I could tell, that's what it was.
Go buy yourself a couple of those expensive cakes you really like and forget about all the drama.
The Oreo ice cream cakes? Oh my god, a couple of them. Bro, you're gonna have a fat muck in 2 days. Illusionist Zarin, thank you very much for the huge dono. I was not expecting that. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. I thought it said 25. It was, you know, there's a $250 donation. New extra life goal. Fat muck. Oh my god. Dude, roll me in here full of Oreos. I love Oreo ice cream. Dude, yeah. Hold on a sec. Can I need your help, brother. Oreo ice cream cake. Hold on a sec. I gotta show you guys my favorite kind of cake. Alright. Okay. Here's a bit. Alright, so this right here, that layer is cake. That layer is ice cream with Oreo chunks, like cookie dough ice cream. And then there's icing, cake icing, buttercream icing is best. And then frosting and Oreos. This is my favorite kind of cake. It is, yeah, it is diabetes, that's right. It is, very little of it is actual cake. It's a lot of ice cream and icing. Like, it's also quite expensive, but, like, maybe every other year I'll get one on my birthday. Do not disappoint them now, get that cake. Yeah, so... Also, another thing I'll add that I've been really confused about is why people keep coming to me with Valen's, like, just saying Valen was a bad boy. I wasn't collabing with Valen. Valen and I are both, like, one of dozens of creators that were collabing with Jen. But a lot of people are like, Muck, Valen's bad, Valen's bad, Valen's bad. And I'm just like, what do you want me to do? Call up his mom and have her smack him on the wrist? Like, I don't... What? Like, I'm so confused about that one. I could totally understand if they legitimately thought Jen was evil, they were trying to tell me so that I would distance myself or something, something, something. But I don't know what they want me to do in relation to Valen. Like, there's Like, just like, he needs a spanking. I'm like, what? What do you want? That one I'm still confused about to this day, like what they want. I will say, I defended him at first because I've never known him to be that way in the time that I've known him. I hope they're wrong, but if they're right, you know, okay, I'm disappointed, but that's kind of the end of it. Mug, did you know Hitler's bad? I've heard, yeah. I've heard that on the grapevine somewhere. Mug, diabetes on a plate. Mind, I'm not the biggest Oreo fan. Give me a new slice of pecan and pumpkin pie, and I'm happy. You know, I'm not a big fan of anything pumpkin flavor. I do like pecans. Like, just pecans. Like, I'll eat pumpkin pie. I think it's lower tier than apple pie or cherry pie. I'll eat pumpkin pie. But I just munching on pecans is good.
It's that time of the month again. Free money from Bezos.
Love taking Bezos money. Thank you, Pancake. Appreciate you. It's pretty clear this whole drama is because Nike hates you. If they would really not care about that. No, honestly, I'm feeling very fortunate. I feel very, very fortunate that after posting my side of the story, a lot of people were willing to accept that as what happened. Because, you know, it's not like if everybody hates me, I can go tomorrow and still pay my bills. Like, no, I'm a creator. I put myself out there, and if people hate me and they stop clicking on my stuff, then I need to polish off my resume and go back to tech support or something, you know? So I'm glad that people were willing to accept my side of it. Really annoying that people with the personality that kicks kittens judges those for being absolutely perfect since they've been born. Wait, people with the personality that kicks kittens judges those for not being absolutely perfect. Oh, okay, I had to read that twice. Sorry. It's definitely Nike being a tuber and Darren's ignorantly listening to said tumor. Pumpkin cheesecake is decent. It's creamier, not as strong on the pumpkin. Never had that. I will say I love cheesecake. You know, funny enough, I've had like 2 opportunities in my life to eat at like a fancy steakhouse. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, if any of you know of it. One time, like when I was a kid with my parents, and one time I took my wife there for an anniversary. And we went to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And the steak was good. It was good, chat. I would say, like, if I take the best steak I'd ever had before, maybe from like a Longhorn or an Outback, you know, like a $20, $30 steak. The steak I had at Ruth's Chris was 10 to 15% tastier, but it was like 5 times the price. I'm never buying one of those again. It wasn't worth the price tag to me. However, you know what I really remember? Is the cheesecake. I got cheesecake at the end of the meal, and I about melted in my chair. It's like, ironically, I went to a steakhouse, like this 5-star steakhouse, and the cheesecake just had me, like my jaw was going slack. Oh my god, dude, that did things to my taste buds I didn't know they did. They awakened my taste buds to new and exciting options. I had no idea they could do that. Like, it was like, that was like some of the best cheesecake I've ever had. The steakhouse cheesecake. Yeah, it blew my mind. Like, that's the thing I most remember there. Nothing beats cilantro lime sous vide steak. Yes, sous vide.
What's that on your HUD announcing the area you're entering? I missed seeing when you added this.
That is called Regions of Tyria, and if you do !Blish, there will be a list of guides I've made that come up for how to set up a bunch of different Blish HUD add-ons. One of them is called Regions of Tyria. That's the one you want if you want it. My husband had that reaction the first time he had tiramisu. Nice. It only did not use me, but yeah. Donation for ice cream fund?
Donation for ice cream cake fund. Mukluk chip pat Mukluk bacon.
Thank you, Noda. Yo, speaking of bacon, my dinner involved bacon. My wife made breakfast for dinner, so I had scrambled eggs and bacon. That was dinner tonight. And it was delicious. And I am full of bacon. If you want to see really delicious looking dessert, look up Crazy Mason Milkshake Bar in Tennessee. It was supposed to get it when visiting my brother, and it's just mouth-watering. We got what? Crazy Mason Milkshake. Okay, hold on a sec. I'm gonna copy paste what you said into Google and just see what comes up. Crazy Mason Milkshake Bar. What? This is like a whole meal on the top of a milkshake. This is what comes up. This one's got like Teddy Grahams on it. This one's got marshmallow s'mores. This one's got what appears to be M&Ms. There's Oreos. There's a whole banana. Reese's. Just a whole slice of cheesecake just sideways on top of it. Okay. Yo, they gotta watch. Yeah, okay, yeah, I would eat this diabetes. I would eat that. Looks like a messy dish, but yeah, I would inhale that.
Don't forget to sub with Prime.
Chad, have you heard about Twitch Prime? Cheesecake, bacon, milkshake. Bacon and okay, I've never tried bacon in a milkshake, but like just the idea of it is making me recoil a little bit. Like, I'll try it, but reaching levels of diabetes never seen before. Oh my gosh. You know what that reminds me of? Hang on a sec. There's something I saw once that made me like cringe in diabetes. Let me see if I can find it. All right. Okay, here we go. I found it pretty quickly. All right. This is a burger, but instead of buns, they use Krispy Kreme donuts. So it's got glazed sugary buns. That's so gross. Yeah, I look at that and I'm like, meh. You're all in like amputation territory now, be proud. No. That's from the heart attack grill place. I don't know. It's just, I've heard about it before and it's a quick Google search away. What server are you playing? I'm on the NA servers right now. Glaze the buns. Stay away from my buns, Papa. Stay away. That reminds me of SmashWaffles.com. Have you heard of ice cream covered in cotton candy? No. I've had those things separately, never at the same time. Just started Loop Hero. It's completely your fault. I hope you're proud. Oh, that Loop Hero was a fun game. I believe I did a positive review video for that game. That was a fun one. Friend had a burger between two grilled cheeses that was the bomb when I was a teenager with an infinity metabolism. I remember one time when I was a kid, I was having a grilled cheese sandwich, and I was alone in the eating area, and I just had this sudden craving. And I got up, and I got a bottle of syrup, and I poured it over the grilled cheese. And I ate it, I'm like, God, this is so good. And I went to my mom, and I'm like, Mom, I just made something new. And she's like, oh God, what did you do? And I was like, I put waffle syrup on a grilled cheese sandwich. And she's just like, you just reinvented French toast, you idiot. I was like, no, I invented this. This is mine, patent pending.
What are you doing? He's right. We need to get this open, or we're all gonna get turned into ice sculptures.
Muck, have you played Shadow of Mordor? That's the one where you play the guy that also is like the ghost of the blacksmith that made the ring in you, right? I think I played that before I became a streamer. It was fun for a while. It got really, like, repetitive at the end, I felt. Because it's like, you kill the orc, and then the orc gets promoted, and then you kill the orc, and then the other orc gets promoted, and then you kill that orc, and then the other orc gets promoted, and then you kill this orc, and it resets the whole thing. Like, it was just like that over and over and over. But it was fun for a bit. The church is trying to convert me. They now have anime waifus. Oh my God, now you literally have the power of God and anime on your side. What's the most important thing to do this Halloween event? Normally not a fan of random stuff like this. So 11D5er, I want to tell you how my brain works. I go to the merchant and the achievements and look up the rare skins that you can get only during this thing, and I decide if I want to work for any of those before the time runs out. That's me. And if you want them, then you have a goal. And if you don't, then you don't have a goal. Krispy Kreme stuff is buns. My diabetes gets its movement speed increased by 10%. Who is that? Diddy MMO. Thank you for the Prime sub, dude. I really appreciate that. Welcome. Look, have you seen the trailer for the new Dragon Age game? I think the game releases this week. So there was one trailer for the game that apparently had a massive spoiler, and my whole community yelled at me. They were like, don't watch it, don't watch it, don't watch it. You'll get mad. And I'm like, okay, so I didn't watch it. So I know about Veilguard coming out, and I'm excited to play another Dragon Age game. I will say I have heard nothing good recently, so that's unfortunate.
in here. Use it to break their ranks.
Oh, good idea, Ember.
Thank you. Thank you.
Who's that? Wassel Style, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Welcome. A lot of the content viewers don't like, yeah. So here's the thing. From what I understand, from looking at the reviews from other YouTubers that I have watched, Veilguard currently, this is their words and I'm repeating them. Currently, the writing is like, you can't be a bad guy, right? You could be good guy that's a little gruff, or good guy that's a little funny. That's it. So there's like not a lot of decision making. You can't really go off the rails. You can't really make any choices that matter. That's it. There is no bad guy in the writing. The facial expressions all kind of look like they're made out of plastic. I saw some videos of like an NPC yelling at other people from Inquisition, Cassandra, by the way, and an NPC yelling at other people in the new game, and Inquisition looked like it had way more emotion, so that's unfortunate. You can't take control of your teammates like you could in literally every other Dragon Age game, so that's weird. You don't have the ability to do exploration. You are kind of confined to like go in a straight line. Find that very odd as well. And there is some stuff that you could say is like, you know, agenda. I don't know if that's true or not, so I'm just not gonna go into that part. But for the reasons I have said so far, I'm worried about it. I'm going to play it. I'm invested. I played literally every single Dragon Age game last year because we were hyped for Veilguard. I'm going to play Veilguard, but I'm worried. I am concerned. Veilguard's #4 most sold game on Steam globally, and most reviews are 80 out of 100. Consensus is average and plays like God of War. I'd say just go in expecting an average experience. Yeah, and that's kind of it. That's unfortunate, because, like, you know, I played Dragon Age Origins for thousands of hours, and then DA2 and DA Inquisition. So this is definitely, it's very much leaving its roots, right? It's like they've abandoned... It kind of seems like they've abandoned entertaining the people that have loved their games since the beginning, and they're hoping to get like a new audience. But if that doesn't work, then we might not ever see another Mass Effect game again, chat.
Thanks. How do we stop the big tank?
No chest. Yeah, that's a complaint I've seen too. The characters have no fronts and no butts. I've seen multiple people say this game isn't Dragon Age. Yeah. So, I'm invested in the story, but it's kind of like I played Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred because I was invested in the story, and I think after playing every Diablo game since 1996, they might have finally killed my interest in the Diablo franchise. It was really bad. We'll see how that goes. I'm just going to AoE res that guy. Talking about that, did you see that Sony killed Concord for good? Yeah, I did. I'm not really surprised. That's one of those games where I think almost any gamer could look at it for like a few seconds and be like, what are you guys doing? But unfortunately, they didn't have any gamers on staff, so no one told them. Or they were afraid to speak up. Your favorite game, Monster Hunter? My favorite game, Monster Hunter. Oh, yeah. By the way, for those who were here last night when we started the game The Quarry, remember how I started playing it and it played music, and I said, is this music safe? And I looked up online and it said there's a streamer safe mode. I looked for that and all I found was alternative music mode. And then I looked up alternative music mode and it said it used to be streamer safe mode, but then they found it wasn't safe either, so they just called it alternative. And I was like, all right, I'll switch to alternative music mode to see if it's better. I got 11 copyright claims this morning. 11! Now, that's claim, not strike. But claim just means, like, you know, they claim the advertisement revenue for the footage that included it. So, you know, even though, like, the song played once, then you stream for 6 hours, they take all 6 hours of ad revenue. So it's just, like, stupid. But my wife was like, maybe you shouldn't play The Quarry anymore. I'm like, it was actually kind of good. I want to finish it. She's just like, okay. Well, you're not going to earn anything from ad revenue for that. I'm like, I'll try to finish it quick. That's what you do. But yeah, 11. 11 shot. You could get claimed on this music, or alternatively get claimed on that music. Yeah. Played on mute. Who reported you? No, it's YouTube's automatic detection system. So like, you know, the YouTube automatically recognized the song and said all your money goes to Shakira or whoever.
Probably not. Can you take care of the ice?
How do they find out? Yeah, just automatic. Think of DA Veilguard as a fanfic. That's what I'm doing, hoping it releases a new one. Does Untamed Mace Hammer do viable DPS and instance PvE? Mm-hmm. Plus, well, I am built for providing quickness, a bunch of other boons, and then as much damage as possible. And it absolutely does like 20 to 30k, depending on the fight. But it's also pretty solid open world. 15 minutes until Mad King says. Well, there's an update for anybody who needs it.
You have all proven your devotion to the Char. These last steps will evolve you to perfection.
I'll take it. I will join my war band and become the Char I was meant to be.
I want to know why Jock had to drink the magic blood. Well, you know, so in the quarry, right? The story is you make a bunch of choices. I chose, when he heard the scream, to have him go run and see if he could help. Turned out he didn't. He got caught. So the other choice would have been have him stay at the lake with the other girl. So, I don't know. Maybe he would have been better off there. Or maybe if he had stayed at the lake, maybe something in the water would have eaten his legs. I have no idea. But we'll see. Is hammer better than sword axe? In terms of damage, sword axe is probably more damage, but hammer allows more movement because sword axe, 3 of their 5 skills lock you in place and you can't move your character around. Hammer, you can, like, for example, if I'm doing the, like, look, I'm doing the hammer ambush right now, I can move while doing it. So, to me, it just feels better.
Don't apologize. Laura would be proud.
Does the Blish HUD timer include Mad King Says like the page does on the wiki?
Happy birthday me, today.
Yeah, right there. Mad King Says. It is, in fact, on the Blish HUD timer. Yep. Happy birthday. Thanks, Pulsicle. And congratulations, happy birthday. Good job surviving another trip around the nearest star.
These interlopers are the old Char. They have no place in Vanguard's dominion.
Story of Veilguard, and if you absolutely don't like it, solve the Vampire Survivors Castlevania DLC. The main, okay, Vampire Survivors was very enjoyable. Whenever I streamed it, it would get super pixelated for you guys when things would be getting really spicy. Do you guys remember that? So, dude, I don't know if I just need like multiple computers to stream Vampire Survivors, but it got really
Look what
pixelated.
I found while cleaning.
Shiggy Kami, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. I think his main problem with Monster Hunter was none of the weapons were fun. Yeah, I played. So the only Monster Hunter I played was Monster Hunter World, and I finished the campaign, and then I just never played it again. I played through every weapon. During my playthrough of the campaign, I tried every weapon for a time, and I just never found one I really liked. So it's like, yeah, the world was cool, the monsters were cool, but I never found a playstyle I enjoyed. Another interesting game is Amnesia: The Bunker. I played that. My full playthrough of Amnesia: The Bunker is on Mukluk Plays if you want to watch me suffer. It is there. So this is the Drizzlewood meta? Yes, this is the end of the Drizzlewood meta. You kind of start at the south end and go all the way to the north and fight a dragon at the end, and we're almost to the dragon. It's something I've done many times. It doesn't involve a lot of my brain power, so I can do this while I chat with you guys. Heard you got some slack from younger gamers for my wife. I just want to say I'm disabled, stay-at-home dad, ex-civil engineer. We are never too old to live life of a gamer. We love to live many lives, game on, and keep up all the great work, my dude. Thank you, Azoriad. I appreciate the kind words. Muck, what Gen 3 variants do you like the most? First instinct is to say the Mordramoth ones. I like how the unsheath animation has those big spiky vines burst out of the ground. But it also depends on the weapon. You know, I just cleansed myself and then I got a new chill. The best one's obviously bacon. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought that went without saying. Gen 3 legendary bacon. Are you going to stream 24 hours for Extra Life 2024? I'm not currently involved in the Extra Life thing this year. I've been dealing with so much crap this last month. I haven't had time to get that set up. It takes a lot of setup to get involved in one of those. So I'm going to be highly recommending other people that are going to be involved in it for this one. I have done it in previous years, though. They are awesome. They are freaking awesome. In fact, the Extra Life charity which is what led to me first ever being willing to play horror games.
What is your reward?
Hang on.
My salvation is my reward.
So those of you who remember or have seen when I played Outlast and I ate the cursed beans for stretch goals, that was all for the Extra Life charity. That was all an Extra Life charity event in the past. That was earning money for the kids. Speaking of all the stuff you've been dealing with, I know it doesn't matter much. Hope things get better for you. It's honestly, even if people reacted poorly, because I didn't know how people were going to react to that video, but even if they had reacted poorly, it was honestly a weight off my shoulders just to get it out in the open. The jelly beans, Blue, you know the beans. Extra Life calls you get that scruff on your face. Yeah, actually, I think the scruff. Yeah, I think the first time I tried growing a beard, because there was a lot of people, like, shaving their heads and stuff like that. I was like, I don't want to do that. And I was like, all right, too, I'll do the opposite. I was like, guys, I've never been able to stand having a beard past, like, 3 days ever in my life. I was like, if we raise this much money, I'll let you guys vote on if I should have facial hair or not for, like, a week. And they voted that I should have a beard. And then after I grew a beard, you know, obviously it's not, like, a huge beard, but this is what I'm happy with. And then I was like, shoot, I kind of like this. And my wife, she likes it from a distance. She does not like it in melee. So pros and cons. So yeah, it was an Extra Life stretch goal that I tried out having facial hair for the first time. That is true. She likes ranged beard, not melee beard. You could be me, almost 30, you can only grow a mustache and goatee, don't need facial hair. I mean, yeah, if you've seen any of my first 1,000 videos, you've seen me without facial hair. This was a recent development in terms of my lifetime. Women like beards, wifey wants a man. Yeah, well, again, she likes it from a distance. She doesn't like it on contact. Mike, a question about GW2 add-ons. You said some days ago all the techie people that you trust at Nexus add-on raised red flags. Can you elaborate on that point? Yeah, so the Nexus add-on. All right, so I'm not a programmer, right? So I was like, hey, I was thinking about reviewing this add-on. What do you guys think? And I showed it to a bunch of people that are techie, and they like ran it through some scans and stuff like that, and they were just like, okay, this is like setting off every antivirus flag we've got. Whatever this is, it's really invasive. And they're like, I'm not saying that that means it's evil, but it's setting off red flags. And I'm like, okay, well, I've got other stuff to do, so that's fine, thanks. And then I just went off and I did my other thing. So, it's possible that Nexus is completely safe. That is absolutely possible. However, it concerned me enough that I did not go any further with that. Did you guys see that? I was at double-digit hit points there. I went down to 15 health. So currently, you know, Blish HUD, I feel very confident in it being safe, so I'm doing a lot of work with them. Nexus, I'm leaving that to others for the time being. Maybe sometime in the future I'll revisit that, but as long as I have projects to work on, I don't need to really, you know, push farther on one that's not, like, you know, ready to go. Now we need Muck to grow a bullet. Wait, what? Grow a mullet. A mullet! Oh my gosh. Yeah, business in front, party in the back. Haven't had any problems with Nexus unless I start stepping up my system. I'll be using it. Hey, yo, that's awesome. That's awesome. You know, and if it does mess up your system, spread the word. Let me know. If not, great. Obviously, I hope it's a safe thing. I'm just taking precautions. Muck, have you ever grown out your hair? Not very long, no.
Right. Fall down and die.
The longest I've ever gotten the hair on the top of my head is when I start getting like that little ducktail back here. I'm like, man, this has got to go.
Yeah, well, when they show up, we'll kill them.
M in chat for Muck to grow a mullet. I don't care how many M's are in chat. I'm not growing a mullet. Out of your mind. I want to say I recently started Guild Wars 2 with my wife, brand new noob to the game out here, gonna run my first fractals with our guild, the Meow House tonight. The Meow House? 8:30, if it wasn't for your videos, we wouldn't have the knowledge we need to start, and you also inspired me to stream from home again with my little 3-year-old. Dude, don't let the hate ruin the good thing you bring to the game, that's what you do. Thank you, Ezor. I hope your fractals go well. Muck's going for the Vegeta hairline. It's not really going for it, it's already there. I have a severe widow's peak. I always have. Yeah, all I need to do now is be 1 foot shorter and jacked, and I can cosplay a perfect Vegeta. You know, just the easy stuff. Is there a viable way to play Necromancer with 2 one-handed weapons? Yeah, sure. Like, swords are quite popular, depending on the build. Just Scourge, like, support Scourge can use, Torch, or Pistol, or Focus. There's Warhorn, there's quite a few options. Necromancer has a lot of flexibility with the weapons they use. Like, for example, like if you're playing Heal Druid, you are using Heal Mace, Mace Warhorn Staff. Period. You are using Mace Warhorn Staff. Necro, you just do what you want. Like Necro has like they don't have so much of what they need tied to the weapon, so they have freedom there. Does the skunk patch on the side of your head grow out? I don't think I've ever heard someone call it a skunk patch before. I'm highly offended by that. But yeah, I have had this since I was like 12, and yeah, there's no color there. So yeah, every time I'm getting my hair cut, I can tell when they get to that spot because a huge lock of white hair hits the floor. Have I never seen that? Yeah, it's been there forever. I remember one time I was getting like a yearly physical or something at a doctor. And chat, I don't know about you guys, but for me, middle school was the worst years of my life. You know, there was like stress with grades, there was bullying, freaking hormones, like it was just the worst. And this happened at that time. And my wife took me to the doctor for like just a physical for something unrelated. And while I was there, I was like, hey, can you tell me if there's anything going on here I need to be worried about? And he's like, oh, that's just a birthmark. I'm like, it's not. I haven't had this my whole life. And he's like, oh. And he asked me a couple of questions, and he looks to my mom, and he's like, it's stress-related. And she's like, what does he have to be stressed about? And I was just like... And we never really saw eye to eye on that. She didn't really ever consent that I was allowed to have more gray hair there. Because I did. For a very long time, I had more gray hair than my parents. Flute, he also stinks. Flute, you wouldn't know that unless you're in my walls! Get on my walls, Flute! Flute. Monk paid for 448 slots. He's going to use 448 slots. That's right. That's right. Look, just don't focus on this. Focus on this. We got more work to do. Lele says, can you please recommend what masteries to do in the Icebrood Saga? It's the hardest range to decide, or at least something I should avoid. I mean, eventually all of them, but... Raven Attunement, this just allows you access to a few locked off areas. All 3 of the essence manipulations allow you to open various treasure chests. So, and the special action key thing, but basically the big treasure chests. Way Station allows you to use the way stations if people put them down. This is a low priority. People often will drop these at world boss events and people can grab EMPs from them and use them on the bosses. But right now, just in your day-to-day, this can be a lower priority. Dragon Slayer, this is mostly buffs related to doing dragon response missions, which never really gained popularity, so not many people do those. You can, again, put that off until you just have everything else. Unless you just like DRMs. Have you played the Final Fantasy series? We actually just finished a playthrough of Final Fantasy 16, which is the only sorry, I was reading DRM in chat. It's the only FF that I've ever played to completion. Early night, thanks to the stream. Mug, good luck for the giveaway, chat. Good night, Trickster. Maxing out Dragon Slayer lets you get rare infusion of Dragonstorm. I would get it for the weapons.
Well, hello there.
Oh, noises. Hi, Poop. I'm going on 30 and I have full patch of white hair in my beard. It happens. Dude, I knew a guy that went to high school with, and he was like full bald before we were like 25. And I was just like, oh, wow, that sucks so bad. That's so unfortunate. And you know what? Now my my widow's peak is getting more severe, so I might be joining him. We'll see. I shouldn't have said squat. You keep steaming. You're amazing. I keep steaming. Ooh, these buns. Ah, I'm getting shot. My giveaway hasn't been done yet. It has not been done yet. No. Usually the evening giveaways are sometime after 9 p.m. Eastern. Also, I have been slacking on my Twitter giveaways. For November, I'm going to try to make an effort to get back into the habit of doing gem giveaways on Twitter that people don't have to stay up late for every month. We back to talking about the buns? The steamed buns. He came back. Mental health break. Is Chipper's going to have a little cat outfit for Halloween? Is the cat gonna have a cat outfit? The thing is, Chip is not even accustomed to wearing a collar. I'm pretty sure if we tried to put an outfit on him, he would revolt. I don't think it would go well. How many hours have you been streaming today? On weekdays, I typically stream 4 hours in the morning and 5 hours in the evening. So a total of 9 hours on weekdays. So I am 1 hour into my evening stream right now. My girlfriend, when she moves in, wanted either a cat, a bird, a snake, or a spider. I chose all but spider. So you got a cat, bird, snake? That's just like a manticore. I feel quite fortunate to be 30 and not have a receding hairline yet, but no kids, that probably helps. Ha! If I lose all the hair, hold on, I'm trying to read something that is behind my monitor. Oh gosh. There we go. All right, got the Mukluk brand hat from the merch store. I'll just wear this and be like, "How do you do, fellow kids?" There we go. I've got that ready to go when the hair starts to leave me. I'll keep my head warm. It's all about genetics. Nobody in my family has a receding hairline. No one in my family has a receding hairline either, and mine's starting to. So I'm just like, wow, I thought I was going to be immune to this. Classic balding method, beanies and dad caps. My hair is so bad I need to shave it. Panther, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. I've been on finesse ride since I was 18. When I hit 30 is when I will let go. Finesse ride? I don't know what that is. Hold on. Google help. Finesse ride. FDNA approved pharmacological agent for treating benign. Oh, it helps with hair loss. Okay, got it. Okay, I get it. Helps with hair loss. You got the recessive gene. I mean, having a widow's peak is a recessive gene too, so. My son is going to be disappointed because all the men on my side of the family are balders. Nobody in my family is over 6'1" and I'm 6'7". You stole all their inches, Danae. You stole it all. Helps with hair, but can cause you not to work. Yeah. Very important job. What if there's a spider? I'm cat sitting for a week. A lovely little long-haired beauty called Betty. I call her Miss Boop because the old cartoon, her owner's an elderly lady. I recently moved in. My previous roommates both had a cat, and I really miss the kitties. Had a cat that I couldn't even use the bathroom alone. Very important job. What if there's a spider? Wow. Let's see. Let's see what else is going on. I have a video. What are you doing tonight? Right now, we're just kind of chilling until the normal giveaway time. But I do have something I'm going to be watching later on this evening. There is a video, I don't know if any of you have heard of a content creator called Mooples. Mooples, this guy right here, got the opportunity to do a interview with 4 ArenaNet developers. and there was some juicy stuff in there. And I asked him for permission to like do like, you know, scummy react content to his video, and he said totally fine, just make sure to credit me. And I said will do. So I wanted to watch that again with you guys later after the giveaway. So I mean it's an hour-long video, so reacting to it's going to take longer than an hour. So I didn't want to start it now because then the giveaway would be not at the correct time. But yeah, I skimmed it. It looked really good, and I was like, oh shoot, I want to watch this live on stream if I can. And he gave me the okay. Yeah, he's doing well for himself. So like, if you just look at his numbers, like 9K subscribers, you would think he is a smaller creator. But then like, look at this. Multiple times he's posted a video that has just taken off like as well as some of my top videos in the last 6 years. Look at this, 445K views. So he's like, his sub count is smaller or considered small, but like he has posted some bangers for sure. So, and yeah, he got the opportunity to interview ANET devs. Still waiting for him to upload how to make a Scarlet lookalike. At Mukluk, trying Condi DPS Weaver again, got it. Well, I mean, Condi DPS Weavers just sit in fire the whole time. You just weave fire with more fire. Are you gonna play Dragon Age on Thursday, Muk? Is that the release day? Let me see. Veilguard release date. October 31st. I might play a spooky game on Thursday. I mean, it's gonna be Halloween, right? So I might be trying to like, you know, finish the quarry that day or something. I don't know. But I am going to be playing Veilguard soon. I'm invested in the story. We did a full playthrough of all Dragon Age last year. I am going to play it, and I hope it's good. Like, I sent you a Discord message about gifting you a Steam game. What? Let's see. Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. So if someone DMs me on Discord and they've never DM'd me before, it goes into like the spam thing, and then I have to give it the okay. I'm trying to find it. What's your Discord name? Is it the same as your Twitch name? Because I don't see it. Nearly time for the best Yours 2 boss, the matriarch. Heads up, 7-up.
A Your Drama video showed up on my after I've been away, reminded me to come give you my sub.
Thank you, buddy. Oh, here he goes. I found it. Dude, what is the order? Let me show you guys this. These are people that have messaged me. I need to go through these because like they just go into this pile, and periodically I have to go through it all. 7 hours ago, 7 hours, 4 days ago, 12 days ago, 12 days ago, 17 days ago, 3 hours ago, and then you 10 minutes ago. Like, what is this order? It's Discord, you're drunk. Alright, accept DM. Okay. Alright, I have accepted the DM. I will read that after the stream. You have got my attention. I will check that out. Whiskey Main, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate that. Welcome. Welcome. You best play a spooky game on Halloween? I'll try, Blue. I need to make sure that we don't How long is the Quarry game anyway? Howlongtobeat.com, search the Quarry. Enter. 9 hours. And we're, what? We're 3 hours in. Okay. So, like... Actually, that might work out perfectly. So if I play the Quarry for, like, half of Wednesday, we could probably finish it Thursday. And then it'll line up with Halloween that way. So that might work out perfectly if we do that. And then I don't have to get, like, a different scary game. Would you wear a costume for the Halloween stream? Oh, gosh. What should I wear? I mean, I've got the wizard hat always on tap. Last year, I think I just used the filter program and I had my head on fire in the filter program. Have you played the Dead Space remake? Yes. I've played Dead Space 1 and the Dead Space 1 remake, but I've never played Dead Space 2. But the Dead Space 1 and its remake are both on Mukluk Plays if you want to watch it. Add a bow to the wizard's hat? Okay. Be a mummy? Which is like with toilet paper? Like the old-fashioned way? Cosplay as a dancing Norn. What? Are you gonna bring back the Vampire Tato? We'll see. The reason I stopped using the fun filter programs as much is a lot of the newer games we've been playing lately, God of War, Horizon Zero Dawn, Black Myth Wukong, they were pushing the limits of what my computer system could handle. So my system, if I ran that game and also the filter program, it would, well, hang on, it would make this sound. Like, it was over. So I had to like stop all non-essential programs in order to play those games. It was an unfortunate truth. For Halloween, Muck's gonna gel his hair to spikes of Viva Vegeta. Oh my god. Let's see, Man King says just ended.
I've enjoyed all these years watching you. Carry on, sire.
Sire? Oh wow. Fire King Kyle, thank you, buddy. Woo! Noises! Seems to need to upgrade your PC. I might. Like, I either upgrade my graphics card, because it's usually that, or get a dual PC setup. And I really don't want to have to learn how to do a dual PC setup. Like, I don't have any tech support here than me, so if I can figure something out, I get frustrated, and I'm just like, so, yeah. I think the next step might be, if I can, I would talk to some other people that I consider to be smarter than me in terms of hardware. If I can, the next step would be to upgrade just the graphics card if everything else that I already have, like the power supply and stuff, supports it. I can see why that would be disheartening, but I'd be happy they got a good home. What is the filter program called? It's called Snap. Snap Camera. So it's the same as the filters on like Instagram and stuff, and it used to be a version that they had supported on PC. They don't support it anymore. So it's just like a version of it from before they turned it off. $2,000 GPU. Yeah, I mean, at least it's a tax deductible. I swear, IRS, I need it. Why? Why do you need it? I need to play the monkey game. You don't understand. You need the $2,000 GPU to play the monkey game. You're just mining Bitcoin. No, it's for the monkeys, I swear. It's for the monkeys. Ooh, ah. Just crying to the IRS. Return to Monkey, yes. Are you looking forward to Arcane Season 2? I will put it in my eye and ear holes, yes. I will consume. Really liked the latest music video that Riot put out. If you guys saw that, it was really good. Reminds me of the Russian Badger. I had a 3090 to play a TABG. The monkey game, didn't know you were racist. Oh my god. Dude, I actually saw a clip on Twitter that floated around of a guy going down the street, and he's holding his phone up recording himself, and he had a bag, and he's like, cannot wait to get home and play the Black Monkey game. He was referring to Black Myth Wukong, but he said the Black Monkey game. And in the background, you could see he's walking past people on the street. 2 people with dark skin were like, and just like whip their heads around, and I'm like, this man is about to die. I'm about to witness a murder on a live stream. Oh my god. He got away. I was like, oh my lord. Okay. Unlucky? Yeah, unlucky. When you will play? If you mean Black Myth Wukong, I've already beaten it. That was a great game. Fantastic game. I got a whole video of the final boss beating me up for 20 minutes straight. Is Wukong too much to pronounce? It's possible that English was the guy's second language because he had a very thick accent. Either he looked Asiatic, so you know he could have been like Korean or Japanese or Chinese or something like that. But that's what he said. That's what he said. Walker says owns cutting edge $5,000 gaming PC. Only played Minecraft and League of Legends. There you go. Homie played a totally different game that night. Objectives survive. I get the black one is a monkey, not mean monkey more. There's the same thing Gil Jen got in trouble for. She said monkey one day and someone didn't like it. I feel that that'd be what my parents would call it when kids want a game. My kid's looking for the Black Monkey game. Dude, when I was a kid and I told my dad I wanted Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, he looked at me like I was brain damaged, and I might have been a little bit. He was like, turtle what? And I was like, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And he looked at my wife like, are you sure this is our child? And then looked back at me. And he was just like, what the hell? Because like, imagine having never heard of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And I just spat all that out, and he's just like, oh my god. So yeah, as he looked at my wife, his wife. Sorry, I'm terrible at storytelling. Return the child, exchange it for a new one. Yeah, that's the second time you referred to your mother's wife. No, oh my god. sorry. Blah 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 blah. Misspeak. Your wife, yes. When I was already an adult and I already had a wife and I was begging my father for Ninja Turtles, my wife was in the room. There you go. You guys got it. You understood exactly what I was delivering. You know, you caught what I was pitching there. Perfect. You have a favorite iteration of TMNT? I'm personally a fan of the 2012 series. I mean, I grew up with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in the 90s, so I got fond memories of that one. She time traveled, yeah. Some years ago, my friend built a PC for $3,500, all to play a game with slightly better graphics than 64-level graphics. Yeah, real talk, one of the times I upgraded my computer, because my whole thing was my computer was fine until I wanted to play a game and I couldn't. And one day, I wanted to play a build in Path of Exile that had 99 minions, and my computer exploded. Path of Exile made me upgrade my computer, because it couldn't handle all the minions. And now we're good. There's a parody comic of TMNT called Adolescent Radioactive Black Belt Hamsters. Secret of Ooze fans, yeah. PoE does that even without minions. I mean, I could play it without minions, but when I tried to play it with minions, it was not good. It was not good. Elden Ring made me upgrade. FF14 made me upgrade. Let's see. Did you hear Scary Movie is making a comeback? Scary Movie? No, I hadn't heard that. I saw that long ago, though. Do you have someone pick your setup, or did you pick out your stuff yourself? Basically, okay, so in my Discord, I have a lot of awesome people that are nerds. And I am a nerd, but I'm not a hardware nerd. Oh, I forgot I had this mod installed. Look at this, chat. Isn't this neat? There we go. Looks like I missed it, though. Next in 1 hour, 57 minutes. I asked them, I was like, hey, I need a computer that's able to do this. This is my budget. What do y'all recommend? And then they all start, like, you know, doing magical things. And then they usually come back and like, how about this? And I take a look at the stuff. And I'm like, do all of you agree on this? And if they're like, yeah, I'm like, all right. And then I bought those parts. What's that mod? That is event timers. If you do exclamation Blish, there is a guide for that there if you want it. Okay. Not much open world stuff to do right now. Maybe we could do Dragonstorm. That could be fun. We could get the chat on that. Do you remember the 1990 TMNT movie? Of course I do. They had that one freaking rap song. Hey, Iceman, it's the Green Machine, gonna rock the town without being seen. Have you ever seen a turtle get down? Go ninja, go ninja, go. Go ninja, go ninja, go. And Splinter's like, yo, you said that no one saw you. And they're like, yeah. And he's like, try harder. Your pictures are in the newspaper. The other one, well, I saw the second one too. I also saw the one where they travel through time. That one wasn't as good. Is this Shy Pash? Yo, look at this dude, and his name is, That's his name. Don't wear it out. It's a shame there isn't a plush to do right now. Hey Muck, thanks to the guide for Coalescence. I completed the first 2 achievement steps today with only 7 collection missing. Nice, congrats, Mercs. Event Timers puts the modules on the world. We were asking about this one, your chief one. Yeah, pretty sure that's that one. Hang on. Or is it event table? Sorry, just a second. Let me see. Let's see, Blish HUD, manage modules, event table, open settings. Yeah, event table. Okay, so it was event table. Sorry if I said it wrong. Yeah. I was like, I just did a video on this. I know I just did a video on this. Yeah, okay, so event table. My bad. Okay, just for scrits and giggles. Would anyone like to join me for an instant Dragonstorm? Guaranteed couple of gold, bunch of karma, with a chance of getting 1,000 gold if you are lucky. Here's the squad join command in both of the chats. I'm on NA right now. Hey Muck, I had an issue you won't relate to. I didn't know I had to work today and I found out via text. Did you at least have a good excuse? Like, well, Sarah said, you know, did you have anyone that you could throw under the bus or was it all your fault? Evening all. Hello, Van Vamp. Togas, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. Hi, Muck. Hi, Spooky. There's a website called Logical Increments that allows you to look at PC builds broken down by power and price, with then links to different pages by the components at the best current price. Yeah, there's a lot of tools like that out there. I'm mostly just like, hey, friends, do you guys know the answer to this? Lob the question to someone else. Hi, Muck. How are you? Doing okay, buddy. Doing okay. Jen says that, Muck, I normally always have the day after we do inventory off. This time I didn't. My schedule is clockwork, so I never check my schedule. Ah, totally your fault. Scoomy, thank you for the membership. Right, appreciate it. I'm gonna stand in the fire just so you don't get bored. Hi, Muck, I spent nearly 8 hours this week carving my pumpkin. Is there a Discord channel we could post a picture? 8 hours? I saw a video yesterday of someone using one of those like really high water pressure things, and they carved a pumpkin in 15 seconds. They just went like boof, boof, and knocked out the eye holes on the pumpkin, and then just went boof, and then there was like this jagged mouth, and they were like, done. 8 hours. Dude, I mean, yeah, you could post it in wherever. I mean, art, memes, any of that? Let's see. Take me to Dragonstorm. Hey, how are you? I saw your video about the drama. I don't know if use it or not, but if you get benefit from it, happy to help you. I'm a new player, and your channel and YouTube help me a lot, and your website too. And if I can found what I want, come to your stream, and you put me in right way, you deserve everything. Hope the best of luck, dude. Thank you, Mango. Very kind of you to say that. I appreciate that. I've been doing Living World Season 1 stuff. The Nightmare Tower sucks. Literally no doubt that place. Yeah, when they re-released the Nightmare Tower, I did it one time to try it out, and it was alright. I didn't hate it, but it was a very long event, and I don't think I'm... FBI, open up! Holy Jesus. Hi, Scoomy. Thank you. So I don't think I've done it again since that one time. I think I did Nightmare Tower once. Why did I set that alert? Yeah, they need to update that so people can get achievements. I like your videos. I like your tasted videos, Spooky. Appreciate you. I normally... oh, I already read that. Nightmare Tower release for return made me stop doing World Season 1 boring. It got me so... It made me stop doing the Living World Season 1 story. It got me so bored. I mean, I didn't get bored doing it. What? Well, Tiny Violin... Why did I just die on impact? Well, that's not fair at all. I just jump padded from one side to the other and went splat.
Prison's coming in for a landing, Commander.
The area's cleared, Keith. Bring him down.
We break the champion's
Skill
connection to
issue?
the dragons.
Oh, wait.
Then we use that magic against them.
Because of rat? Oh my gosh.
To Bram. To Ryland.
Bram knew the risks.
I'm Hawkeye Star Master. Exclamation giveaway. Giveaway will be in less than an hour. What class do you play the most? Ranger.
Did you? Oh? Look on your birthday. All that dormant energy can't be good for you.
You picked a weak dragon you knew you could control.
Asuras can't take the impact. But we have such strong knees.
Jormag has not yet joined him, champion. You must draw them out.
We're long past excuses.
Ah!
You made your choice. This needs to end.
Mark, hope you're feeling better out of the vid today. I'm sorry to go through that. I am, thank you. Honestly, just making that and releasing it to the public was a huge weight off my shoulders. Because, like, a lot of that was
We can't get
basically bottled up in my head for the better part of the last month.
He'll be back.
And I had talked about it here and there, but, like, no one else really knew, like, everything that was going on. So even if the video had a bad reception, it was a relief to just get it out of my head. But then, even beyond that, I was very fortunate that it had a good reception, so that's even better.
We're not here to
Like, believe me, there were some people that watched it and they're like, hey, I watched the whole thing, I still disagree with the whole embed thing. Cool, that's fine. Thank you for watching, listening, you know, hearing me out, and, you know, giving me your opinion on that. But, I mean, honestly, it was... Even the people that really didn't like me, if they, you know, listened to my side and then just expressed that and talked, that was more than I had been given up until that point. How long do you think until the next sale on Living World content? I think there is a solid bet that Black Friday after Thanksgiving is a possibility of that. Because there's almost always sales the day after Thanksgiving. Now, I don't think they've officially announced any, but that's my thoughts. What video? The one linked in chat right now. I used to play yours too, but not anymore because I don't have a computer yet. I mean, not having a computer to play computer games is definitely a reason to not play computer games. Hold on. Let's see. Someone redeemed this silliness. There we go.
My champion will teach you to
Fear the Frost. Where's Chip? He's in the chair next to me right now. We've actually already shown him a few times today. Almost at 30K. Love the positive comments, wave. It's more than that. It's more than that. So Twitch is kind of weird sometimes, where like if you click on a video and look at the number of views on that video, it's delayed. So like if I click on that video, it says 29K, but on my dashboard it says my most recent video has 31.8K. So it's just not updated on the video itself yet. Which is absolutely bonkers. Like, and it's crazy too, because like, it's leaving the realm of my audience. Like the people it was meant for, it's leaving that circle and YouTube's suggesting it to other people. And they're like, whoa, drama? A confession? Oh, this guy, did this guy fight a cop? Was he in a bum fight? Like, what is this? And then they watch it and they're like, what is this crap? This is nothing. I'm literally getting content, like, comments like that where people are just watching it and then they're super confused. Like, what is this? Like, they were expecting to see me, like, run from the police or something. Is Muck wearing a hat just like his character? Yeah, there's a redeem on the channel to put on the wizard hat and someone did it. Go fight a cop, then coward? Oh yeah, you know, we wouldn't want them to be disappointed. People like drama, it's a magnet. Dude, it throws me off though, because like that's not how I'm wired. So like, I even was like, okay, I don't want people to be able to accuse me of making a clickbaity thumbnail. I'm gonna make the worst thumbnail. And the thumbnail is literally just the word drama. That's it. And I'm so angry at how well it's doing, because that like, takes away all of the stuff I actually put effort into. All the thumbnails I work hard on, the videos I work hard on, and then we just have like me saying, I did not do these crimes with the word drama in the background and it's doing better. And I'm just like, best video of all time. It's on track to be that. By the way, this group I'm with is doing great because I am focused on talking right now and I was not watching their health bars and a lot of them reacted appropriately and swapped. We were so eager to beat up Bram, we never considered should we beat up Bram at this time.
Here they come!
Use the prisms
Appreciate
now.
today's video
The
explanation.
champions
Still
are
hate
hanging on
embeds,
to
but I get where you're coming from
dragons by a
100%.
thread.
Here tonight to support. Thanks to the guys over the years. You're very welcome, Fade to Black. Thank you for listening to my side of it. Are you playing on EU? I'm on NA right now. I was on EU this morning. What was even the other side's main argument? Their main argument was on Guildgen's website, the embed was at the bottom of the page, and that is sneaky and nefarious, and it is dishonest having it down there, and it was hidden from view. I can partially agree. I think they're making a mountain out of a molehill with that, but I can partially agree on that. So that's why we talked about moving it higher up on the page. And then, what was the other thing? Me being on Twitch and having the fake views would steal opportunities away from other people that would have been clicked on otherwise. Now, I don't agree that that's how it is. Like, for example, the other day I played the game at dead of night. In that category, there was 3 people streaming it, and total they had 20 viewers. Did me going in there with 300 viewers steal from other viewers that might have been there? No. We added more viewers to the category and raised it up on the Twitch browse page. So, like, if you're going to say that, you know, someone with an embed steals viewers from other people in the category, which I don't even believe is true, then it's also true that people bringing in views, real or not, will elevate that category higher up on the directory, the total Twitch directory. So that was kind of their argument. They also had one argument that I completely agreed with, was it shouldn't use up data on your phone. I'm like, oh shoot, I didn't even think of that. They're right. And then I contacted my website guy. I was like, hey, is it possible to make it not work on mobile? And he goes, yeah, I could do that. I'm like, cool. So we made that change. Like, that was something, if someone had just DM'd me about that, I would have been like, oh snap, that's a good point. And we changed that as fast as we could. I was like, yeah, that's good, that's good. So, I mean, that was like a grain of what I think was good advice amidst a whole tidal wave of crap. Dress up as an Asura thief and have a friend as a Char line guard and then fight. That's the drama. Oh my gosh. That's the worst part for them. How dare you agree with them for any part of it? Dude, I don't know. I don't know. It was one of those things, like this drama could have been an email type of thing, you know? I think we might have killed Bram too fast. We're about to find out. Light him up! Nah, they got this. I believe they got this.
I feel it, champion. The connection's
This is
weak.
all in regards to Twitch. Yes, YouTube doesn't have directories. So, okay. Let's pretend I'm embedding...
Is that internet celebrity sensation Mukluk who is wholesome, doesn't stoop to their level, and cultivates a friendly community?
I mean, I made a video, so I kind of stooped. But thank you. Yeah. Okay, so on Twitch, hold on a sec. They're just booping the nose right now. Let's see. Okay. All right, so... Here's the Guild Wars 2 section on Twitch right now. You can sort by viewers, high to low, or recommended, right? So for me, Loranity is the highest recommended thing, because Laura's awesome. If I choose viewers high to low, I see myself, which that's stupid, I don't need to see myself, and then Laura, and then somebody else, right? So Twitch, for some people who sort high to low, if you have more viewers, you're higher up on this list. But if you are on YouTube, there is no Guild Wars 2 directory on YouTube. The searching for streams on YouTube is both terrible and awesome. And by terrible, I mean you can't look for Guild Wars 2 section, but awesome because the algorithm will sometimes just recommend you to people just out of nowhere and help your viewership in that way. So, getting in, like, if let's pretend I did an embed and just added 100 viewers to my YouTube audience right now. Currently there's 120, that would make it 220. Literally nothing would change anywhere. It wouldn't help me in any fashion anywhere. So it's it would be dumb. It would be dumb. There's no reason to do that. It doesn't help in any way. Now, that's in terms of like the numbers and browse pages thing.
Champion.
If you were doing it for reason of like, hey, I'm live if you want to come ask questions or something like that, and you've got, you know, a guide site or something, you could do that. But yeah, that is it. By the way, to the people in my group, nice job. Thank you. I was able to do that completely on autopilot. You guys are awesome. Boop, boop, boop. My Twitch doesn't allow me to put default sort by. Is this by everyone? If you are on a page like the Guild Wars 2 directory, you should have a sort by thing right here, as long as you're logged in. I'm logged in, you can see my icon at the top right. And you can see some people I followed. There's Joe Cat, there's Dan's Gaming, there's Grubby. I like watching him play Warcraft 3. You know, stuff like that. You can see sort of a directory on Guild Wars 2, but only if they mark their stream on Guild Wars 2. Live stuff shows up alongside past broadcasts. Yeah, but there's not like a page like this over there. Let's see. Friendly community bit is not accurate. I'm still allowed in here. Friendly community is not accurate because you're allowed here, Sand? Okay. Hey, Muck, yay, caught a lot of stream style drama, so how about you? It's good, Mr. Matty, it's good. Thank you, thank you. Is the effect LOD setting worth using 24/7 or only in 10-player content? The only setting I kind of tinker with, depending on the content I'm in, hang on, I'll show it, is this right here, character model limit. So, like, if I turn that to low, notice there's less people here, and if I turn it up, there's more. So if I'm in a world boss event and it's lagging bad, I'll turn this down, and it usually instantly fixes the problem. That just shows how many people are rendered. So you'll still see like floating names, but you'll see less bodies. Matao? Matao. What? My take on this drama is that you are one of the friendliest, most consistent content creators. The Guild Wars 2 community isn't that big, and the impression I got
like it here.
Like children. Dude, credit where it's due, I don't think Darren's was being evil or malicious. I think he was being kind of an idiot, and he wasn't considering the consequences of what he was doing with all those videos. The consequences being me getting harassed for a month straight. Nike, I think Nike was being malicious. Darren's, I just think, wasn't considering the ramifications. And then I was just like, please, not another video, and then another video. Might you ever lead Battle for Lion's Arch? Back when they released it, I did it once or twice, and honestly, that's kind of like the tower we just talked about. That was one I just did a couple times, and I haven't done it since. So I would have to relearn the thing. It's been ages. I've done Old Lion's Court Strike Mission many times, which is based on the Battle for Lion's Arch. I prefer Adidas. Lol. Yeah. Once again, the only two people in the Guild Wars 2 category named after shoes. And we're fighting. Betrayed by my own bloodshot. Sea Fighter says, I think embed should not autoplay as long as embed isn't on screen, which it sounds like it does, but that's something Twitch would have to change. Correct. Yeah, and as the creator, the thing is, like, it being a moving picture and not just a link increases the amount of people that engage with it like 100-fold. So having it be a moving thing to show, like, you know, it's eye-catching and it's like, oh, they're live right now, rather than just like, you know, the word live with a red light or something.
Just learned about the random nonsense you are dealing with. Wish you all the sanity and resilience.
Thank you, Giant Shrimp. Loranity would love your name. But yeah, as far as the autoplay thing, it's kind of like, you ever watch a YouTuber and every video they say, be sure to subscribe. Like, and it's kind of annoying. You're like, dude, come on, you say this every time. The reason is we do it because every video where we say it, we get 10 times the amount of subs. And the videos where we don't, we hardly get, we don't get nearly as many. So it's like, it's just math. It's just statistics, you know? If you have a web page with something that is moving versus not, it's going to get more interaction. So the autoplay is good in that regard. But I totally get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from. How do you make it say stuff when you subscribe? There should be a box where you can type stuff in, and as long as you don't say anything bad, it does like a text-to-speech. Yeah, Giant Shrimp, thank you again for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. I think it'd be funny if the Nike Corporation sued Nike the creator. Oh, there's no way. There's no way. Dude, I remember, okay, for those of you who know him, there is a Hearthstone streamer that has been a Hearthstone streamer for over 10 years, and his name is Trump. And my wife found out about his existence and immediately knee-jerk hated the guy because she thought he was just like a massive fanboy of Donald Trump. And I'm like, honey, he's been streaming Hearthstone since before Trump was the president. And he's not even American. I was like, that's not even him. And she's like, are you sure? I'm like, yes, it's just, yeah, it's become a bad word. It's like Hitler. You just can't share that name. It's just that name's been crossed off. You can't share it. It's just like, my wife's just like, rah, muck this guy. I'm like, no. Zooted Viewer gifting 2 subs. Thank you, Zooted. Appreciate you. Sea Fighter says, to be clear, I'm not saying it shouldn't autoplay. I'm saying it should autoplay when it shouldn't autoplay when the embed is not on screen. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right.
Hi, Muck and Chat Mukluk. Hi.
Rip to Trump the verb. Thank you, Nizuko. Welcome. Can't name a kid Adolf anymore. They ruined that. Yeah. Haven't played Hearthstone in a long time. I haven't either. I know of its existence. Ship. Yeah, he's still here. He's still here. Hey, Muck, glad I caught the stream tonight. Hate to sound greedy whenever I am wondering what's up for the giveaway tonight. I got a bunch of cool knickknacks, and the grand prize is an item someone donated that's worth over 1,000 gold. Room tour? I mean, it's a square. The room is a square with my desk in the middle of it. I did, the main interesting thing here is I painted that wall green because I got tired of having a green screen taking up space in the room. So I bought paint one day and I just painted that wall. By the way, I now have a newfound respect for people that paint. It is freaking exhausting. Mike, I'm prime something when I get home from work. I'll look forward to it. Is it a nice square? It's a nice square, yeah. I rage at my Fire Stick picking next episode something natural that I love that if he autoplays, I am the captain though. Let's see. Info, thank you. Can't you just put the green paper instead? I mean, maybe, but what's done is done. Okay, you want to see my room? Like, see, there's that wall, and I painted it green, right? And then over to my right is a big standing lamp that shines upward. The overhead light's actually off, so this room's actually kind of dark. It doesn't look like it to you guys, but this room's actually kind of dark right now. And then that is making light up there. If there's not light hitting the wall for, you know, the green, it doesn't work with green screen tech. Over there, I got a Guild Wars 2 poster. I actually had that poster since before I streamed Guild Wars 2. I had a friend that used to work at GameStop, and they were closing down, and he goes, didn't you play Guild Wars 2 like a long, long time ago? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, I got some Guild Wars 2 swag. Do you want some of it? And I was like, sure. And so I've actually had that since before I streamed Guild Wars 2. Blackout curtains over where you see the blue over there? That's just because, like, you know, light makes me... So that's just to keep the sunlight out. This is one of Chip's thrones that he's not currently using. And then there's just like a bunch of stuff everywhere other than that. That's it. Simple room. Is it tough not having natural light? I mean, when you use a green screen, the lighting has to be just right. So here, you know what? I can show you this. One second. I'm going to teach you something today. Let's see. Okay, so this scene is the camera. All right. All right, so there's the green screen. Right now, the green's removed, right? Okay, so if I go to the camera, and let me see, where is it? There it is. Okay, filters. Okay, so you have to tell green screen tech how much green do you take out. If you don't take any green out, it looks like this. Now we're taking green out, and this happens. Like that, see? It's a freaking problem, okay? So there's like a slider here for how much you remove, all right? So you gotta get it just so. So now I'm trying to fix it because I broke everything. Let's see. There we go. Okay. And then go back to this. So if the light is not perfect on that wall, it doesn't remove the wall behind me. Also, funny thing, if I show up wearing a green shirt one day, I would just be a floating head. So it's got to be just right. So if you've got natural light coming in, which changes throughout the day, it's freaking awful. It wouldn't work. Love you. And I love you, random citizen. You need soundproof panels so you can not wake your family at 3 a.m. playing Warhammer. I go to bed at 2 a.m. at the latest, Banana. That is a lie. Those teeth out. Yeah, that was kind of weird. The filter makes Muck's hair jiggle. Floating head or floating potato head, decisions. Wear a green shirt for one day. Do it for Halloween. Floating head donation goal. Floating head or floating potato head, decision. You should wear a green hoodie. I don't know that I own a green hoodie. I could look into that. Just finished the drama of it. Oh no. I saw you all the time and I don't know how I missed all that. I'm glad you did. I didn't need other people getting hit by that. Oh, it's after the reset. I can do this now.
Give me a report.
Family can wait Warhammers now. Maybe I should do that for Halloween. Find a green shirt and just have my neck and head floating around for the stream. Sub goal for getting Mukluk Labs tattooed when? I have never had a tattoo. Isn't like the upper arm supposed to be less painful? I'd probably put it there. Cause I got no experience with that. Just get the lab icon up there. Bram tattoo first? Oh my god, just kill me. No. It hurts? Of course it hurts. It's freaking needles. No one ever doubted it hurting. I was saying which one hurts less. Meaty bits less painful, bony bits more painful. Oh, so don't get it right on my elbow. Got it. Have to paint your face like a pumpkin for the green shirt stream too. Paint my face like a pumpkin and wear a green shirt so I'm just like a floating pumpkin head. Headless Horseman, but instead of a pumpkin head, it's a floating dentist. Green turtleneck. Let's see what we can do. I collected the boxes too fast, so they didn't grab everything in here. Okay, guild halls. Bedazzle your face. Shunk. Shunk. Mug, when are you actually going to put Mukluk brand Mukluks in the store? I would need a different store. There is some, what is it called? Presets for what the Stream Elements merch store can have. So I would need to find a different store that just has that. I have an idea. Green everything so you're a floating head, and then get a glass jar overlay and make yourself a floating head from Futurama. A glass jar overlay. Were you here for Horrorween? Horrorween? I got both my arms done from knuckle to neck. Back of the hand and elbow hurt way more than biceps or forearms. Oh my gosh, you got like sleeves. Wear green face so you're a floating mouth and eyes. Green face. Not gonna lie, Muck, I think your voice has the perfect octave to sing A Whole New World. Random thought. That is a random thought. A new fantastic point of view. I don't know the rest of the words. Could have a Mukluk engraved on the jar. I might be able to find like a clear jar PNG and put it up in front of me and then do the green turtleneck thing. We'll see. Green face is offensive to green people. Here we freaking go. Go full Shrek. I do have many layers. There's the final DMCA. What was that last notification? Reinhold, thank you for the Prime sub, Reinhold. Appreciate you. Just got back, what in a jar? Someone said, since I've got green screen tech, someone said come to stream with a green turtleneck on. And then get like a jar in front of you, and then you could be a head in a jar for the stream. Have you trademarked a version of Mukluk? You're aware it's already a shoe, right? I'm not winning that. I didn't know that it was already a shoe for decades before I was born when I started using the name. I had no idea. Oh my god, chat. Amidst all this drama, that was one of the things that came up. So stupid. Someone on YouTube was like, for a family-friendly streamer, you're so toxic, and I can't believe you use... What did they say? They said, like, an aboriginal word, and you tried to use it for yourself because you thought it was funny. I was like, what are you talking about? And they're like, Mukluk. And I was like, okay, here... And if you do exclamation my name, there's a video on how I got the name, and it ain't that. And I just was like, here's a link to a video of how you're wrong. Toxic? Yeah, I'm so toxic. Mukluk is a shoe? Mm-hmm. It's like an Eskimo boot, apparently. But again, I did... Here, hold on a sec, because I need to put this in the chat. Alright, here's a link to a video of where I got my name from. I found out later it was already a shoe, and I didn't know. But that's not, like, the reason I started using it. I was just like, oh boy, I want to be a shoe! Haha! Why did I do Mickey Mouse there? I have no idea. Mux saw the drama vid. Sad to see that you have been targeted by such a shameful campaign from the bad faith actors in the community. Thank you, DeBold. I'm hoping that after this it's done. It was a weight off my shoulders to get that out there. I don't think they know what that word means, just throwing out adjectives. Maybe. Or maybe I'm using the wrong word. I'm trying to retell something, and I could have said the word wrong. I've arrived in time for the 20th Muck canceling. Yeah, it's a going away party. New Mukluk tomorrow. Real question is, why is that Mickey Mouse impression so good? Did you practice?
Much apprec for the guides, much love. Don't let drama farmers get you down.
Thank you, Valkyrie. Okay, I have to explain this. First off, I don't think it's that good. Second off, have you ever seen the South Park where they tick off Mickey Mouse? And he's like, I'm gonna break your legs, haha! And he's like coming at him with a crowbar, like he's gonna break their knees. And they're like, yo, sir, this happened in South Park. Do we own that town? Like, you know, he's just like a mob boss. It's just like a super evil Mickey. And my wife and I, we watched that one ages ago, and we died laughing. And occasionally, to make her laugh, when it's like applicable, like he's gonna get his legs broke, haha. Like I'll say something like that just because it makes her die laughing if I do it at the right moment. So I do that from time to time. It's become more of an inside joke in our household than anything else. But yeah, just basically evil Mickey Mouse is joked about from time to time in our house. That's it. That's how I do that from time to time. All right, now the parked alts, so that I can give this money to you shrimps. Accurate urbanization of Disney. Yep. Just watch the video. Gosh, I really don't like people these days. Sometimes I think they just search for reasons to be mad. Don't get you bombed down. My opinion is you're doing a very good job what you're doing. Keep going. Thank you, SSJ. Appreciate the kind words. Appreciate
20 months, that's almost a year. Please don't break my legs, Mr. Mouse.
Almost a year. We'll see about letting that slide. Muck was a shoe for centuries. Canadian Esco's with it. Yeah. If you go, look, okay, hold on a sec. If you go to Google and you type in Mukluk, here's what comes up, you guys. Someone was like, you should trademark Mukluk. No, dude, it's taken. It's taken. That's like Teapot trying to trademark teapots, okay? We lost the game before it even began. You gotta understand. Teapot's not winning teapots. I'm not winning Mukluks. Wooden Potato isn't winning potatoes. Lorenity is the only one who's got a chance here. Winning Mukluk. Yeah, I know. I've joked about getting Mukluk brand Mukluks. They're like just, you know, Eskimo shoes with my label on the side. Hasn't happened yet. React channel trying to trademark the word React win. Yeah. Stopped watching the drama video after I realized it was about something of a nothing burger. Really glad to hear you're nevertheless planning to address some of the valid criticism of embedding. Yeah, Lauren, it's basically already done. If you didn't make it to the end, one of them was it shouldn't use mobile data, and I was like, oh shoot, yeah, I completely agree. I didn't even think about that. So I contacted my website guy. I was like, hey, do you have a way to make it so the embed doesn't show up on mobile devices? And he goes, yeah, and he did it. It's done. That's already changed. And the second thing was it being further up on the page. And on Mukluk Labs, it's already, now I get like 0 to 10 views from that, but it's already at the top of the page. On Guild Gen, she's working on that, but it'll take time. But for now, it's currently not on Guild Gen, so hopefully their ammunition is gone. And honestly, the community feedback from my video has been so much in my favor that I'm hoping that they've shut up. Would Mukluk Entertainment be possible since you're not in the same trade? Yeah, Mukluk Entertainment, maybe, sure. Or like Mukluk Incorporated. Something like that. Mukluk LLC. Let's see. Beavis. The minimum is you're able to defend yourself with the video? Yes. For those who are not here every day, there was many, many, many days where someone would ask, like, hey, what happened? And I'm like, oh, I've got to explain this to this person. And then, you know, basically the whole stream would be derailed for a half an hour. And then it would happen again the next day. And then just over and over and over and over. So now it is nice that I have this video that I can just link out to people. Is there some math that shows how much worth is alt parking? It depends on the location. It's also going to vary. Because, like, for example, there's one location where on many days I just get like a gold or two. But it's for 10 seconds of work. But then on 3 days, I've gotten a 20 gold item there. Because, you know, a treasure chest. So you can get, like, precursors and stuff from them if you're lucky. So it just, it depends. And then, like, the ones that get me Eternal Ice Shards, maybe once a month, I turn all those Eternal Ice Shards into Volatile Magic and then turn the Volatile Magic into trophy shipments, then turn the trophy shipments into gold. So it's like, I get no money for, like, 30 days, and then I get, like, 1,000 gold all at once. So it just depends. But I will say that I give away money every Tuesday, and this number still keeps going up despite that, even though I only play the game 1 day a week, but I do this routine 7 days a week. Do you have a list of alt parking spots? Fast Farming does. If you do exclamation daily, the video that comes up from that command shows all the ones I'm using now and where they are. But there is a much, much longer list, because, you know, some people might want to alt park 5 characters, 10 characters, 70 characters. So, you know, you need more spots. So the Fast Farming website has a bunch of them. But all of my favorites are in the daily video.
Into this glade. You can feel it.
A bitter chill.
You keep getting Muck out of trouble. My sole purpose is to get Muck into trouble. It's true. Bluebell is like, Muck, play scary games, play scary game, play scary game. And I finally do, and she's like, bye, and she leaves. She's just there to not even watch me suffer. Let's see. Yo, JerseyNet, 20 gifted memberships. I said the wrong word. 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. I saw the controversy. You are a cat person. I'm a cat person? I mean, there is a cat next to me. I guess I'm a cat person. I don't really know how that's related. I'm guessing he was typing something on his phone. Maybe he was going to say a cool person. I saw the controversy. You're a cat person. Okay. Rose did make a point that if you take down the embed, that they'll just start screaming, we won, and if you try to defend yourself, they'll just say he's running away. I really hope that doesn't happen. I mean, it already did. It literally... This morning, okay, let me tell you guys something. So, this morning, there is a thing... Oh, sorry if anybody hates Popped Knuckles, I couldn't help it. On YouTube, if you schedule a video to release at, say, noon, say go public at noon, then no one can watch it while it's in queue to go public. But if I have the video as unlisted, I can post it on my Discord so people get early access, and then at noon change it to public. That requires me to be there and do it manually hands-on, but it allows people to have early access to the video. I do that a lot. So my wife often will make videos go from unlisted to public at certain times. And she says, the embed video, what time do you want it to go out? And I was like, I'm gonna make it go out right when I'm about to go live. That way if people have questions, I can answer them. She's like, okay. So I was like, I'll handle this one. And I sit down to do it, and I get a ping on my Discord, and I look, and someone's like, Darren's just made a 4th video about you. And it was the gotcha video. It was literally the gotcha video that we were just talking about, and it was like, oh, good job, I'm summarizing, but it was basically like, I want to say that Mukluk is a good boy and he got a conscience and we should all be proud of him. And I was just like, wow, okay, great, all right. So then I hit go live, and then mine went out right after his did. A fourth video has hit the YouTubes. But yeah, so it was exactly what Rose said. Yeah, I took it down. I hadn't even said anything yet. And they were like, job well done, boys. Pack it up. Let's head home. And I was just like, geez, like I took down the embed. And then it took me like 2 days with Noxxi to make the video. And then we were in the process of making it go live. And then there was the gotcha. There was the gotcha on Twitter, and there was a gotcha on YouTube. Now put it back up, but bigger. Oh my god, imagine if for like April Fools, I could get Guild Jen to embed me, but it's the entire front page, and you have to scroll down to find any useful information. No, not for real, that's a joke, but I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Just like the whole page. You know what, and it's also the worst embed. It's just like a zoom in of my nose. It's so zoomed in, it's just confusing. You don't even know what you're looking at. It's just my nose moving around. And it just takes up the entire page. I'm so annoyed by that. It's like validating the awful harassment tactics. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. I'm just thinking about it. I did it. Those useful info we can get is how to find your stream. Yep. I mean, this has been a pretty crazy day. I wasn't anticipating this. I was expecting today to be like, in terms of viewership, today my viewership, my number of viewers is much higher than normal. Now, I was anticipating this being just a normal Guild Wars 2 day, which is usually pretty decent for me. And then we do a giveaway, and then if anyone asked about the video, I would answer it. And then after the streams, morning and evening, I would go back to answering comments on YouTube. I did not expect the outpouring of positive energy from people. That was very nice. What is Guild Gen? Guild Gen is a website with Guild Wars 2 related information. There are... In my opinion, there are 3 big ones.
Howdy, howdy.
So, for example, there's Guild Gen right there. And there's a bunch of stuff here. And then there is also hardstuck.gg. A lot of people know them from like Mighty Teapot's community because they do a lot of work on here. A lot of good stuff here. There is also Snowcrows. Snowcrows is the best one for possibly raid builds. These are basically number crunching awesome nerds that will tell you this is the most damage that could possibly be done with this build if you play it perfectly, which you never will. But you can use that information to be like, okay, the best virtuoso in the world can do 45k DPS, but the best power mechanist in the world is only doing 38k. Okay, so the ceiling of a virtuoso is higher than the ceiling of a mechanist. Like, this is still useful information, but, your numbers will be lower than that. But yeah, like, these, to me, are the big 3. There are others, but these are my first stop shops. But they've just got various guides and things like that. And a lot of older, like, players that have been around longer will remember Dulphy. Awesome guide maker. She mostly did written stuff. In my opinion, Dulphy is the only, Guild Gen is the only content creator that is basically the new Dulphy. If you like a written guide where you can just scroll until you find what you need or use Control F to find it and not listen to my voice in a video for 10 minutes, there you go. Guild Gen is basically that. It's mostly written stuff, and then if you don't like that, there's links to video guides like myself. I remember Dulphy. Yeah, when I started the game, you know who made most of the guides that I watched? Dulphy or Iron Maiden. And Iron is still around. No Subway Surfers in text form. What's wrong with Meta Battle? Nothing is wrong with Meta Battle. I just use it less.
Have some
these days.
Bezos for some fancy ramen.
Meta Battle is... It's kind of like a wiki. Anyone can post anything. So there are some builds that are really bad there. So I kind of use Meta Battle the way that I use buying a product off Amazon. I always scroll straight down to the reviews and make sure there's a bunch of good ones before I even consider it. So it is still useful, but it's not my first choice because of that. That's it. Dolphy's still out there taking names and fractals. Yeah, that's the ultimate in-game reference. For those who don't know, many of us content creators have little references in the game. Dolphy is, there's a character in a fractal named Siegemaster Dolphy, and it's a boss. So Dolphy is the only content creator that's actively killing people every day. Whereas your teapot has a teapot, Angeals has a table, I've got an achievement, Laura has an achievement. Dolphy's killing people. So it's just different. Dolphy's dropping bodies. Red Fox, thank you for the prime. Drossany with another 20 YouTube memberships. Thank you. Appreciate you, buddy. Welcome. Thank you to all of you. I'll have to see if that unlocks any new emotes on the YouTube side. Because I've been streaming on YouTube for less than I've been streaming on Twitch, I have less emote slots over there. So every time there's enough, according to YouTube members, it unlocks another emote slot, and then I can copy another one over real quick. So I'll have to check on that. Is it a smart idea to park alts next to jump puzzle chests, etc.? I got a list of places that would work for that. Yeah, so this right here, I'm posting in chat, that video shows where I park all my alts. If you want more than that, the fast farming community here, give me a second. I know it's here. I have to find it on their website. Hang on. Farming tracker, daily fractals, currency conversion. And so, what is it under? Someone says open world. Alt parking, thank you. There it is. Okay, so here's a list of spots and how much money they supposedly like make per day. So I'm gonna just link this in chat, and to the people who wanted it, there's that. I may not always know the answer to your questions, but I can almost always point you toward it. Delathane with 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Delathane. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. You get activity and chest towards the end of JP's. Yeah. At Mukluk, favorite Pop-Tart. Oh gosh. Okay. All right. I'm about to start a much bigger drama right now. The brown sugar and cinnamon ones. That's my fave. Especially with just like a glass of milk. I'm a simple man. The let's see. These guys. That's my favorite Pop-Tart. Are you saying you hate strawberry? Oh my god. Yeah, are you saying you hate waffles? No, I do not hate strawberry. But I will say, like, my kid loves strawberry Pop-Tarts. That's his favorite. I like the brown sugar ones. Note that we don't have any in our house. I haven't had those in a long time. But
Have
yes,
some bits and keep on keeping on.
There's so many beeps! Thank you, Bjorn. How dare you not say strawberry? I don't know. You know, funny, I think the last time I told this story was like a year ago, so it's probably okay to tell it
Give
again.
away more like, Cyclone, Cyclone, give it all to me please, Cyclone, Cyclone.
Like chewing on wood shavings? Why did okay, this is just funny. Alright, look at this, chat, look at this. Twitch blocks this. Muck loves chewing on wood. That means at some point in the past, somewhere on this website, someone harassed someone with the phrase chewing on wood. Talfon, you lewd, crude piece of pre-chewed food dude. Unbelievable. Alright, there we go. Allow. Now chewing on wood is allowed in my chat. Feels weird, man. Yes, honestly, when I think of like eating sawdust, I think about the kids in Frostpunk. Okay. Let's see. What was I freaking talking about? Oh, the Pop-Tart thing. The Pop-Tart thing. Okay. All right. Real short story for you guys, and then it's about giveaway time. Back when I was very young, when my family, just me, my mom, and my dad, lived in Florida, in the Florida Keys. Okay. So for those that aren't in the United States, in the bottom right of the United States is Florida. It's the Dangle Dangle, and there's a little bunch of islands on the end of it. We were literally on one of those islands. That's where I got the scar. You might not be able to see it now that I have the beard, but I've got like a scar under here. I got that there. Anyway, while we were there, we were introduced to the Mormon missionaries of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, okay? Now, the Mormons, they come over and they visit and they basically like teach you all about God stuff. Like they go door to door knocking, kind of like Jehovah's Witnesses, but it's different, all right? So they really hit it off. with my parents. You know, I was just a kid. I was ripe for brainwashing. Whatever my parents said, whatever they say goes. So they were like, you know, hey, can we do this? And over time, my parents got more involved with the church, and they eventually offered one day to let some of these missionaries basically kind of bunk in a spare room in our house for like a day before going to the airport to like go back home. So one day they basically sleep over in a room in our house. These two guys are like 20. And the next morning I woke up, I went to the kitchen to get a Pop-Tart. One of my favorite Pop-Tarts, chat. And these mother muckers had finished all the remaining Pop-Tarts. Yeah, these are 20-year-old men, chat. They were black holes on feet. All right, they had finished all the remaining Pop-Tarts. And for the next 10 years, the thought in my head for the Mormon church was people that go door to door and steal your Pop-Tarts. That was the impression in my young, malleable mind. Was that this whole church was just Pop-Tart thieves that go door to door and steal your breakfast. I'm like, these people are awful. These are the worst people. They were so nice to talk to, and then they just stole our breakfast. The day monk became an atheist? Yeah, burned a bridge. Burned a freaking bridge. I was just like, dude, what the heck? Anytime someone mentioned the Mormons, I was like, the Pop-Tart thieves. And they're like, what? And I'm like, what? Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. It's a villain origin story. Yeah, stole my Pop-Tarts. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. All right, chat. It's time. For those of you who do not know, I gotta listen to this first.
Mukluk dancing, it's time to dance. We be break dancing for the last time. Oh, 7 Mukluk dancing.
Okay, I was about to, hang on. Okay, yes, Charmon, I haven't forgotten. Also, Illusionist, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. That's a lot of money. I know how much that cost you. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Congrats to all the new subs. Oh my goodness. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome. 50, yeah, 50. 5-0. Appreciate it. Mugla Douglas, but that'll be original. Esquire the fourth. This is Johnson Vince Levels the third. Goes all of you to the line. Poppy Jorio Stain Entertainment is on the way. Cricket the speakers, stuff, the speakers, giveaways every week. Please take a seat, but you'll only need the edge. I just discovered I have a problem and it's throwing money at my favorite Guild Wars 2 content creator. Thank you for the quality content. Yo, as long as you're not living in like a cardboard box, I might be willing to keep enabling your addiction. Does that make me a bad person? I draw the line at you calling me your waifu, though. Shugo already tried that. I had to shut him down pretty fast. Thank you. Again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, chat. For what we were discussing, every Tuesday, we do... what you did, Shugo. Every Tuesday, we do a giveaway. Mostly Guild Wars 2 themed, occasionally outside of that. For example, whenever I do sponsored streams, I do pay it forward giveaways. I take some of the money I earn, I buy gift cards, I give out gift cards to the chat, things like that. Today is Guild Wars 2 goodies. There will be 10 winners. 7 of them will be winning items that I have prepared. 1 of them will be winning a Extra Life donation bundle with a pillar that you can pose on top of. And 2 of them, you're getting breakdancing lessons. So if you've wanted to do this and you've stared with envy at my sick moves, you will get the chance. You will get the chance. So that was some top tier ad timing. All right, those guys don't win. All right, so here we go. I'm gonna set this up right now. 7 of them ads. Oh my freaking God. Okay, the peasants. The peasants! Chad, if you can hear me, you're my favorite. I act like if they ask later, I'm gonna be like, no, I love you all equally. But if you can hear me right now, it's you. It's you. You're my favorite. Me? Yeah, you. It's you. It's you. All right. I'm gonna give you something good to watch. We're gonna meet them back here in just a minute. All right, so we had a little ad break there apparently, and we're back now. So the giveaway. If you want to get in on the giveaway, here's what you need to know.
The underscore escape gifted a tier 1 sub to Ziora Lappa. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
You need to know that he gifted a sub. All right, I'm gonna pause alerts. Thank you guys, you're amazing. I'm gonna pause alerts for a second so I can talk. All right, if you want to enter the giveaway, here's what you need to know. Rule 1, you have to be a follower if you're watching on Twitch or a subscriber if you're watching on YouTube. That's the free button. All right, Rule 2, if you're a subscriber on Twitch or a Patreon patron with your account linked, you do get an extra chance to win the in-game goodies. It's just a perk of being a supporter. It is not required. Great time to use your primes though. Rule number 3, I need you, if you want to enter, one time to enter your Guild Wars 2 display name in the chat right now on Twitch or YouTube. Just one time is fine. Don't spam it. If you enter it 4 or more times, you remove yourself because I think that's hilarious. If you don't know where to find that information, you can find it up here on contacts and LFG. There's mine. It's not a personal info. It's just like a mailbox. It's just a mailbox. So go ahead and get that done right now. And while that's going, I am going to... Let's do this, and this, and this. Okay. Just setting everything up. Put butter in there. Do we have butter? All right. Grand prize will get sandwiched in butter. Packing material. The safest packing material. Aw, Dan can't go to the computer downstairs, had surgery, stuck in bed. Oh no! I hope you're okay. I hope you're okay. Mug, not much of a stream watcher myself, but I appreciate it. Thank you for the videos, guys. Pay no mind to the haters. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Mass. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How does Prime work? I've already used it once. Does it reuse it? You get to use it once a month. If you've got Amazon Prime and Twitch Prime, then every month you can give a Prime sub to one Twitch streamer. And if you do that, that Twitch streamer basically gets between $250 and $350 from Amazon, and you get no more ads on that channel until it runs out, and then you can use it again. That's how it works. So from people in my perspective, it's like, or sorry, people in my position, it's really good to remind people from time to time because there's tons of people that have Amazon Prime and then they just don't even realize they have a free sub. And if I can remind them to use it here or elsewhere, then a streamer gets that money. Every time. I've had Prime run out and I couldn't resub till the next day. Well, that's just silly business. But, Mike, not much of a stream watcher myself. I appreciate it and thank you for the good videos, guides. Pay no mind to haters. Get the Twitter. Noxxi, okay. Get my notepad out here. Hello, Muggerchad. Hello, Crimson Wolf. How are we doing on time? 1 minute remaining. If there's any last minute entries into the giveaway, what you need to know is be a follower on Twitch or a subscriber on YouTube. That's the free button. And enter your display name into the chat. You do that, and you're entered for a chance to win one of the prizes that I'll be giving out soon. If you are a Twitch sub or a Patreon patron with your account linked, so you're basically a money supporter of the channel, you get an extra chance to win the virtual goodies, but that is not required. What's the grand prize? I guess I can tell you. The grand prize is an item that is called Lingering Darkness. Now, some of you should be getting excited already. I don't know if you already know what that is. Lingering Darkness is this big orange orb right here, okay? This is a rare reward from the Silent Surf Fractal Challenge mode. And if you get it, it is a spooky infusion, all right? This is what it looks like, okay? Now, let's say you don't like this and you don't want this thing. You're like, man, I don't want to look like a freaking Shadow Priest from World of Warcraft. What is that? Well, if you don't want it, let me tell you, other people freaking do. And that's our grand prize tonight. All right, and with that, the timer has run out. Where's my giveaway bot? I lost it. I found it again. There it is. All right, so chat, here we go. We have got, as always, a collection of all kinds of various prizes because it is sent in by different people in the community. The first item is I've got one guy on my Discord that wants to give someone an extra life donation bundle. That includes 5 of the temporary selfless potions, that gives you the Halo thing, 5 karma boosters, and the Guardian Angel pedestal chair, which I think someone sent me this earlier, so I think I can actually, did I already pull it? Yeah, here it is. Hold on. I still have to respond to those in-game mails. I'll do that after the stream. Let me see. Not me forgetting what my hotkey is for a freaking share, that's for sure. Let me see if we can find it here. Go to this, and go to novelties, and go to pedestal chair. Okay, that thing's selected. I forgot my chair button. Oh my god, where is it? I have not used the chair in too long, chat. Oh, I see what the problem is, chat. You can't use chairs in Mistlock Sanctuary. That's the problem. I do know the button. It just doesn't work here. We have a chair button? You have a chair button. Yeah, that's the issue. Okay. Alright. There you go. It allows you to turn yourself into a statue. It allows you to do this. So you can just strut your stuff in front of other people. It's a chair. So you get the chair, you get the karma boosters, and you get some potions that give you halos, and I think you're gonna get the title for having helped the Extra Life charity thing. So it's an 800 gem value. So the winner of this will get all those goodies unless they tell me they already have it. All right, here we go. Pick a winner. Wassail Style. Do you already have this charity pack, or can we send this to you? Let me know. Wassail Style. He said, wow. Wassy, may I send it? He said, I don't have it. Right on. Okay, so Wassy, I'm gonna message the guy on my Discord that added this to our prize pool. So I can't send it to you instantly, but be patient with me for a short time. I will let him know, and we will get this to you in the very near future. Congratulations. I will let them know. All right. Cool. Congrats. All right, chat. The next 2 winners, unless they already have it, are going to get sent to school. Because we have bought you fully paid for breakdancing lessons. Unless you don't need them. And then we'll figure something out. These were added to the prize pool by Charmon, who is in the chat right now. So we're gonna give you breakdancing lessons. All right, here we go. Pick a winner. Maxwell Edison. May we teach you how to breakdance? Thank you for being an excellent content creator. Thank you for the kind words, Michael. Also, from one Michael to another. Love the name. Maxwell says, yes, please. Okay. At Charmon. Charmon. That is the name of the first winner, Charmon. I hope you're paying attention. All right, I have notified the person with the breakdancing money. All right. Charmon says 07. Okay. Thank you. All right. The next winner, who will be getting an all-expenses paid trip to breakdancing school. Big winner. Xander8102. Are you still here? Xander8102. He says, ooh-hoo. Ooh-hoo. Xander, can we send you breakdancing lessons? Or do you already have them? He says, yes, please. Okay, I think we're good. All right. At Charmon. There you go. Charmon, that is the second winner. Charmon says Maxwell Edison, no player using the name. Wait, what? Wait, Maxwell Edison. Huh? So the first one I gave you was, what was it? Showspacerembo.6072? Okay, so the first person that won breakdancing, your in-game name might have had a typo. Charmon in the chat is trying to reach you. If you could, okay, cool. He's paying attention. All right. There you go. So Charmon, pay attention to Maxwell Edison there. That is the second winner. Hopefully y'all can get that sorted out. Should have sent them to Australia. I don't know. We saw Australia at the Olympics. I don't know that they can teach anyone how to dance. Ducks from all the Australians. Does NAEU matter? Yes, I refuse to teach Europeans how to dance. No, no, it doesn't matter. They're all tea drinkers. Meh. Hate them. All right. That is 3 winners down, 7 to go, chat. The next winner, the next thing that you're getting from our prize vault is an ether-bound longbow. Personally, I'm a big fan of the ether-bound set. I think it looks pretty slick. This is the longbow from said set. If you want it, that's what it looks like. If you don't want it, this sells for about 14 gold. Pick a winner. Scum Lord, are you here? That's a familiar name. Scum's been here in and out a long time. Scum Lord, are you here? The Lord of Scum. Yes, that's right. He leads the entire PvP population. He says, yeah. All right, Scum Lord, congratulations. I'm sending you a prize. Congrats. All right. Congrats. Okay. Next up, chat. Dekaibi Longbow. Ooh, look at that spooky mother trucker. Look at that. It's got those blue anime flames. It's got the scary demon on the front. The horns move a little bit, and I guess you shoot the arrows right out of the mouth of the thing. Or maybe the eye holes? I don't know, one of them. It's doing something spooky, that's for sure. So that's the Dekaibi longbow. And if you don't want to keep this, you could sell it for upwards of almost 19 gold. It's pronounced Dekaibi. What do I do with the A then? Okay, fine, Dekaibi. Big winner! Ritola, or Ritola, are you here? The Norn next to you has great fashion. Fabulous. She's admiring my breakdancing. Ritola says, yes, I'm here. Awesome. Meal item. Peace to peace to peace. Send me out. Congratulations. What is the sword skin mug? This one? That is Shadow Chevalier, but we're not there yet. All right, next up, chat. Ether Bound Torch. Look at that. That's crazy. That's so cool looking. That is a torch skin. That is a caffeine-free diet legendary. 0 calories. Like, that is beautiful. And if you lack fashion sense and you don't want it, you can sell it for upwards of 18 gold. Ooh! Pick a winner. Jade Cobblestone, are you here? Jade Cobblestone, are you here? He says, heck yeah! All right, we've got a torch enjoyer here. Yeah! All right, mail item. Pasty. I'm guarding you right here, and you're going to. Congrats. I am maximum safe. Hi, Nog Dog. Nog says you should do minimalist thumbnails more often. It'd be funny to have it be a more Always Sunny in Philadelphia vibe to it next time. I don't know what that means. I understand minimalist thumbnail. You're saying, like, do what I did today, which is just a word on a black background. Tomorrow's video is just Catalyst. No thumbnail. Just that. Hey, is it your bedtime? Yeah, I heard. You repeated me. Is it your bedtime? Yes. Okay. Chat, I need to tell the boy goodnight. Give me just a minute. I'll be right back. All right, he's off to bed. He's telling Chip goodnight now. Okay, the next item in the giveaway vault, chat, is Eternal Forged Staff Skin. It is molten hot, so if a daredevil hits you over the head with this, it's really gonna hurt. That is the molten staff. And if you don't want to keep it, you can sell it for upwards of 45 gold. Ooh. Pick a winner. Coil, are you still here? Gabe, can you say pick a winner?
Pick a winner.
No, wiener.
Pick a wiener.
Perfect. Flawless. Coil, are you still here? Coil, also known as Leet Sauce 9218. I am here. Oh, we got a live one. All right, he just woke up. The beast awakens. Mail item. Pasty, pasty, paste. Meh. Congratulations. 3.9k more subs on your YouTubes and you'll get the funny mark. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, right, you are. Yeah, 96.1k right now. Oh man, today's been a crazy day. Sent you an example of Always Sunny's episode descriptions in Discord. Oh, yeah, it is like the thumbnail, just black thing with a black background with a white text. Yeah, got it. It's even a clip of the intro. Have you ever accidentally sold an item when trying to show how much it sells for? Yes, it's in the intro clip. I sold a Dawn, and I had to immediately go in and cancel it, and I still lost like 20 gold for posting it on the auction house and then canceling it. It was really stupid. Yeah, totally never done that. All right, congrats again to Coil. Okay. Third to last item I have for you guys for today, chat. Shadow Chevalier Greatsword. I'm very much a minimalist, chat. I really like the weapons that look sleek without looking like a light bulb. And this is almost that for me. Shadow Chevalier Greatsword. It does have some spookiness around the blade, but it's pretty slick in my opinion. And if you don't want it, you can sell it for 69, nice. Up to 90 gold. 90 gold, chat. Big winner. Shaka 1660. That's Shaka 1660. Are you here? They said, oh hey, nice. Nice indeed. Hello. All right. Let's see, copy the name. Meal item. Paste, paste, paste. And mail. YouTube never wins. YouTube just won a minute ago. That Coil was on YouTube. Look, it's just math. There's 600 on Twitch, there's 100 on YouTube. It's just the odds. Everybody's got the same chance outside of that. All right. Next up, chat. Sorry, what about Kick? There is 0 chance to win on Kick. Like, there's like I do stream to Kick, and you know, the giveaways are open over there. But if they enter, it's just like it just goes into a trash can. No, they are not allowed to win. All right, next up, chat. 50 Mystic Coins. Now, most of you know what these are. They're like in login rewards in the Wizard's Vault and stuff like that. Mystic Coins are used in the crafting of many legendaries and other things in the game. They have been increasing in value lately. If you wanted to just sell these 50 coins instantly, you would get about 111 coins. 111 gold. Or you could just throw them in your material storage and just save them for when you need them for a project. They are used in many, 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 many things. So, 50 Mystic Coins. Big winner. Stat Kid, are you here? Everyone doesn't have the same chances. Twitch subs get 2 chances, YouTube's get 1. Yes, that, okay, to correct that, Twitch subs, like paid subs, and Patreon patrons, whether they're Twitch or YouTube, get the extra chance to win. We have tried to make it so members also get the second chance, but YouTube fights us tooth and nail on that, and it keeps breaking. I do apologize for that. But that's what I'm able to do right now, is Patreon patrons +1 and Twitch subs +1. Let's see. Stat Kid says, yes, I'm here. All right. Meal item. Pasty, pasty, pasty. All right, chat. I am down to the last item. I am down to the last thing, and as you guys, as many of you know, we have a tradition. When I have got your attention, especially the Europeans, for 5 more seconds, I do something every week. It starts with and it ends with ill, because it is sick. I'm gonna shill now. If you happen to be new here, thank you guys so much for stopping by and giving my stream a chance. My name is Mukluk. I stream every single evening and also every weekday morning. Guild Wars Tuesdays are always Guild Wars 2 related. The other days of the week, I do a whole lot of variety. If you like the sound of that, be sure to hit that follow button on Twitch or subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. It really helps a mucker out. Additionally, these are links to my 2 YouTube channels. I've got 2 with very different content on both. If you like that stuff, please subscribe over there so that you don't miss all the videos that I make. And lastly, a special thanks to our dear patrons. They keep my channel alive. Could not do this without them. And there's a link to that in the chat if you are interested in being a member. Shout out to them, and a big thank you to all the people that add things to the giveaway, because I would have giveaways every week. I've done giveaways every week for years, but sometimes they're way more impressive than others, like today, because of people in the community. So, with all of that shilling done, the last prize is butter. And also a 1,000 gold item. Now, the butter is a tasty, delectable cooking ingredient. A stack of butter is actually worth 10 gold, making it one of the most expensive packing materials in the game. Very strange, but the price of it just keeps going up. Butter stonks. The other minor note prize is called Lingering Darkness. Now, Lingering Darkness in this form is tradable. If you want to sell it, don't use it. If you sell it, it is currently worth up to 1,400 gold. However, I'm going to take this chance to educate any of you that don't know this. There are fees every time you use the trading post. The actual money you will get is found by mousing over this. That is the truth after the government, the man, gets their grimy little hands on it. Now, if you want to do a big transaction and you don't want the man to take a slice, I strongly recommend going to one of the trading discords, such as Overflow. I trust them. I have done trades over there before. They're wonderful, and it'll allow you to do trades like sell this without having to have that much money for the fees, okay? However, if you wish to keep it and use it for yourself, it will make you look spoopy. It makes you look spoopy. This is a screenshot from the wiki of how it looks. Obviously, if I equip it, it will bind it to me, so I'm not going to do that. But it's this dark, shadowy thing that, like, you know, it's like, it makes your character like a dark, shadowy version with, like, orange lights behind the eyes. So that's it. It's, you know, they say the endgame is Fashion Wars, and that's because it's not that difficult to get endgame gear. So after that, people spend all their money on really rare, fashionable items. This is a rare, fashionable item. So if you want this, bind it to yourself, have fun. If you just rather trade it for money, well, you're gonna be set on money for a good long time because it's worth a lot of money. So, the winner is getting this item. Again, if you win it, don't use it unless you want to keep it forever, because once you use it, you can't trade it. So, you get a Lingering Darkness, and, more importantly, 10 gold worth of butter. Cross your fingers, cross your toes, use a lifeline, phone a friend, poll the audience, do that 50-50 thing. Pick a Kit So Mail. Are you still here? You have 30 seconds before I give up on you and I let Flute eat all this butter. And maybe even eat the infusion. Kit So Mail, are you here? I love his response. Oh my god, hi! I feel like I just spooked someone who was very metro. Oh my god, yes! Kitso! Congratulations. You just won tonight's grand prize. Copying the name. Mail item. Mail item. Mail item. Pasty, pasty, paste. Alright. I'm double checking this one, chat, because this one's freaking expensive. All right. Tin meal. Okay. Dude, it's always a punch to the gut mailing that stuff. Because it's like, if I somehow make a typo and then I have to send it again to the right person, it's like a massive blow to my account savings. Ugh. The butter, the butter. I went out with friends and they made fun of me for turning on the stream and I knew it. Well, you tell them that you're rich now in a virtual world because you tuned in. And stonks or something. Has that happened? Similar has happened. I once made a typo and tried to send an eternity to the wrong name, and fortunately, thank God, the name I typed in didn't exist. And it didn't work. But my heart skipped a beat that day. It was rough for my heart. It was bad. Like when I realized what I'd done, I was like, ugh. There was also the day that I was trying to preview, I mean, it's in the stream intro, but I was trying to preview Dawn. I was trying to show chat what Dawn looked like, and I accidentally hit sell item, and I put it on the trading post. And I had to frantically run to the TP and cancel it and take it down, and I spent like 50 gold in deposits to do that, but I managed to get it back. It was just like, oh my god, I felt stupid, and I wasted money. Morning. Good morning, Star. Tell them you're swimming in butter, they'll respect it. Oh my gosh. At MuklukYoutube, question about Patreon. I would like to do it eventually, however, I was wondering if the unique sound works on YouTube side as well. Does it work? I'm pretty sure the sound is currently... Actually, you know what? Shugo would know. Shugo, you watch my stream in Twitch and YouTube every single day. Does your sound work on both sides or only on the Twitch side? I'd have to ask the guy that makes the bot for me. Because it was a custom-built bot for us. No one else has this bot. I'd have to double check. Which days do you do these giveaways? I do giveaways every Tuesday, and also every day I do a sponsored stream. For example, I believe in the, let's see, next week, I think on Wednesday and possibly Saturday, I might have sponsored streams, which means on both those days I'd be giving out like $100 worth of gift cards. Seth says Twitch only. Okay, so Twitch, it's currently Twitch only. I'll see if we can make it work on the YouTube side. Again, the tricky thing is, I can actually show you this. This is kind of interesting, right? Okay, here's the chats. Here's Twitch. Here's YouTube. Hi, guys. It's a one big family. All right, see up here this URL for my stream? This is the same every single day. In fact, even when I'm offline, this URL leads to the chat. So having a bot point to this URL, easy. This bleeping thing disappears at the end of every stream and reappears the next stream with a different URL every single time. It is pain. It is pain. It is awful. So making the bot work with YouTube is, it's annoying because it freaking changes every day. So that's it. That's the main reason. That is the primary reason behind the pain with getting the bots to play nice with both sides. That's it. Now, I'm not a programmer, but that's how it was explained to me. We the problem child? Yeah. There's again, I've said it before, there's many things YouTube does better, but there's also many things Twitch does better. Someone says scratch Chip. Okay, hang on a second. He's right here. He's spinning. Please tell Chip I would like an order of biscuits. Sir, are you making any biscuits today? 5 more minutes. You said 5 more minutes. Okay. There we go. Alright. Chip not feeling his usual purge past few days. He's been really into the chair lately. Like, he'll come in and just, like, look at me and look at the chair and complain, and then I pull the chair close to me, and he jumps in. So he kind of wants to be a little social, like a 2 feet away level of socialness, on that side of me. His tower's over there. He just hasn't been feeling the tower lately. He's been wanting to be over there. So I was like, okay. Alright. Thanks for the great stream. My time for bed. Good night, Bone. Yeah, the stream will go on, chat. We got another 2 hours, but I know a lot of the Europeans are about to pass out. Would love to see vids of Chip around the house. The best I can offer right now is we do have a video of Chip being a superstar called A Professional Streamer Cat. And it's just a bunch of funny clips that involve him that Noxxi worked her magic on. So there's a link to that if you want it. But that one is all about him. Move the tower to that side and the chair to the far side. Then I'd have to walk around the tower every time I get in here. Also, I would have to completely reset up his camera. Because he's got his own camera over here. Look at this gear third. Sorry, I was making my weeb dinner of instant ramen. I did hear you, but no, sound only works on Twitch. Gotcha. Yeah, I'd have to ask the bot guy, because we haven't talked about the sound bot in quite some time. I'd have to ask him if anything has changed in that department that would make it work again on YouTube. Last I checked, it just wasn't feasible. But I can ask again. Is it time for the French? It is not. It is not. We're actually going to be staying in the Guild Wars 2 section, because there's something else I'd like to check out. Okay, so we're going to do something really scummy, chat. Like, you've heard of embedding? Get ready for something even worse. Get ready for React content. Oh, yes. For those of you who don't know, there is a creator by the name of Mooples. And Mooples is this fella right here. He's got this very intense hair. And maybe it's Moopless. Moop, if you're watching this later, I apologize if I got it wrong. I've never heard your name out loud. Hopefully in this video you say your name. I'm gonna say Moop. Moop got the opportunity to interview some of Guild Wars 2's developers about upcoming content, chat. And I sent him a message and I said, hey, would you be okay with me doing, like showing this on my stream and watching it? Because I skimmed it and I thought it was really cool what I saw. I'd like to watch it on stream. And I said, can I watch it live and or do a video on it? He said, you can do both. Just give me proper crediting and all that stuff. And I was like, right on. And just, quick shout out to him. This is Moop. This is his YouTube channel. And it's kind of crazy because if you look, at a glance, it looks like he's a smaller YouTuber because he's got less than 10K subs. But at the same time, look at this, 445K views. This guy has made some magical videos that have popped off. That is crazy. Like, dude, I've got 1 or 2 videos out of like 1,000 videos over 400K. Like, he's doing good. He's doing good. And he had an opportunity, as I said, to interview the devs, and I skimmed it, and I thought it looked pretty friggin' sweet. And I got his permission to do React content. So we're going to watch this and check out the new information. Now, this is a long video, chat. This is like an hour. So that means doing Scummy React content is going to be even longer. So I'm going to watch it on like 1.25 speed just to speed it up just a little bit. But here we go. That's going to shave off like 15 minutes right there.
Is it completely out of the picture to consider new races appearing in future?
First of all, quick pause. We got Chloe, we got Aaron, we got Nick, we got Indigo. I like how both of their eyes are closed at the same time. They're just in pain right now. Indigo, I got the opportunity to raid with her when we did the raid with the developers thing that I was in during a previous one of the Extra Life charity things. The main thing I remember is she was a mesmer and she was doing the damage of 5 of the other devs combined. Don't tell them I said that. So Indigo could pop off, chat. She can pop off. Nick, I feel like I might have talked with Nick once, but I can't recall. And then I don't think I know Aaron or Chloe.
Future expansion, when they create a song, do they typically have a name in mind and they name it first, and then the writing team goes, yeah, we're not going to call this song Epic Battle Music number 24. It has to be something specific. Should players consider?
Okay, I see immediately what this is. This is good. He's making a hook. He's taking some of the stuff that he thought was the most interesting stuff from the interview, and he's putting it at the front, but you don't get to hear the answer. So you have to keep watching it to try to get the answer to the stuff that he asked. Also, let me see, I'm gonna put myself right there. All right, Scummy React guy right there. I'll be in between those so you guys can see everybody.
Consider meta events, like map-wide meta events, to be like a thing of the past, or could we potentially expect to see them in the future?
We love making metas. We've got a lot of people that love making metas, myself included. Are we never going to see them again?
And he doesn't even
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of the Hydrated Gamers podcast. If you recently jumped into Guild Wars 2's newest expansion titled Janthier Wilds, then you're going to be thrilled to hear the conversations I get to have with all 4 folks around me right here. They're all developers at ArenaNet. They played a role in bringing to life Janthier Wilds. Let's jump into it and start with some introductions from everyone's end. I'm going to go ahead and list, the title of everyone. People want to know.
Oh my god, the editing. Okay, this is good. So already, you know, he spent some time on this desktop background, but having all of their names get typed in at the same time, that's pretty slick.
What profession or class you guys play in the game. Let's go ahead and start off with Nick. Nick, you've been a game designer at ArenaNet since 2019 and have progressed to a senior game designer over the years. But when people think about game designing, right?
Hold on a sec. So he shifted everything, so I gotta move my camera so I'm not in front of everything. Also, once again, I want to make sure everybody does. Here is a link to it. That is what we are currently watching. That's it right there.
It can extend to a variety of things. What did you work on within Gianthir Wilds? And of course, what profession are you playing within the game?
First off, thank you for the introduction. It's very kind of you. So I was the map team lead of Lowland Shore. That was what I was doing within the game. And what that means for me is that I was essentially the individual responsible for ensuring that like the entire team that worked on Lowland Shore was set up for success, that we were hitting our milestones effectively, that we were meeting our goals. Alongside that, I implemented some content myself because even if you're a lead, right, like it's nice to still get to work on the game. So some of the things that I had created were like the heart within the Harvest Den. I created what we internally call the Fight Club, but I think it got named Smooth Brawl Fields, right? So like that kind of stuff. I was also the individual who made the salmon run in Lowland Shore, if you know what that is. Those are some of the few of the things. So I do a lot of world design.
It's his fault. Nah, salmon run's not that bad.
As an individual contributor, and then I was also the team lead for Lowland Shore. As for professions, I am a diehard since day one Reaper Necro main, Power Reaper Necro more specifically, and then my secondary is Daredevil.
What is this? Why did you just make a Reaper icon? It's dragging it down.
Beef. But if you look at like playtime on class comparison, it's like 90% Necromancer. I love to spin to win. I love being a Beyblade, and it's just real fun.
Thanks for sharing a little bit more as to what you're doing within game design, because it can really extend everywhere. Let's go ahead and move on over to Aaron. Aaron, you've been a writer since 2020 at ArenaNet and leveled up to a senior writer in October 2023. Tell us a little bit more in terms of the story-wise of Gianthir Wilds. What was your focus there? And people want to know what profession you're playing.
I ended up writing half of the main story chapters. Indigo and I...
Okay, hold on. Do you guys see what he's doing right now? Every time one of them starts talking, he turns his head toward that person. There is no way he has 4 monitors with all these different people around him. So what he's doing is he's looking at his Discord call and he's going, okay, she's down and to the right of me. And then he turns and looks down and to the right, so that it looks like he's... That's good. That's good. So he's probably staring at drywall while listening to her talk to make sure that it lines up well. It's clever. It's good. It's good.
Divided the chapters amongst ourselves, so we were both co-leads on writing the story chapters. And I was also the narrative lead for the Lowland Shore map that Nick had just mentioned. We did a lot of tag teaming on that to make sure the characters and story and tone were all cohesive throughout that map. And then just to name a few specifics of what I worked on, I had written the chapter 3 where we received the homestead. So I did a lot of the character work that involved Stoic Alder and his son Pokey, a lot of concept and development of the characters we meet in the Lowland Shore, like the council members, a lot of the villagers, the heart NPCs on the Lowland Shore map, and a lot of the event NPCs, particularly a lot of the unhinged ones. So those are some of the main points of things I worked on for Gianthir Wilds. Regarding my profession, I play a warrior quite poorly. I'm not great at the game, so my best skill is to just go out and punch things.
And that's what warriors do best, honestly.
We're going to send her some ally guides.
Well done. Well, thank you very much, Aaron. Great to have you here. Chloe, you've been a game designer since 2020 with a focus on designing world bosses such as End of Dragons. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm a huge fan of End of Dragons. I even got Suwan tattooed on my arm, so well done with that. I did want to ask, though, a little bit more in regards to the elements you covered story-wise within Gianthir Wilds, because you did become a story design lead in the summer of 2023. So
imagine him interviewing someone at World of Warcraft, and he'd be like, I'm going to be honest with you, I love dragons. I even got Alexstrasza tattooed on my arm. It's just like, really quick flash, just like no matter what game it is, like, oh yeah, that's your dragon. Flash, flash.
So congrats. So what was your focus there, being a story design lead? And again, the question of what profession you play within the game.
Yeah, hello, I'm Chloe. So I actually started in 2019, the same day as Nick did. I started out as a content designer for maps. My first release that I worked on was Forging Steel. And like you mentioned, I worked on the Suwan fight in Dragon's End and some stuff in Echovault. But I switched over to story design for the What Lies Beneath and What Lies Within releases. I did the story for that. And then for Gianthir Wilds, I was story design lead. So I did a hefty amount of the story. It was a combo of me doing like oversight as lead duties, but also like Nick doing implementation as well. So I had fingers in most of the pies of the different chapters. So, and then yeah, the profession that I play, since day one, I have mained a female char thief. Usually these days I'm playing Deadeye, but secondarily I will do Daredevil.
Fellow thief main here, awesome choice. You're spread across everywhere within Guild Wars. Even since 2019, you've done so much for the team. Awesome to have you here, Chloe. Last but not least, we do have Indigo. Indigo was in a previous Hydrated Gamers podcast, if you haven't watched it. When Secrets of the Obscure released, you took, aka the raid commander role of being the narrative lead at ArenaNet. So genuinely curious, what was it like leading the narrative narrative team as they worked through, you know, writing stories, chapters, characters, all things Janthir Wilds, and of course the profession question at the end as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think some leaf blowers decided to start up right as I started talking, so let me know if that gets too loud. It was such a joy. This was the first year where I was the Guild Wars 2 narrative lead and kind of having a lot of fingers in a lot of different pies across the game. But for Janthir Wilds was really special to me because as a long-term player of the game, kind of spanning back to Prophecies, this has a lot of my interest personally as a player too. I love the Mersant lore, I love the White Mantle lore, but being a narrative lead at ArenaNet is a really interesting position because it's very hybrid with a bunch of other departments. So in addition to helping Aaron with the writing on the Golden Path and supporting Chloe however I can with formulating these stories and figuring out how we want to convey them in the world, it's also collaborating with just about every other department. My co-lead on the expansion, Andrew Gray, who is the design lead, he and I pretty much have eyes everywhere. We work with our art departments, we work with our audio department. When we're not working on the expansions, we're working on things like festivals. It's just being a narrative lead is finding narrative consistency across the entire game and world. So there's a lot that goes on, and we have a lot of stories moving at any given time. But it's really fun. And Janthir Wilds, especially for me, was a joy just because it has been so anticipated by players for so long to go to Janthir, and we got to dig into some really good lore. I mean, Mersant are so much fun. The White Mantle are just vile, which makes them really fun to write. But yeah, so that kind of summarizes that. So it's really just been a joy. And in terms of what I'm playing, so I think we talked about it last time. I'm a diehard Mesmer main, so that's probably where like 99.
Yeah, she still plays Mesmer. I told you guys,
over the last couple of months, I've been trying to up my game in some more specific professions. So I've been banging my head against Power Catalyst for a couple of weeks now, which is kicking my butt, but it's fun. It's a good challenge.
Just to kind of reiterate, everyone who was here in this podcast episode today, I have to be clear. This isn't everyone that brought Janthir Wilds to life. There are a lot of other developers at ArenaNet who have done an amazing job alongside these four. These were just the people who were able to sit down and chat with me today.
I commend him for trying to make that clear, but I shudder to think that someone watching this thought that these four people were like all of ArenaNet. Right, I knew they had a small team, but dang.
So let's jump into all things Janthir Wilds. I gotta start with the first one, the location. You know, with many different regions and continents within the world of Tyria, how on earth did the team at ArenaNet decide that it was time to go ahead and head north of Divinity's Reach and explore Janthir?
Yeah, so when we start figuring out what we're gonna do for an expansion, like location is kind of one of the first things that we need to figure out, and we tend to crowdsource ideas from like the whole studio. That was one of the common ones that came up, and ultimately was the one that we went with because it has a lot of rich history and lore, but we also have never been there before, either in Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 1. So there was a good opportunity to explore a new place while like having some established lore, enough that we can have like a foundation to build upon and add new stuff. It really gave us a lot of like creative freedom, and is something that like a lot of players have wanted to know what the Janthir region is like. So it's kind of a win-win in that way. Like there's a lot of potential there, and but it's also and it's unknown enough that we can really like do some new stuff like the Coden.
That's really the power with it. When anything is unknown, you know, you guys can really think, okay, well, what kind of species are around, all that kind of fun stuff. It was great to explore Janthir for the first time. Spent way too many hours that night playing, but it was a blast to jump into it at that launch day. But when it comes time to like placement of maps within Guild Wars, specifically like Lowland Shore, Janthir, Synthrai, does the team ever have to have like, you know, an exact spot picked out? Or I don't know, are you guys like blindfolded and you go, okay, this place that, you know, let's just throw it there and okay, this is where we're gonna put this map. There's gotta be some science behind.
Imagine throwing it, you're like, okay, right on top of Divinity's Reach. Okay, yeah, just cover the city with a new city.
Behind it, I imagine. There's a big giant body of water called the Janthir Bay between Lowland Shore and Janthir Synthrai. In previous expansions, they always had zones placed right next to each other. I'm curious, why did the team at ArenaNet spread the zones across? Was there a reason as to why you guys wanted to implement it that way?
Ultimately, what it really boils down to is just what are the needs of our design goals and our narrative goals, right? So it's like we choose a specific region of the world. For expansion 1, it was Maguma. Expansion 2, it was Alona, et cetera, right? So we knew that we wanted to come to Janthir, as Chloe said, to tell the story of this space. We then go down a layer, it's kind of like a layer cake, where then it's like, okay, well, what are the core beats that we're looking for, right? Like we wanted to have the Lowland Coden be
Muck, they did that with Lion's Arch. True, they did blow it up and replace it.
Represented in this space, and we also wanted to be able to onboard you into the dangerous spaces of Janthir, Janthir Synthrai. Once we go through that process, we looked at what the best places are within that overarching region to serve those goals. And so with the Lowland Coden, we wanted to aim for a more kind of cozy space where you could, to some extent, get to actually know these people and the strength that they have in all regards. And so we felt that potentially putting that in Janthir proper, which is supposed to be this like hard, very rugged space, would not best serve us for success with that. We looked at that. We also looked at biome diversity, right? Like
again, he's looking up and to the left as Nick is talking. He's making an effort to do that. I respect that. That's cool.
map diversity. Like, we do utilize the existing parchment to some extent.
I do not believe he has monitors on all 4 sides of him. He's making an effort to do this.
Get a better understanding of like, what would we have known to players to some extent, and how can we utilize that space for gameplay? So we looked at the Delta for Lowland Shore as an example, and we were like, wow, this really could allow for a lot of biome diversity. It can allow for a lot of kind of like distinction of gameplay and elevation. So we just were like, okay, instead of sticking these maps together next to each other, right? Like, we can narratively bridge that gap. We can, like, we've got portals. Portals allow us to do whatever we want, right? So essentially, like, we went down another layer to the gameplay elements and found that like the distinction of like having one be on the islands themselves and one be closer to the mainland area just felt right for what we needed to do to accomplish our goals, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Yeah, it does. And to be honest with you, I like when zones aren't matching in between, because then you just kind of think, hey, what could be between? They have this much space, and speculation on Reddit or Discord servers, people are drawing it in Microsoft Paint. Oh, this is what the new map could look like in between, which is just, it's like that child creativity that if you guys are going to continue making maps, I think having spaces in between make us really think, okay, what can happen in between? So that makes sense as to why you guys implemented it that way. One thing that is truly awesome about Guild Wars is the feeling that you get when you play the game. Moments when you're charging into battle with like 50 plus people running at a world boss, 30 of them need revives. It's okay, guys, we got you. Press F, we got you. Or other moments in the story where I'm running away from danger in Path of Fire, and Blish stays behind, and I'm still crying to this day. I cry every time I play that episode. But how does the team at ArenaNet find that sweet spot of balance when it comes to using humor with characters? Maybe not using humor. It's a very serious moment. Perhaps picking out what areas or story instances happen to weigh in more to make sure players feel a certain way. What is the process behind making those decisions as a game developer?
This came into play a lot, particularly in the Lowland Shore map and defining that tone. Because when we set out, we wanted to keep the tone centered around being cozy and having that feeling of home and family, because we knew that would be the location where your homestead would be. So we wanted to really lean into the comforts of this feeling like your home village. And also like getting to know the townspeople when we open up in Janthier. This is the first real place we get to know. So making the players care about the Coden who live there, making it feel like the town is alive and real people live here. So to lean into that, we can definitely do more of those charming or more silly events to get to really...
He's looking down and left. He's making an effort.
Get that feel home. So things like the dance circle are closer in the center of town, or like the friendly fight where our Vale beats us up, like the bee event, stuff like that, where it's a little more wacky or just like kind of the charming feeling of being like in your home and doing silly stuff. But then, Janthier is also this very like dangerous place. It has this like reputation that precedes itself of having like danger. So we wanted to keep that apprehension and that sense of like that there's something bigger out there. We wanted to like balance that within the, okay, our home is here, but we are in this dangerous place. So when, we're eavesdropping around town or we hear ambience, we hear little snippets of things that are troubling, like, oh, the harvest or the weather, things have been unusual. So we get these little moments that we can latch onto of, oh, there's something greater out there. And we also get like a lot of more emotionally charged events as we get more into the wild and start dealing with nature and the threats that are really out there. So an example of this would be like the Valraven event that opens up a much darker tone and like an opportunity to explore grief more, which is not very cozy in tone, obviously, but it does relate back to the topic of family. And that connects back to some of what we see in the story in that area later when we get the homestead and we see Pokey and Alder, what they're dealing with the loss of Sylvan Wear. So we have moments where we see like...
Someone asked me to point out the thumbnail. The thumbnail for this video is this. So that's supposed to be Indigo, and Beard Guy obviously is Nick. I think Aaron is the is Sura. And then I think Chloe is the Char. It's just beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. But yeah, he nailed him. He nailed it.
These different characters in different like kind of iterations of their personality. Like in the beginning, we meet Pokey and he's more cheeky, he's laid back. But then as we get into those quieter, more quiet moments where we're at the homestead and he's like reminiscing about his mom, these are all elements that really like tie into the personality and the life experience of this area and of this town. So it really comes down to figuring out what parts of the story are happening in what areas, and then sort of like what overall tones like overlap into those chapters, making people feel at home, but there's room for humor and the relaxed atmosphere, but then connecting back to the overall thread of the story and that sense of urgency and the deeper emotions that all get interwoven into that.
It's really cool that you brought up open events that happen, because there is a different feeling when a fire is burning in a village, and then another thing where it's like, okay, like I'm gathering food for a feast, and like there's a different tone, and I guess even the voice actors can express that too with the NPC. Gather up some wood for me, please, for my hut, or whatever it might be. And that's just really cool that it's not only story elements that have emotions, but even when you're running around the open game world, like events are going to have that too. It brings us over to many of the things that we see while doing open world events. It wouldn't be an expansion in Guild Wars 2 unless there's some new antagonist that we get to throw things like spears at. Since we've battled elder dragons for almost 10 years and dealt with demonic beings called Cryptus last year, what led the team to bring the Titans into the spotlight as the, I'm going to say, antagonists?
Yeah, so speaking for just if there's anyone here who never played Guild Wars 1, I did, but I barely remember it. The Titans were one of the big antagonists in Guild Wars 1. So in terms of Guild Wars 2, this was the first time that they had brought them back on the scene.
For Janthier Wilds.
Without revealing too much about what's to come with our Titan friends, because that's on the horizon, when we knew that we were going to be coming to Janthier and we were looking at and taking inventory of a lot of the local known lore to this region and new lore that'll be coming down the pipe as well, the Titans lined up as a pretty great enemy. One of our big goals kind of at the beginning of the expansion was to lean into larger bosses that were more of a threat versus an entire army of them. So that's how we landed on the Titans kind of being that primal focus, with their minions and the Titan Spawn being secondary. That allowed us to lean into the Titans as individuals. Decima and Greer were very fun to sculpt in that way, give them big villainous personalities, really have fun with it. But they also accomplish a couple of things for us as well with their weight. In addition
to... No, it's not. Dude, look. It's 1.25 speed because it's an hour long, and I was like, all right, if I do this, it'll shave off 10 to 15 minutes. Indigo just talks at 2.0 speed by default, and then this just turned it up a little bit.
Being kind of pivotal to local lore and relevant to stories that are yet to come. These are also beings from the myth, just like the Cryptus that you mentioned, and that helps us kind of remind players of some things that we kind of brought up in that expansion too, which is that there are a lot of mysteries left in Tyria. There are a lot of mysteries left outside of Tyria. So the Titans are evocative of a very different kind of threat that the world is dealing with now, especially following the dragon cycle, where everybody is scrambling to get everything together, start forward progress in the world, especially now that they're not fearing the imminent destruction of the Elder Dragons of something like a rogue god. But while the Titans are menacing, it also is not necessarily a world-ending threat in terms of skill, like we've seen before. Like, these guys are very dangerous. We clearly haven't figured out how to deal with them quite yet, but we're well on our way, potentially. But that's definitely a threat that we think we can counter so long as we can get along with our allies long enough to figure it out. But they're still, at the same time, very destructive, very menacing. We put all of this time into making Harvest Den feel like a hub of comfort and coziness and warmth. And even though we had to demonstrate our worth and our value to these people, because they very much are very self-sufficient, this is a very rugged group of bears, they have been tormented by the Titans as well. So that gave us some additional kind of motivation to help our...
I did really enjoy the bit in the story where we're like, we're here to help you with the threat. And they're like, the Titans were like, no, the Cryptus. They're like, oh, we already beat those. Those are fine. We're like, what? And they're like, yeah, we got something way worse.
Friends, especially with the umbrella of the Tyrian Alliance kind of being what propels us forward.
It's so interesting with Guild Wars, so many different walks of life, many different creatures. You could go from fighting demons in one expansion to, okay, we got to face some rocks, like let's go up against some giant rock people. Okay, pretty dangerous, but I'm on board, like count me in. So I'm genuinely curious with, what's the next chapter in Janthier.
I enjoy Muck sitting in the middle of this conversation like a guy that just wandered into a room and he doesn't know and is just listening at the edge of the group. Yep, just smile and nod.
Wilds brings with facing the Titans, but many different walks of life. You mentioned, Indigo, these big bears that are walking around. With the Titans being a force that are always there, the Coden are right on the doorstep there, and they have to deal with it on a day-by-day basis. I'd like to understand, though, even though the Codens are fighting the Titans, how on earth did they get such a cozy-looking spot for their village in Lowland Shore? Like, whoever bought those cabins, like, they got a good rent price, things are looking good. You got rainbows, waterfalls, all that stuff. As it seems, their village, it fits perfectly within the Lowland Shores. So when it comes time to filling up a map, both with creatures, NPCs, what steps does the team at ArenaNet take before a green light is added to get something implemented within a brand new map, whether that's creatures, environments, like all those things?
That's a big question. I think all of us have a lot of work that we put into that, and I'm sure everybody will have a chance to weigh in on this. But I think ultimately where we start out from, similarly, is the highest level goals of like, this is the area that we want to put the creatures in. This is the story we're trying to tell. These are the goals we're trying to meet. So one of our overarching goals for this space were like, even outside of the Titans and their minions, right? Like, we wanted this area to feel powerful. We wanted this place to feel like naturally powerful, even before the Titan presence gets known to the players. So to do that, we had
Indigo's Corgi is here, if anyone didn't notice.
I think a lot about, well, what natural creatures would live here. That would make sense that, like, if you swung at them, they're going to swing back and they're going to, like, put up a pretty good fight. And then how does that interplay with the Coden and their the kind of like balance key and like the inherent strength keys?
The question was so big, I forgot what he asked. He asked, what steps do your teams have to go through in order to add something to the map? Like, if one guy on one team says, hey, I invented a new mob or a new house or something and I want to add it to the map, what departments does he have to go through to make that happen?
We're looking for, or indoor goals we're looking for. So essentially, right, like, we looked at the natural creatures, and then we looked at how those interactions would happen with the Coden and also with the Titan minions So really, it's just looking at those high-level goals and thinking about what creatures would best fit in this space, and then also having a lot of brainstorms. Like at Internet, we brainstorm so much. It's actually kind of troublesome sometimes because of how much time we actually take on it. But essentially, right, like we want to make sure we get everybody's perspectives, we want to make sure everybody gets a chance to weigh in. So a lot of it is thinking like, just toss your ideas, throw them at the board, right? Like, what do you think would be a good thing to have here? And then we can take those ideas and make sure that all of like we're holistically covering. And then when it comes to like overarching layout, it's about what sub-narratives are we trying to tell in those spaces, and then how do the creatures in that space influence it. So in Harvest Den, you will notice there are not many baddies because of the fact that like it's their den, right? That's where they call home. It's where they're going to guard it the most. In the like fishing village in Lowland Shore, as an example, right? Like it's mainly fish and fish-centric things that like to eat the fish. And then where you go into the hunting outpost is where you see more of the like just wild raw nature. And then of course you go to Gently Sentry, which is like just like there is no holistic ingrained code and presence, so that threat can be much higher over there while still hitting on some of those key like nature is powerful themes. So I guess from like the kind of open world development map perspective, that's some of the process that we take.
I can actually weigh on this also. When we are figuring out the layout of like a map and what goes where the village is, where there's higher combat areas, a lot of that is also informed by like what we're trying to do with the story. So like Nick and I, well, all of Lowland Shore team, but especially like Nick and I were like doing a lot of collaboration on what are the needs of story, what are the needs for open world content, how can we kind of blend those. So with like story, my goal is to use story as a way to sort of breadcrumb layer like through the map, show the cool stuff that map designers have made, but also like having that pacing that the story needs. We start out on like the eastern side of the map where it is a little bit more like cozy, it's more chill. There's the village. We get time to like learn about the Coden and all of that before we start to kind of head west the next couple chapters. There was definitely like a lot of, okay, well, we want to put like, maybe can we have like some of the like more homestead centric like stuff like around the fishing village? Can we have a bunch of little homes there? Can we have a bunch of like Coden that are like collecting wood or out in the wilds, like to kind of like support that notion of like they're building stuff. They like, this is part of their culture. And then as you sort of head like the most west, it's more of like an outpost. And so that really helps support like some of the stuff that happens in chapter 4, where we're starting to kind of get an inkling that like something is wrong and there's more of a threat than the Coden are initially letting on. Sometimes it's actually like also the reverse, where like the map can inform what ends up happening with the story. So like, for example, the map designers, Nick and everybody, wanted to put a new version of like the Cryptus rifts in the map, right? Like, so, but this time it's like Titan spawn coming out of the rifts. We were working together on like, okay, well, we want to put these in Lowland Shore, but with story, you're spending a bunch of time in Lowland Shore before you get to the point where it's like, oh yes, these are Titans. There was definitely like collaboration on like where those events might go, but it also ended up at the end of chapter 2 actually put in a section to actually kind of highlight that, to go do some of those rifts, to see those things coming out of the rifts are not Cryptus, like what are those? And so there's a little bit of like, ooh, what could this mean? As you encounter them more as you go through the map, there's like, you're kind of planting those seeds of like, okay, there's definitely some weirdness of.
It was really unfortunate at launch of that DLC or that update how that happened. There was an issue with those rifts right when the update came out, where let's say that you bought Janthier but you didn't own Secrets of the Obscure, you couldn't do the rifts. And then there was also an issue where lower level rifts weren't counting. So people were having to like come in and do high level rifts. And then some people were like, okay, well, I'm not strong enough to do a high level rift unless I get friends over here. So there was a lot of people for various reasons that were getting roadblocked on that thing. So people that did that step of the story at launch, like on launch day, it was actually very frustrating. Fortunately, like over the upcoming patches, they smoothed that out and it's better now. And you know, now you get the experience they wanted you to have. But on launch day, it was it definitely kind of threw a wrench in the whole thing.
These like unknown new creatures happening. Yeah, so there's a lot of basically collaboration between me, Nick, narrative team, like the map artist. We basically all figure out what everybody's needs are that we want to try to touch on and figure out like a good combination of those things that sort of work together cohesively as possible.
Makes sense. And you brought up so many interesting points, specifically when it's multiple teams. You know, it's not just one person who's locked in a closet going, all right, go ahead and make Lowland Shores map. We'll see you in 10 months kind of thing. Like it's a bunch of people working together to accomplish all this. Nick, you did bring up the brainstorming session. Sometimes you guys are kicking yourselves in the butt going, are we spending too much time thinking about something before we implement it? I guess before Guild Wars 2 came out, I think this was 2009, maybe 2010, there was a trailer that one of the game developers said, we treat our maps and environments like characters. Every single expansion that has come out for the game, it's like every area I visit, I'm like, this has been here the entire time, no questions asked. This wasn't just plopped in because we got to fill space. I can tell in every nook and cranny within every map I've explored within Guild Wars, there's a reason why why these people are here and like why is there shipwrecks or why are their homes filled with many people and this is a really vibrant community. Like, how is this happening? It's never like something that's sprung up. When you play Super Mario Bros, you get through the grasslands in World 1 and oh, we're in a desert suddenly. It's like, well, how did that happen? There's no like smooth transition kind of thing. I love that about Guild Wars 2, that every map is vibrant. There's so much happening character-wise, map design too. I have to ask though, and maybe then we'll move on away from Lowland Shores, but it's one of my favorite maps.
Like you should have made a name tag. Does have one above my head like they do?
If a player didn't receive a homestead, if we didn't receive that home from Stoic Alder, how much gold a month would it cost a player to rent one of those cozy Kodan houses within Lowland Shores? Maybe it's a rough ballpark. I know we're not landlords here, but I'm curious if the team at ArenaNet has thought about this.
Yeah, so I can jump on this one. So it's probably a little bit more of an abstract answer because when we were approaching like the coding culture specifically, like we wanted to build a culture around them, and we built a culture of balance that very much demonstrates who they are as a people, and they're used to living in the rugged wilderness and needing to utilize what they have, survive in nature, use every part of the animal, reuse all of the wood that they use to make their buildings. Like it's balance, it's respecting nature. So I don't know if they would like be stingy in terms of gold amounts. Like I don't think there's a Tom Nook, but I feel like in absence of making us pay a bunch of money, and I don't want to know what like Divinity Reach rent would cost, they would probably more so like trade expertise, trade effort, trade talent. So like help us protect this village. Def Lahar would probably make us like do all sorts of lumbering all over the place. It would probably just be a matter of like doing favors for these people and letting them know that like you respect their culture, gaining their trust. Trust is a big thing in game development too. And it goes both ways. They probably just put the poor commander through a whole bunch of work probably.
Good to hear. And you brought up the rent prices for Divinity's Reach. Yeah, no, that's like a Manhattan, one bedroom you're paying to live in a shoebox.
It's California.
So, but really cool that's the vibe. And that's kind of how it is when before you get your homestead, you're collecting wood and using your war claw to do all that stuff. So it's really cool to hear like you probably maybe aren't paying gold, but your back's gonna hurt in the morning because you've been doing lawn care, gardenscaping, like all that stuff. So in previous expansions, we've seen big meta events, basically the giant attraction site all the players run to. It's basically like a neon sign glowing saying, hey, come over here, there's a huge thing happening. With Janthier Wilds though, I'm genuinely curious why the team shifted away from adding in big, I guess named meta events is what I'd kind of call it. Should players consider meta events, like map-wide meta events, to be like a thing of the past, or could we potentially expect to see?
All right, before they even answer this, so they said a while back that they didn't do one for the first zone because the whole theme of Janthier was supposed to be kind of cozy, and they were like, why don't we just have the first zone be kind of safe from that? Like you could just chill. Yeah, is that a bad thing? And they thought about it for a while, then they opted to go with that, and I don't think that was a bad thing. And the second zone, rather than a meta, it's just world bosses. The bosses just spawn, go get them. And you get to do that. And don't think that's a bad thing either. I mean, there's some parts of the fight that I don't love. I don't love getting my boons corrupted constantly. But they opted, instead of doing a meta, to do just a world boss event. So technically, unless you're counting like the Bog Queen, which kind of is a little meta. It's like a little meta chain of events, but it's not like the main one for the zone. Technically there's not one that just is like an all-encompassing one for either of the two zones that are in the game currently. I think they're going to say, yeah, there's going to be more. They just didn't do any at launch.
See them in the future.
Are we never going to see them again? Unlikely, right? Like everything that we create within our game is essentially a tool that we use to serve our goals, right? We try to take the player perspective, the player feedback into account a lot, as well as like holistically what we've been doing long tail. So we look at every expansion, look at what we've done previously, and we try to see like, what are the areas that we have not supported recently? What are the areas that we have not?
Salmon Race is the meta event? I don't think so.
Tackled recently in terms of content, and as well as like what have we done and how are those both going to serve our current needs and goals. Metas are a tool in our toolbox to be able to set the narrative up for success and to set the world up for success, right? Like a cross map wide meta like you'd see in Drizzlewood Coast probably wouldn't serve well in a very cozy and comfy environment. For Lowland Shore in and of itself, we heard a lot of player feedback around people wanting something that's a bit slower, a little bit more Grothmore or even Xingje-esque, which as somebody who worked on Xingje, I totally get that. It's one of my favorite maps I've worked on outside of Lowland Shore. It's essentially looking at that player feedback of we want something that's a little bit slower, and then seeing like, okay, well, metas holistically are something that require a lot of group play and a lot of investment. So we think that might not best serve our goal in this space, what we're trying to do in this map. With Janthier Sentry, something very similar, right? Where it's like Janthier Sentry is meant to be a place that is a little bit more barren, right? A little bit more like wild. Trying to create something that is going to allow for that holistic through line structure to lead to that space can be a little bit more complicated, right? So it's like the thing that's cool about world bosses is that like unlike metas, world bosses just get to exist, right? They just get to exist in that space. They get to have that space shaped around them, and then you just go fight them. Kind of having something that allowed for more of a world boss tonal feel, I think better set that for success as well. We love making metas. We've got a lot of people that love making metas, myself included. And so I don't think that that content is ever going to disappear, right? Similarly to hearts, right? Like people would think that hearts have disappeared, but in GW2 Wilds, we reintroduced them and we changed the system a little bit to support that player feedback. So ultimately, might be rambling, but the TLDR is essentially like we use them when we want to, when we need them. And for GW2 Wilds launch, that did not serve our goals, but that doesn't mean that you won't see them potentially in the future.
I love how you put it. It's a toolbox at your disposal. Want to figure out what is the goal for this specific map in this area. If you're gonna add a like boss that's there, a bunch of people are gonna be there at one point in time. I can only imagine it would probably be not the best thing if all of a sudden Suwon appears in the middle of this Kodan village in Lowland Shores. Like, maybe new players are gonna be loading in here. Like, let's not overwhelm them, kind of thing. So I like that you put it that way, Nick, where it's not disappearing. This is something that we use when we think that the map needs it, and that's just really cool to see the kind of thought process for the team and how they add these things. So a lot of things within GW2 Wilds. One of them being features, many different things, homesteads, spears. Blish isn't around, but it's okay. But regardless, like there's a lot of cool features within GW2 Wilds. I was super excited to wield a spear. Like I was like counting down the days, like can't wait to be throwing a spear as a thief. And then if you get in my way, like I'm gonna smack you with the spear, like super hyped for it. But I was genuinely surprised, like riding around on the Warclaw. The Warclaw revamp was such a blast. It's kind of like a mid flying mount at one point when you upgrade the masteries and you're jumping a bunch of times. How does the team kind of introduce these features to players? Because it's not really like, what's a good example? It's not like Ritlocks coming to your door and dumping off a bunch of features like, hey, thanks for participating in the expansion. Here's your spear, here's your Warclaw. Like that doesn't really happen. It's not like an Amazon delivery. You kind of got to slowly introduce these features to players. But what does the team at ArenaNet kind of think about before introducing a core feature within expansions to players?
Chat, be honest. You would all love if Ritlock came to your door and gave you a spear. This is like when the commercial says you wouldn't download a car, and you're like, yeah, I would. I would love to download a car.
Yeah, like you said, we didn't want to just be like, all right, here you go, like with no sort of like relationship to like the expansion and the theming and the culture of the Coden and all of that. So one of the things that we had talked about early on is like trying to make sure that these things feel very like integrated into the world, like a part of the expansion, not just sort of like tacked on. That's why Spears and Warclaw and Homesteads are all like directly integrated into the story. But the thing there is that I wanted to make sure that like we've definitely integrated like features into the story in the past. I wanted to make sure that like you also don't have to play through 75% of the story before you actually get your hands on like these key parts of the expansion. You'll notice that they're all like front loaded in the story. Like you get the Warclaw on, like if you don't have it already from World v World, you get it unlocked in chapter 1, and Spear is directly afterward in chapter 2, and Homesteads are in chapter 3. So chapter 1 is in like a story instance before you actually get to open world Lowland Shore. So that way you have the Warclaw available to you like for the first time that you step foot in open world Lowland Shore. So that way like the map content can be tailor made for like everyone having a Warclaw. We don't have to play that game of like, does somebody have this, does somebody not, like how does this content feel without it? Like it means that by the time you get there, you'll be able to like fully engage with like that content. So
that's kind of clever. That's kind of like how they made Skywatch Archipelago, with the intent that you had to have a sky scale to get around there. And then they're like, okay, well, what if people don't have sky scale? So like, okay, we'll give them a loner sky scale when they get in here. So they've made it to where by using the like mount rentals or mount acquisition, they can make a place that is not friendly for being on foot and then use the mount as a solution to that. So they're like, all right, look, this is rough terrain. That's just how the story is, but here's your solution for rough terrain, and then just give you that. I like that.
That sort of helps support things too. Yeah, I definitely wanted, like, or I keep saying I, but it's very collaborative. It's we wanted to make these things feel like a part of this world. The Warclaws are like a key feature of like code and culture. Like they raise them, they use them for like navigating this like rough terrain. The spears are stuff like a weapon that they use in everyday life for existing in this like harsh environment and hunting and doing all the things that they do in their culture. And then like the homesteads are like very like integrated into their culture because it's like and like the cozy vibes of the expansion, like having a homestead master on the Code and Council, Def Lahar, and making these things like feel like a part of the world that you're in. When designing story, like we made sure to kind of have like moments carved out for these things to happen, but early enough that like you're not sort of waiting to be able to access them.
It's a balancing game that you play as a developer to be like, we have something that's really cool, but we don't want players to wait an eternity to have it. And it's got to make sense as well. If I was a new player and I got Warclaw, here's your homestead, here's your spear, like as soon as you enter GW2 Wilds, I'd be like, well, wait a second, hold on, like, can I just take it one step at a time? And I think how you guys implement it very still early on, you're not like playing for hours to try and get something, but if it's something where people want to have it, they'll get it early on and they'll get an introduction as.
I agree with that. On the same, like the other end of the spectrum is like the sky scale. Like let's say okay, World of Warcraft recently had an expansion focused on dragons, And when people got the expansion, they expected to be able to ride dragons. And very early on, they got the ability to ride dragons. And we're like, oh, well, they stole their mounts from Guild Wars 2. Well, if you go into Guild Wars 2 and you want to get a sky scale, you need 6 months. Okay, I'm exaggerating a little, but you don't get it quick. You do not get it quickly. It takes a lot of work to get there. So that's like, the extreme end of the spectrum. And then just getting the Warclaw handed to you in chapter 1 is like the other end of the spectrum. So there is a middle ground. Like I think getting the Warclaw, then the Spear, then the Homestead, that was fine. There's a little bit of pacing there, gives you something to work for. Like for using myself as an example, if I'm playing a game and I've immediately acquired everything that was of interest to me, I definitely kind of lose gas in the tank. Like there's less interest to keep pushing because I need another carrot ahead of me, like something to work toward, unless the gameplay is just top notch. And sometimes it is, but sometimes it's not. And then it's like, okay, well, I've tried out everything I wanted to try. I'm done. So
as to why it's there. I don't know if you guys add space guns or something in the future, cool, but you guys will probably introduce it in a way where it's like it makes sense to be there in the environment. Maybe the Asuran got some technology, or who knows. And spears fit perfectly within Janthier Wilds. The skins for the spears that you're using, that like one of the first ones you get, I was like, am I even gonna change this one? Like this one's great. Whatever artist worked on this, like well done. So yeah, I like how you guys slowly have introduced features within the game, and it's just it's a great balancing act that you have to play as a developer. And I think you guys
Emporium says, Muck, is Deadeye pistol quick viable? I saw the video you posted recently. Yeah. I mean, you basically would just take the quickness providing Deadeye and then use pistols and do control right click on the 3 button so it auto unloads. I don't know what numbers it would do, but could you do that trick? Yeah, you could do that trick for that. You would still need to hit the buttons to provide quickness, but yeah, you could PP unload if you want.
Guys have really mastered it creating, Guild Wars, this MMO. With every single MMO, when you get a new expansion, some people might think, oh, new weapons. Other people might think, okay, what area in the map do we get to explore? And other people put on their headset and they're like, time to listen to brand new music. Like, it's time. With every expansion, we get new music. It's incredible to hear. It's awesome. Makes you feel different ways. How does the team write a story, create maps? First, is it with a music track in mind? Is the music written like last minute? What's kind of the process with making music match up within certain areas in the game?
So generally, the team will have the story written, the maps are created, and then the characters are made before the music comes in. So a lot of that groundwork is laid first, and then the audio team will come in, sort of have discussions about what sort of tone is happening in this area, what sort of events are happening in terms of specifics like combat. You want more intensity in the music. In the case of Janthier Wilds, we have the dance circle, so anything specific to that area that would require audio. So it's more after that stuff is developed that the music comes in, but then there is still some collaboration in terms of Indigo and I named the soundtracks for Janthier Wilds once we got them back and heard them. Yeah, still a group effort, but the music tends to come in after the main stuff is written and the tones are established and all that.
Are there, like, I have to ask this question, like, if the music team, when they create a song, do they typically have a name in mind and they name it first, and then the writing team goes, yeah, we're not going to call this song Epic Battle Music number 24. It has to be something specific. Like, do they ever say, we think the name should be...
Yo, all right. I'm about to spoil something in Heart of Thorns. If you haven't played Heart of Thorns and you care, skip ahead like 10 seconds. All right. You know what? Better. I will lower my hand when I'm done spoiling. All right, here we go. When I first played this game, I got permission to go onto their SoundCloud and when I was making videos and use any songs I wanted for my videos. And I was like, oh, cool. I go to their SoundCloud. There's a song on there called The Death of Air. And I was like, mother! And I was so mad. Dude, I almost flipped my desk. I got spoiled on that because of the name of that song. That is how I learned. I was completely ruined on that because of that song on the SoundCloud. I hate that. Okay.
This and you carry on with it, or do you just get untitled music track 11 and then the narrative team gets to run with it?
It's kind of the latter. So the audio team, and very specifically, there's a composer named McLean that we work with a lot, and there's a couple of other individuals as well whose names are escaping me. Sometimes we'll get a creative idea for a thing, and then sometimes it's just wilds _daytime_006B, and we just get to have fun with it. But it's very fun. Like, we usually have an email chain between the composer, our audio team, because our composer is external, where we spit back ideas, and he's a big fan of us and we're a big fan of him. So and you probably noticed with like the Janthier Wild tracks, especially when it comes to naming, we went a little bit more abstract with a few of them, like this Unknown Hemisphere for the main, which was one that Aaron named for the main. I think it was the Lowland Shore daytime track, I believe. McLean just is like, loves it. We love it because, I mean, he makes audio poetry honor his work with a really cool name.
That's really cool to hear the collaboration that you guys have. Again, it's not just one person doing everything. It's multiple different people, multiple different teams to create something that's truly epic for players to enjoy. One thing that is always added, though, with every expansion, we covered weapons, we covered new features, we covered characters, maps. I gotta say it. Everyone gets a new launcher to look at before they log into Guild Wars with every new expansion. You know, last expansion for Secrets of the Obscure, we had Zoja on there. I think for Heart of Thorns, if my memory serves me right, like Ritlock was on there, and it's just so cool to see characters on the launcher. We gotta know, what's the decision behind what character arrives at the launcher? Because
really quickly, that was something I had to be careful with. So some of you may remember, right before the launch of Janthier Wilds, I posted a video called Spears. It was one that they sponsored, so they paid me to make it. And I was like, get paid to do Guild Wars 2 stuff? Yo, that's great. That's what I'm already doing. And I got early access to log into Janthier to record footage for the Spears video. So my launcher had the updated launcher before anybody else did. And I had to be really careful not to open it on stream where you guys would see it. Because, like, yeah, the different character background at the login screen, the different launcher, stuff like that. You know, I had to make sure that I held up my end of the bargain with the NDA and all. And it was just like little things like that I had to be careful of so that I didn't spoil anything. Muck put on 1. It's on 1.25. It's on 1.25, and also Indigo talks really fast.
I'm genuinely curious if it's a voting thing, if this is something that's like just kind of discussed over a lunch break at ArenaNet. Is there a lot of thought behind what is appearing in the launcher? Because at the end of the day, when I open up the game, what I see first is really going to hit me. It's like the cover of a book that you read. Let's break the rumor. How do characters end up on the launcher? What's the process look like?
Yeah, absolutely. We're similarly super excited about the launcher. It's almost like Christmas every time we get to see it. Deciding on it is like all things. I mean, you're probably seeing a trend of a lot of our discussion is that there's a lot of collaboration that goes into pretty much every single decision that we make, especially when it comes to those big visual staple points like the launcher. Probably the same lessons can be applied to the character select screen as well. It is something that is usually developed and owned by our art team, but it happens in super heavy collaboration and feedback phases with everybody else. So usually the various leads on the teams, whoever else we can kind of get into the room, narrative, open world, design, everybody participates, especially with like something like a character select screen, which is also going to have audio in there too. We usually start those conversations from a place of the tone that we're reaching, as well as trying to find what key elements we want to display. This was especially important for Janthiers, because while we had some really cool tonal characters, we were also introducing like a whole new culture of Coden. So we had a lot of things that we wanted to showcase first and foremost. So tonally, we kind of looked at the overall expansion structure, which as everybody has kind of hinted at, the first act of the expansion is very cozy and comfortable, focusing on less world-ending affairs and more getting to know this culture that we've established before that tension starts to rise and that coziness is shattered a little bit. So
I said I've been watching for 10 minutes. I thought Muck was in this interview and we were watching a video. Yes, that's right. All of you agree I am a very important potato. Yes, Mooples, give me the microphone.
We knew that we wanted to start the launcher from a place of kind of that unknown wilderness that we were going to be setting off into. We also knew that some of like our literal key elements that we wanted to display were things like the bearkin or the Coden.
Muck embedded himself in the interview.
Spears were another. And these were all things that kind of went back to that tone, which was going off into the wilderness, a little bit rugged. And you even get like a peek of the village in the back of it too, if I'm remembering correctly, which is just excellent and beautiful, and we're big fans of our art team, and whenever they come to us with ideas, it's just really exciting. Tonally, yeah, we were looking to kind of the rugged nature of Janthier, showcasing the Coden and the Sphere that establishes that we're going into a place that we're not necessarily in our wheelhouse as the commander. We're doing something new. We're on uncharted territory. Janthier is going to be a little dangerous unless if you're a Norn and it's kind of your wheelhouse already, but generally that's what we're leaning into. A little bit of the mysteriousness of this culture that we're teasing when you first open that load or the launcher after.
What tipped me off was when no one reacted to your story about the launcher. Everyone was totally stone-faced, and I was like, oh god, what's wrong with them?
Downloading the expansion, it's just...
Yeah, don't you guys have a sense of humor? God, this crowd sucks.
a little teaser of what's to come. So for this time, given all of those elements and kind of re-establishing our footing on mainland Tyria, that's kind of the things that we were going with. But heavy collaboration, we involve a lot of people in those cycles, and our art team they just love giving us ideas, and they'll put so many in front of us just to collect feedback. And they're a really great team to work with because kind of like in game development in general, it's a lot of iteration. We're never married to our first idea, so lots of back and forth, lots of, like Nick said earlier, lots of discussion all the time, especially about these capstone pieces that people are going to be spending a lot of time with.
Really cool. I love to just learn what goes on behind the scenes, and I think a lot of people listening probably are genuinely interested about how did Janthier Wilds get to be Janthier Wild. It takes multiple weeks, multiple months before something maybe is like, okay, this is what we're moving forward with. And I can only imagine whatever artist drew or came up with that bear and the spear is like, wait, that's on the launcher? Cool, great. Like, I didn't know that would be featured there, but it's so cool to see so much collaboration between all teams to make everything possible. Even as you mentioned, Indigo, the character select screen, what's happening in the background, that's also music, animation, like all that stuff. This is a question for everyone on this call right here. If you had to spend one day in Tyria with one character, whether it's, defending Divinity's Reach from centaurs with Logan Thackeray, maybe you're tinkering around with golems in Timey's workshop, picking apples in the field with Tybalt Leftpaw. I had to bring that one up. It's a very tough pill to swallow, but like, which character would you hang out with, and what activity or adventure would you go on with this character?
Okay, hold on. I'm spending one day in Tyria with a character. I'm immediately trying to think, what's a character that could teach me a magical skill that I could then take with me when I leave? Maybe find like a druid trainer or something. Be like, teach me magical medicine so that I can then just be like the world's best doctor on my way out of here. See what we can find.
Okay. Oh god, this is always a really tough one because it's picking your children, and it probably changes for me every single day. I think last time we spoke, I said Anise, and I would usually always say Countess Anise just because I adore her. But having spent a lot of time in her head recently with Janthier Wild, probably need to mix it up. I would probably, for the sake of adventure, go on some sort of heist with Canuck. I feel like I'd probably end up in jail, which would not be ideal. I don't know if it would go well, especially. I don't know how practiced he is at this point in time. He might be a little shaky, but I feel like that would at least be like a fun adventure. He'd be a good time. Even if we ended up in jail, we'd probably be cracking jokes about it the whole time. So that sounds great to me.
What an awesome pick, too. A heist with Canuck. What could go wrong?
It'll be fine.
I think for me, it's a toss-up between two characters.
Just as long as you don't go to jail with Gorik. He was in there 5 minutes last time and was ready to shiv me, if I remember correctly.
Two characters I would want to spend the most time with is either Air or Malice. They're both very dear to me. I like both of those characters a lot. I especially like Malice.
I mean, you can visit Air right now. Just look at the...
Because she's very we kindred spirits. Like I mentioned before, I have a female char thief who is Ash Legion. So it's just okay, I want to get more into that sort of subterfuge and being all sneaky. So I'd say going on some sort of reconnaissance mission with Malice would be the coolest thing ever. I also really love Air. Either going exploring the wilds with her, or working on art projects while she does sculptures and stuff. And I love Air a lot. I even cosplayed her a number of years ago. So yeah, I don't know which one I could choose more, but those both seem like really cool characters, really awesome ladies that I would want to just spend some time with.
I like how everyone who's answered so far has picked maybe two characters they'd like to hang out with. It's not just one character. There's always someone else that could be there as well. And your char fits perfectly being Ash Legion. That makes sense why you want to hang out with Malice.
Well, I was gonna say Canuck and hang out in his nightclub with him, but since Indigo said that, I think I will hang out with Rama and track down Indigo and Canuck's heist.
The betrayal, backstab. This is how Indigo ends up in jail. Heist ruined because Aaron was there running alongside. Makes sense. Okay, I get it.
If anybody was going to throw me in jail, I'd accept Aaron throwing me in jail. I'd probably deserve it if she did.
Or if I wanted to take a break, I would hang out the day with the hot spring bears and just relax.
Perfect. After throwing Indigo and Canuck in jail, we're chilling at the hot tub with the bears. Long day's work.
I don't know. I was gonna say, remember that quest at the hot spring where people just throwing boiling water and ice just back and forth into the tub? I would not want to be in a hot spring while people are just chucking that over my head the whole time.
We decided, Nick.
I mean, that's the problem, right? Is similar to what Indigo is saying. It's kind of like choosing your favorite child. And on top of that, right, it's layered with an additional kind of mental crux of well, it depends on what I want to do. You know what I mean? Because I've got the unhinged answer, which is hang out with Lord Farron. And the only reason I really want to hang out with Lord Farron is because I just want to sit down with him, maybe at dinner, and just listen to him. Imagine people watching, but one-to-one. You know what I mean? I just want to see how he is. I want to listen to the way his brain works. So there's him, right? But then there's also Narcisse is a character that's very near and dear to me. me, right? Like both Narcisse and Zizzle from the Astral Ward. A conversation with her, like any of them, it would be just sitting down at dinner and having conversations with them. But like Narcisse, it'd be the intellectual side of things because she's very smart and very passionate, but also kind of quirky in a little bit. You know what I mean? Because she like turns the player into a fish, and she's like, "Go swim down the stream for me." And then I guess like I'm gonna be that person and put a third person there as well, which is like Barbed Veil, because Barbed Veil is also another character I loved working on, and she's just such a powerfully strong woman. You know what I mean? So it's like I just want to sit there with Barbed Veil and listen to her talk. But I guess that's maybe me simping.
Nah, no, literally that's what it is.
Imagine a dinner with Flunt. Flunt? Dude, he would just be scowling at you the whole time. Probably insult the food.
There's so many awesome characters where it's like, can I just talk with you for 30 minutes? Because let's put all 3 characters that you listed in a room. That would just be hilarious altogether. It could be a podcast episode in itself if those 3 characters were just chit-chatting. Not sure they'd all get along with each other, but that's just so funny to like think about Barbed Veil, Narcisse, Lord Farron, like all chilling together, and Nick's the one moderating everything, like throwing questions at them. What would I have to pick off the top of my head? And this one's, I don't know, maybe you guys can run with it at one point in the writer's room. I think I've maybe brought this up before, but I'm going to change up the adventure time of things. Blish appears out of a warp tunnel, drops down, and he's like, hey, remember the sword that Air found in the Ascalon catacombs? I'm like, yeah, isn't it Magdir? Or I forget the other, it's not Sohothan, I think it's Magdir. And I'm like, yeah, I remember that. What happened to that sword? He's like, we're gonna go find out. Let's go find Magdir. So me and Blish, we go on an adventure, try to find that broken blade. He's tinkering around with the sword, maybe to fix it. We gotta...
I like how he did that. So he basically would say, here's my idea. Here's 2 plot points you never freaking finished. And then he's like, okay, so here's the idea. Just right in front of the head writer. So I'm just gonna take these 2 plot points you never wrapped up.
Figure out who we're going to give it to. Probably Logan Thackeray, because I think he was kind of stubborn back in the day. But I'd like to go on a little adventure with Blish. I'd be the tallest character in the room as my human. Blish would be wearing some fancy...
I just say, it's funny. She's got her dog there. I've seen his cat bouncing around, and that's her corgi's butt. So 3 of the 4 of them have pets bouncing around during this.
Little vest. I think it'd be a great time overall. And yeah, that would be the adventure I would pick with Interior. Let's talk about main story. One of the biggest parts are the types of characters we see in an expansion. We obviously have seen new faces like Stoic Alder, Poised Arrow, but when it comes to returning faces such as Kaith, what process does the team take to figure out which familiar faces are meant to sit down on the sidelines and which one are going to join us in this current expansion?
I can speak to this. There's a number of questions that will...
It's which voice actors we can afford. I'm half joking. I bet you that comes up though.
Like ask ourselves during the initial brainstorming phases and when we're figuring the story out and what we're doing and what sort of tone we're looking for. So one of the things we would look at is who we haven't spent a lot of time with in a while, or who's been around, whose story arc have some threads that we can follow up on, or whose arc fits well with the story that we are planning to tell. So in this case, when we look at like Kaith involved in this story, she served as like a sort of a parental role to Aurene for a long time, and she's dealing with the transition out of that. And that kind of parallels what Waiting Sorrow's going through with her role for Pokey and sort of starting to act like as a somewhat of a stepmom and like a mentor figure for him. So that felt like a good narrative pairing to have those 2 in. Also, people's professions or what they do, like Malice, for example, being Ash Legion, it made sense for her to be here because she's very good at collecting intel. That's a big part of what the Alliance is trying to do here. And also just things like who is an interesting character pairing, like you had just mentioned, having like Lord Farron in a room with all those other personalities, like who would play off each other in a unique way that we haven't seen, or who have we not paired together before, and what new stories can be told through that. So those are all sort of elements that we consider when we're looking at the cast that exists and who we want to bring into the story in the present.
Really cool to hear that when it's about bringing characters back, there's probably been several drafts that Aaron, you have pitched, or anyone else here in this call, where it's like, what about bringing back this character in some alternate reality, right? Janthier Wilds, we're running alongside with, I don't know, the guy from Lion's Arch who goes, by Ogden's hammer, what savings? And it's like, okay, like great, I guess he's here, cool, let's do this. So it's really nice though that there is some conversations to be had, and it's not just, okay, like let's just randomly blindfold ourselves and pick some person that is going to join there. So, and this conversation about characters just reminds me.
There's a few characters though that they could do that, and we wouldn't even bat an eye. Like I could be doing, I could get abducted by aliens in the game and be on the spaceship and be like tied down, and I'm looking around, I'm like, how am I going to escape this? And then like in the hallway, I see Lord Farron walk by, and I'm like, yeah, that's Lord Farron. And I wouldn't even bat an eye. Or if the robot that's like, Betotron or Herotron, and he's like a different Otron every time we see him, and he's just like always getting into trouble. I could see him in any situation in the game, and I'd be like, he's at it again. And again, I would not even bat an eye. It's like seeing Deadpool suddenly show up somewhere. It's like, yeah, okay.
that new raid is on the horizon. I gotta bring it up. I wouldn't be a Guild Wars 2 player if I wasn't talking about new cool stuff coming up, such as the raids. And we'll get to see NPCs in the raids. Like, it's not just, okay, go fight a boss. Like, there's story and elements behind all the raids. We're gonna have both friendly and foe NPCs alongside us within a raid. So I'm curious, with the team at ArenaNet has probably been hard at work threading some big story segments that are maybe bleeding into the raid experience. Is there anything that the team can share?
I've mentioned a theory about this before. They said a while back, they said, guys, look forward to it. Janthier Wilds, you guys are getting something you have been asking for over 5 years. And everyone was going, new raid wing, woo! And they freaked out. And then the developers were like, we meant player housing. Bobby, make a raid now. And he's like, but we really got 3. Bobby, make a raid. And then Bobby's, so like Bobby's alone in a closet somewhere just crying with 37 Red Bulls. He's just slamming them down and he's trying to make something fast. Like, this wasn't planned. This was not in the plans.
Hear about maybe the upcoming raid or characters appearing in it?
So sorry. You did such a lovely and wonderful wind-up. Just for me to say, stay tuned. You know what I mean? That's really the answer that we can give right now, is just stay tuned.
Yeah, no problem. Hey,
I hope you like it when it comes out.
Bobby
looking forward to it.
Yet.
And guys, hey, I tried, all right? If anyone is in the comments like, did he ask these questions? I did. They're here. So if you focus on the story, most of the time it's going to lead you through a lot of the areas in the map. You know, it's going to kind of drag you through specific situations. And a lot of times it won't show you the next map. Like, it'll make sure you can kind of get to, I'd say 60-70% of the map through what the story takes you through before you're already thinking and seeing the next portal that's there. I think one time I was exploring or doing a story, I think it was in End of Dragons, where I was in the 3rd map and I saw a portal and I was like, what, do I step into it or should I wait? Should I complete the story here? Like, how do we move forward with that? There's got to be some, I don't know what you would call it. I don't have a word for this, but Chloe, you might have mentioned this, that it's kind of like breadcrumbing. What is the process behind breadcrumbing a player through a main story and having them follow the events that make sense before you're like, okay, we're ready to take them into the next map? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I touched on this a little bit earlier, but it's a lot of collaborating with the map designer.
I mean, I think the easiest way to do breadcrumbing is, like, for example, those of you who remember doing Interneos, at first it was not clear that you should do the meta before you do the last step of the story. So if you just followed the story, there was this really jarring jump that didn't make any sense. And I think the easiest way to do breadcrumbing is just have the next step of the quest be complete the meta. And then the step after that be, you know, okay, go here, and then you go back into the solo story. And I feel like that was a mistake they probably learned from.
And also the map artists on trying to make a cohesive story, like even beyond the, like, what we call like the golden path, like the actual, like, what's in the story journal. Like, there's still a lot of story happening in like the map content itself. So like the story chapters can, like, breadcrumbing you through as sort of a way to be like, what do you think of like this? What if you go engage with this content? Like, when I'm designing open world story steps, I'm thinking about, am I kind of covering at least most of the map to kind of like highlight some of the like more key areas? So in the case of like Lowland Shore, it's let's make sure we spend a little bit of time at Harvest End, the main village. Let's make sure we spend a little bit of time, like that's in like kind of this third of the map, and then like let's kind of spend some time in like the middle third of the map where we're like near the fishing village, we're doing homestead stuff, and like by like nature of needing to go pull down the trees with the Warclaw, like that's getting you to range a little bit further than like just the village or just that like immediate area. And then like going to like the like western third of the map, that's where like I'm designing story steps where it's like, okay, engage with this heart, because then that kind of fills in, like helps support some of the narrative that's happening in like the direct storyline, like utilizing what's in like the map content. And then the heart itself gets you to like kind of range a little bit around that area. And then in the case of like Janthier Century, like because there are fewer like distinct like hubs that compared to like Lowland Shore, when I'm designing those story steps, like I'm thinking about, okay, what are ways that I can get you to kind of see like different like sectors of the map and kind of see what potential there is, so you can go like kind of wander off and engage in like the existing content. When I was like designing story steps, like in, was that chapter 6, I'm thinking about, okay, well, what's the like narrative goal for like the Coden being here, for the commander being here? This is like the Coden have like are kind of here in that they like will send like scouting parties out here. They have like little like small like hunting camp type things, but like they don't have an established presence. So like it's largely unexplored for like kind of everyone. And so like one of the steps I have is Grace by Fire sends you out out to kind of map some more like unexplored pockets of the wilderness, which is what it's doing, is it's getting the player to, those are strategically like placed locations around the map to kind of get you seeing like, oh, here's where a heart is, here's like some interesting stuff up here, while also filling in the narrative of like the vibe of this map. And so it's sort of dual purpose of like, it serves a purpose for the direct storyline, but it's also leading the players to potential gameplay moments. So there's a lot of thought into like when I'm planning like early on in like the development process, when I'm just like doing paper designs, like the early, before I'm even implementing, like I'm just writing the design document of like, what are we doing? I'm like looking at like our rough version of the map and being like, okay, if I have, you know, this section here, like what does that path look like through the map? Like, is that kind of hitting on like the major beats? The chapters sort of like help lead you through the map while also telling more like direct story. So yeah, it's a lot of collaborative stuff. Story designers are often checking in with map designers like, okay, what are you doing with this heart? What are you doing with this event? Like, could I maybe like hook story into that? Can I kind of make use of that? And then there's also like a balance between like having bespoke story steps that exploring or using like also in chapter 6, like using the little like the Coden bow to like dart and like tag animals. Like those are very bespoke things that are only exist for that story step, and like trying to find a balance between that and plugging into existing map content without, in a way that best serves that map content and highlights it rather than makes it feel like a chore to engage with it. Like I want it to be an enticing thing to suggest that you interact with rather than like you must do this. So like I kind of pick and choose my moments on like, yeah, I want you to engage in this heart because I think it's important for the narrative, but like I might have other situations where it's like less direct or a more open-ended, like, why don't you engage in these events in this area? So it's kind of finding a balance between both of those things.
Got it. That makes sense then. And I just want to share my time playing through any expansion within Guild Wars. How I play is what I'll do. I say 100%, and this is mostly like when the game says you 100% a map. Maybe it's a hot take for some of the community out there, but even if the map says you 100% a map, like you haven't seen everything in terms of like, there's an event happening here that wasn't active and I didn't get to experience. But before I even enter a new map, I did this with End of Dragons, I did it with Secrets of the Obscure. Best believe I did it with Janthier Wilds. Like before I get to the next map, before I go through that portal, even if the story's like, get your butt in there, I go, hold on a second. I haven't gotten that little icon on the map completion. I'm going to explore everything, do a couple of events here and there. That's interesting to see that even as you do the main golden trail of the story, it's intentional to map it out and encourage exploration. Sometimes I'm like, oh, I got to stick to the golden path until it's bringing me into the next map, kind of backtrack and go, okay, let's go explore some things. Then sometimes I'm playing for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and I was like, wait, wasn't I doing the main story? I just did like 3 events back to back, and how did I end up over here? Like, let me waypoint real quick. So really cool to see that.
I'm so guilty of that too.
Oh, I think all Guild Wars 2 players at one point, it's like, what was I doing again? I was working on
It's like that dog from Up that's just squirrel. It just
crafting this legendary. So I love that about Guild Wars, and that's what makes this MMO one of the many things super enjoyable. I do want to focus at the story because at the end we got something really cool. When you wrap up the story experience, players are rewarded with a combat tonic. For those who don't know what a combat tonic is, essentially it turns you into something completely different. You're no longer your wonderful looking Asura. You're now suddenly like I don't know the name of it off the top of my head. My example, like the Scarlet robots that she has, like, and you get to fight as one of those.
Clockwork.
The Clockwork. Exactly. Yeah. And combat tonics allow you to still get in combat, but you look completely different. They have one for the...
My main beef with combat tonics is they don't work in all game modes. There's no harm in doing a raid boss while looking like a curvy clockwork lady. Let me do that. Let me use combat tonics in raids. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not gonna give me any advantages. Please.
Codan, which is nice, and for this Janthier Wilds, you get to look like a very adorable looking bear Codan if you complete the story. Spoiler alert, but hey, it's been over a month. I think you guys probably have completed it. With the addition of combat tonics being added, it's almost like players get access to a new race, minus all the fun things we receive with a full race. Like, you know, we need a voice actor who's got to be there. Character customization takes some time. Is it completely out of the picture to consider new races appearing in future expansions?
Wow, that segue.
Or combat tonics gonna be the go-to?
If I can jump on this one, at this current time, it's not something that we're currently looking into. It just doesn't quite line up with our current development roadmap and how we're allocating resources. But we are glad that we do have things like Combat Tonic to be able to at least get a little bit of that player fantasy. So for now, stay tuned on that, but it's not currently something we're working on.
Awesome. Well, I'll be running around. I have them every now and then. I'll trigger a Combat Tonic, and it's always funny when people are running around. You're like, wait a second, Codan are in the... Oh yeah, he's got a Combat Tonic on. No, okay, that makes sense. As we wrap up this episode, because I want to make sure the folks at ArenaNet can head back to town. Nick said they're working on the next raid experience, so I don't want to keep them away for too long, guys. But as we wrap this up, I asked them a lot of different questions, all revolving around Guild Wars 2. But we're all gamers. You know, a lot of us play different video games. So let's think about gaming as a whole to end this episode. Which video game did each person here grow up playing that changed their life? And I'm not talking like I played, I don't know, some random example video game.
Evercrack. If I didn't get addicted to EverQuest, I wouldn't have gotten addicted to MMOs, and then I probably wouldn't have become a streamer, or if I did, it would have been completely different, and then here I am. EverQuest definitely changed my life.
I mean, oh my gosh.
And, you know, and some people could say Warhammer, because it changed their life by taking all their money.
Like, now I'm living like Gandalf. Like, no. Like, but what is a video game that you played when you were maybe growing up or as a young adult that is really like, wow, this really clicked for me?
The problem for me, at least, is that I'm not good at choosing a singular thing. I think way too much as an individual. And so, like, my answer would have been, you know, on the onset, like World of Warcraft, because when I was really young, I wanted to play World of Warcraft so badly that I opened up a Paint doc after I saw a commercial and just like typed it in and then saved it on my PC back when I didn't have internet, right? Just so one day I could remember that I wanted to play this game. And I did end up playing a lot of World of Warcraft. I think that like while that helped me understand that I wanted to like fall in love with MMOs, I think the thing that really seeded me was this game series called .hack, and it's really obscure. A lot of people probably don't know about it, but more specifically the .hack GU series, because there's like 2 canonical series of games. That allowed me to get that feel of like in a video game world, right? Like in an MMO, while still being able to like actually play through it as somebody who didn't have internet back then. And I think that like just playing through that entire series, getting to fall in love with the characters, getting to interact with the characters as you would if you were actually playing an MMO, the actual gameplay in and of itself, that game really, I guess, rocketed me forward in terms of like falling in love with the MMO space, wanting to have gameplay like that. And then like up until now, right? Like getting to actually create games like that and hopefully create those experiences for people. I think in terms of like narrative though, this is going to be real bad, but I really fell in love with Kingdom Hearts as a little kid as well. And so like narratively that made me fall in love with like the narrative of video games, the interpersonal relationships, especially, and wanting to create those memorable moments for players.
You brought up .hack and I was like, oh, I don't know that. But then you were like, Kingdom Hearts. I think I know that one. I don't know off the top of my head. I might know that one. But yeah, good choice
also
overall.
Obscure series.
Yeah, not something that's really well known. Yeah, like in terms of gaming with other MMOs, it was really cool that you brought up World of Warcraft because that also kind of deep dived you in. But the fact you didn't have internet and you're like, man, how do I get that feeling of WoW is just really cool that you're opening up a doc to try and like have that in there. So really cool, Nick. Thanks for sharing.
I think for me, I'm again going to have a little bit of a toss up between 2 choices because they're quite different. I think for me, the first one is Elder Scrolls, like Oblivion specifically. Like, oh man, did I play a lot of that. I ended up also like Nick, like eventually playing a lot of WoW, but like I was playing so much like Oblivion when I still had dial-up that I couldn't play WoW on, and so like that was like scratching that sort of like fantasy RPG sort of itch. But that game means a lot to me and has like had a lot of influence on me because of the storytelling. The environmental storytelling is like huge in that game. Like it's not
fun story chat. Oblivion actually sent my graphics card to Oblivion. I had a computer that did not meet the system requirements, and I'm like, they're more of a recommendation. And I installed Oblivion, and I opened it up, and I heard like a snap and a sizzling sound, and my computer went dark. And I was like, oh no. And there was a little trail of smoke coming out of the tower, just a tiny one. And I opened it up, and the computer with that graphics card never turned on again. And I was like, I have done it dumb. And I had to buy a new graphics card. The Elder Scrolls Oblivion sent my GPU to Oblivion. And that was a day I had to do a computer upgrade.
All specifically dialogue or text or stuff. It's like the stuff that you sort of happen across in the world, these like interactions that you have, finding camp or like some items that are like kind of telling the story that you...
By the way, I was like 20. I was old enough to know better. Because I remember I was in class in like college and I had the box for Oblivion and I could not wait to get home to play it. Then I went home and destroyed my computer.
You sort of have to fill in the gaps and infer like what does this mean, what was happening here, and just like the just vast variety of things that happen in that game and the things that you can do. It's so open-ended, and I think that was kind of like experiencing that. Like I think kind of was sort of like the gateway into me just like really liking MMOs because of that sort of open-ended. How do you want to approach this game? What are you going to do? What do you pick and choose? Which sort of quests are you interested in? And then the other one for me is it is a game on the 64. It is Space Station Silicon Valley, and some people know about it, but not a lot of people know about it. But it is a delight of a game. I mean, it's 64 graphics, so it's like a little, like it's obviously showing its age, but like there are certain games where you go back and play and it's like, I don't know if I remember it. Like I remember it being a little more fun than this. It's like, but this one is like, I go back and play it all the time. It's like the short version is you are a robot and you have crash landed in a ship with like your human companion who stays on the ship. And you've crash landed on a space station that is basically like experimenting on like making robot animals. And so like you are a robot, and when you crash, like your little chip comes out of you as the robot and you have to like get into an animal, like a robot animal. So basically the game is spent hopping between different robot animals, and like that changes up how like you play the game. Like as a sheep, you can kind of like balloon, like kind of like Kirby, like kind of float along. And so like that lets you get far like away ledges. There's a little mouse that's like motor powered on little wheels, and it's like zooming along, and like it's got like exhaust coming out of the back of it. Like it's very silly, it's very cartoony, but like there's such interesting like mechanics there, and it's like the music, like the soundtrack is just very good. Like it just has this whole vibe of just like very cheeky and just fun. I don't know. I think back to a lot of times where I'm like, there's definitely times where I'm like designing something and I'm like, wouldn't it be fun if you could just kind of like float along, or like, you know, or like be a walrus with like rocket launchers. Like that'd be cool to like fire those. You know, like there's just like such.
I think she would like the game I recently reviewed called Nobody Saves the World, because the whole thing was about shape-shifting and getting different forms that you use for different situations until you basically just had like a whole pile of them, and you could just like rapidly swap between whatever you needed in any situation. I think she would like that game.
Weird stuff in it that like it definitely has like the like there's so much like creativity there that it's just like it's so much fun. It's such an inspiration. Like I highly recommend playing it if you can somehow get your hands on it, because it's like such a good game.
The sheep example you brought up really made me think, oh, so that's how they implemented the war claw, because I really felt like I was like floating around when I have these jumps. Like, oh, that makes sense. Cool. And you did bring up Oblivion. I was on, I think this was like 8 months ago. I was on public transit. I was on a bus. I was taking whatever, an hour and a half bus ride to a different city here in Germany. And believe it or not, one guy had his laptop out and he's playing Oblivion on the bus. I'm like, nice, pretty cool. So people are still playing these games that you guys bring up today, and it's just so cool. The inspiration for gaming of titles you grew up playing is still there and in your head on a daily basis. So really cool.
I'm always grateful for having parents that were very supportive of the art. So they were like, if you got your homework done, we don't care how much video games you play if you're doing okay. So I think my brain is an SNES at this point.
If he's getting good
it was
grades,
just such a pivotal part of my childhood. My cousin gave me, he had gotten to somehow, so he gave me one in a bunch of games. So the foundation of my being is like Earthbound, Final Fantasy II, Soul Blazer, Link to the Past. But I could go on forever about the SNES. I was thinking about this exact question not that long ago, because I was talking to a poor college cat class that had to listen to me ramble for a long time. I've been thinking a lot about how influential like the Metal Gear Solid games have been for me, as a, not just as a writer, but as a game designer too. That franchise is just absolutely fantastic. And very specifically, I've been thinking about Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater, and what that did for me as a writer in terms of demonstrating how a game in a very long franchise can go back like 30-something years before certain events happen, and you can really see backstory. And it's kind of like Metal Gear Solid 3 is like Better Call Saul. It's only something that it really shows you that even going back into the past for something like that, you can highlight the game experience and the narrative experience of everything that came before it, of everything that comes after it. It's a great game for people that love lore, and it's just a really great character payoff. So I've been, especially when you think about narrative and stories at such large scales, with something like Guild Wars, where it spans across multiple games, and you think about, we've been...
Hold on, quick pause here. Emperor First Time Chatter says, hey Muck, you might want to check out the changes Guild Wars 2 is getting on Steam right now. They added new icons and cover pics for the first time since the Steam release. Now it shows a red-haired lady with a sword and shield, and it seems they're still adding stuff even at this moment, according to Steam DB. Not here. Do you mean on the store page? What are you referring to? Did I miss it? Open library, the icon. I see the pic in the library. The pic in the library. The recent game list. The place that shows all your games. Okay, well here's the place that shows all my games. You can set different pictures in the Steam library. I mean, my icon is just the Guild Wars 2 2, if that's what you mean.
Talking a lot about that with Janthir specifically, like how does this connect to things and characters and places that have seen multiple iterations of time. There's just something very clever when you can pull off those connections and make the world feel very lived in. Snake Eater for me, it really was like the last like couple of years where I've been like, wow, that blew my mind, and it continues to be really great. And I know it's a hard one to recommend because I'm also like, you can't start with Snake Eater. You have to start with all of the other ones first. So that's a hard thing to recommend to people. But when you do that build up and you play all of the
Okay, hang on. Someone said I posted a picture of what you're not getting. Okay, hang on. Huh. Interesting. So this is the picture. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Error Stagalkin is a redhead, but she was never running around in full plate male, and she never had her hair cropped that short. I don't know who that is. I'm not sure.
games, and you really like, and they're just fantastic games anyway. Like, it's such a beautiful interweaving of narrative and gameplay specifically. Another big part of who I am. But yeah, Snake Eater for me has been really interesting, and how pivotal it's become for me as a writer.
So many awesome narrative games it has brought you to where you are. Like, these are some of the inspirations that you have on your head. I have to say this because it just clicks. Like, you said SNES, and you said, you know, games like Earthbound, you're like, cool. If we have like little mushrooms running around, like chasing you and like infecting your character, like the fact that you have random stuff happening in games, but it can like, it fits the vibe for certain games. And you brought up like the Metal Gear series, like things kind of go out the window sometimes when you play a Metal Gear. You're like, wait, this is happening in this? And one of them I read online, like you have to take out your memory card or something and plug it into a certain slot, or your controller. Like, so many cool things happen within the Metal Gear series. So awesome examples that you set out, and really cool to hear that these are the games that are near and dear to your heart.
I would say definitely Ocarina of Time. I've always loved the Zelda series. I think Ocarina of Time came out when I was about 5 or 6. The first Zelda game I had played was A Link to the Past, like Indigo had mentioned, but I feel like Ocarina of Time was the first time that I really felt like immersed and lost in the world of a game. Like, everything about it felt so epic playing it as a kid, like in the sense of it being cool, but also it just feeling like an epic story, like a literary type, and just like all these like good environmental storytelling. All the areas and the people you meet feel really distinct and different. When I write now, like I keep a lot of Zelda NPCs in mind for how quirky and memorable like specific ones are and how much they stand out and make the world feel alive. That game in particular always stands out as what first got me interested in games and just kind of like world building as well. As an adult now, I appreciate Majora's Mask a lot more too. It was very unnerving as a kid, and it's still unnerving.
You know, I mentioned that my answer to this question would be EverQuest, because that definitely put me on the path of MMO addiction, which shaped a lot of my hours since then. But she's talking about a game that came out when she was 5, which made me think, you know, what is the oldest game I can remember playing? And for me, chat, hold on a second. It was a game called Commander Keen that launched from MS-DOS. Commander Keen and his Beans and Bacon Mega Rocket. And I think technically this is in this guy is Commander Keen is actually canon in, I think, Doom and Wolfenstein. Like, they have references to each other in their games. Like, in one of the Doom games, you can find a room of dead Commander Keens. And in the latest Doom game, I'm pretty sure there was one of the giant fish from the Commander Keen game is in it as like an Easter egg. They're in the same universe. First step of healing is to accept the addiction problem. Who says I want to recover? Keen is canonical in Doom, yeah.
To play it as an adult, but I really like what they were doing there as well. And then just the comment about the putting the memory card in and stuff, that just reminded me of on the GameCube, Eternal Darkness is also one that I really like, just for in terms of like breaking the fourth wall and like kind of redefining what the bounds of a game are and how you can affect the player, not just in the gameplay, but like other elements you incorporate into it. So that one always stands out to me as well.
Really good choices, and I'm happy that you brought up Majora's Mask. Skull Kid's on this arm too, he's there as well. But like, when it comes time to Legend of Zelda games, like there is a genuine sense of adventure and just so many bizarre characters too, like the giant fairy, the wandering salesman with all the masks on his backpack. Like, there's just so many cool characters within the Zelda universe that every single Zelda game you play, it's like, you don't know what you're going to get yourself into. Like, Nintendo definitely cooks up some great titles, and that's really cool. I have to ask Aaron, if Ocarina of Time was like one of your favorite titles and Majora's Mask, have you ever tried to play an Ocarina in real life?
No, that would be painful for everyone, so I'm going to spare everyone of that and just not do it. Just admire Ocarinas from afar.
To answer the question on my end, I would say I grew up with a GameCube in my bedroom. My parents gifted it to me for Christmas one year. One of my friends was telling me all about Mario in school, like very young. I was in first grade or kindergarten or something. And he had talked so much about Mario. I was like, I don't know what that is, but my parents gifted me a GameCube, and that's when I got to jump into Nintendo games. I played a lot of Super Smash Bros. Melee growing up, and that's so different. Sometimes my 3 other brothers would join, and I would be like, dang, I'm good. But then I would like hang out with friends years later, and then like the internet became a big thing, and I'm like, wait a second. When you fall asleep with Jigglypuff, nothing happens, but I see people kicking butt with Jigglypuff online. Like, what? And just the absolute, like, sheer of realization where it's like, I'm actually not good at this video game. I was good at my household, but to see all these other people do crazy things in games, such as Super Smash Bros. Melee, was, like, a big realization to me. And I love seeing that in games like Guild Wars 2. I'm like, I'm pretty cool at the Thief.
The eternal curse, being better than everyone in your friend group, but not good enough to compete outside it.
Like, I can kick butt, and then I see other people play the Thief. I'm like, I'm not good at the Thief at all. I gotta take a course or something, or read a book of like how to play Thief for dummies or something. So just the multiplayer aspect of video games, for me, Super Smash Bros. Was that growing up with friends and my siblings, but now it's with multiplayer MMO games, and Guild Wars 2 is one of my favorite titles. And I could answer this same question of games that meant a lot to me. Like, I've played Guild Wars 2 growing up. It has taken me through being a teenager to a young adult, and now I'm 28 years old, and I'll still be playing Guild Wars the next 5-10 years. Like, I'll be logging in Tyria. So I do want to thank everyone in this call for joining me. Really thank you guys for taking the time to chat. Anyone who's watching or listening right now, you're welcome to leave comments down below. Other than that, I will see you all in Tyria. Gianthir Wilds has a lot of updates coming for this year and next year, so I'm looking forward to it. Thank you all. Stay hydrated, and we'll see you in the next one.
Nice. All right, so chat, once again, that was Moopless, another content creator who had the opportunity to interview devs from Guild Wars 2. I'm once again going to link his video in the chat. If you enjoyed that interview, please consider hitting the like button. I'm going to do that right now. And subscribe to his stuff if you want to see more. He is nearing 10,000 subs. So if you would like to be notified when he does more videos like this, be sure to give him a sub and like his video. But that's awesome. That's awesome. And shout out to him who allowed me to do that, to do some scummy React content. I really appreciate him giving me the okay on that. Now, I mean, I could have done it either way, but I was going to respect his wishes if he had said please don't. Is Monk watching sped up? I was watching it on 1.25 speed, so it was slightly sped up. It was such a long interview. I was like, all right, if I do this, it'll shave off like 10 or 15 minutes. So that'll work. Ooh, hold on. Is that lined up with the other one? Nope, that is not lined up with the other one. Now it's lined up with the other one. Okay. Also, it logged me out of Guild Wars 2. All right, cool. That was awesome. I can't believe you embedded Moopless. I embedded his video over my stream. Then I embedded my camera over his video. Oh, we're hitting layers thought not possible. Ridiculous. Scary game, scary. No. So the scary game that we're currently in the middle of is the Quarry. The Quarry has got about 6 hours left. I figure we do half of that tomorrow, and then we still have half of it for Halloween night. So we're gonna save that so that we've got some left for Halloween night. We can look at this guy for a second. Disturb the beast. Bothered. Yo, dog, I heard you'd like embedding. Oh my god, yes. I'm gonna embed myself in my bed in a few hours. It's almost that time. Scratch. There we go. The puddle of cat. Yeah, he wasn't quite a loaf at that moment, was he? All right. Well, that was cool. That was a good interview. I want to message him later on and give him my compliments for that. Let's see. Do you know when we will see evil Mukluk again? I can contact Rose and be like, hey, you should react to my new video and be evil Muck for it. You are a what he wants to do. Speaking of what's up, Zad? I must have missed it totally. What did they say about the new races? They said no. They said no, enjoy your combat tonics. I think combat tonics are good. I just wish I could use them in all game modes. There's no, like, if anything, it's a con in some game modes because it prevents your ability to mount. But overall, I feel like you should be able to use them in all game modes because it doesn't hurt anything. In EverQuest 2, every single class had some cosmetic spells and abilities that they could use just for fun. Like if a conjurer wanted to look like a fire elemental, they could. It was fine. Things like that. Like every single class had cosmetic stuff that they could use in the various game modes. However, in Guild Wars 2, the cosmetic stuff is not usable in all game modes. And I don't really know why. It's probably some kind of weird limitation, but I think they should allow it. It's silly that it can't be done. Is there a Tengu combat tonic? I don't know of one off the top of my head. There is a Guild Wars 2 wiki page that has a list of all the combat tonic you could browse through if you would like to. Yeah, I don't know of a Tengu one off the top of my head. Okay, so for those interested, I've got about an hour remaining. I'm going to swap over to one of the other games I have been greatly enjoying recently, just for this last hour, and continue to learn how to play the most horrifying thing for this Halloween, the French. Oh! That's right, we are playing our very first playthrough of Bretonnia, which is based on French people, so they've all got French accents. And we're currently playing, what's her name? The Fey Enchantress, which is essentially like the Lady of the Lake from King Arthur. There we go. French too spooky for me. Mug is full-time drama and Warhammer streamer, that's right. I'm gonna embed this Warhammer stream on every single Guild Wars 2 site I can find.
Sigma's
That's
will.
right. Oh, what am I doing? Start new game. What the hell? No. Carcassonne. That's what we want. Embedding layers into layers. That's right. Your stream is gonna lag because it's gonna just be layers of my stream on top of each other. I'll take my leave. Good luck against the French Muck. I am the French. I'm not fighting the French. Have a good night, Blight Dragon Roku. This isn't Quarry. That's right. So Quarry has about 2 streams left, Bananas, and I want to make sure we can finish it on Halloween. So we're going to do half of the remaining Quarry tomorrow, and half of the remaining Quarry on Halloween night. After you embed yourself into an interview. Disgusting behavior. Muck my life. You're back as of. See, again, Bluebell, you went AFK for the part that you like, and then you get back for the part you're going to complain about? What are you doing? What are you doing? Evaluate your choices here. Gotta evaluate. What are you thinking? Literally thought the video title was going to be a joke. The video title? Which video title? Oh wait, do you mean the one from today with like the drama? No, that was the real deal. Alright, marker. Alright, we are back in Total War Warhammer 3, just coming over from some Guild Wars 2 time. Let's see if we can remember where we left off last time. Zadrock says, quick question, the game looks very interesting. Do I need to play the first 2 games to understand the lore things, or can I jump straight into 3? If you mean Total War, you could jump straight into 3. So essentially, Total War Warhammer 1 was a game. Total War Warhammer 2 basically had everything from 1 and then plus more. Think like Overwatch to Overwatch 2, except they actually kept their promises. And then Total War Warhammer 2 to 3, it was put into like a new engine. It has everything from 2 plus more. So I even bought Total War Warhammer 1 and 2 on sale just to unlock the races in the 3rd game, because you unlock a bunch of races by doing that. And I asked people in my chat, I was like, hey, I just bought 1 and 2. Should I should I play those? They were like, no, don't bother. Just play 3 with all the new features you unlock. Don't bother playing them. I was like, okay. Alright, so last time we, let's see, what have we got here? This guy over here is a rat army that came from this guy. He went on the boat around here and he attacked this city and sacked it. He might destroy it next turn. I have one army down here that was heading over to them to give them a hard time. And I have got an army here with this flag and it's recruiting more guys, and this guy is sitting here in encampment mode. The rat armies can tunnel, and so this one hopped this mountain. I can't do that, so this guy is being annoying. So he might come over and start kicking my butt. I don't know if that's going to happen. I hope it does not. So we're going to pass that. Do I pay to repair this? I think I don't right now, and we pass and we see what happens. Do you recommend buying all the expansions straight away or try the base game first? I would try the base game, play the tutorial. This is the kind of game where after 800 hours, you still feel like a noob. Definitely play the tutorial, and after that, look at the different races and factions and stuff, and if you see one you really like, then buy that one, and then just bookmark the others. If you buy all the DLC for this game, just straight up cold turkey, it's like $300. Bookmark the things that you're interested in and get them when they're on sale. They have really big sales sometimes. You can save a lot of money.
A quest has been issued, mighty lord. A great adventure beckons. Be wary, though, for while...
Okay, so every lord, in my case the Fey Enchantress, has a quest to go get a magic item. That is her quest. And let's see, settlement looted, that's done. Faction destroyed, Lucelon, okay. So then we got her here. So the question now is what to do with her army. Let's see. Alright, so these 3 cities are ruins. Possibly that one also. That is the capital of the rats. So we could go like straight over. I think what we do is we're gonna hit Margarita and take that. And yeah, there's nothing there, so colonize it. And start rebuilding it. And she gets a chance to rest a little bit during that time. Why is my money negative, right? Oh, it's because they just took a city from me. That's why. Okay. So the question now is, can we kill this guy? All right, so they destroyed this city. It's gone. And we got these 2 here. And this guy has an army here, and they're raiding, which means they're taking money from me each turn. So I can... Hold on a sec. If I hit him...
If the lady wills it.
So he's far enough away that my garrison cannot attack him. That's very unfortunate.
Do you know who I am?
Alright.
Consume them.
Okay, at the very least, we scared him off. I could follow and attack him. I don't know if I'd win. He's already backed up, which means if I beat him in a fight, everything in his army dies. I do not know if I look out for peasant. Oh, yeah, the peasants, yeah. All right, so I really need, if possible, to win this fight. Does he have a nuke? He does not have a nuke. He has a Gray Seer. He has Warp Lightning. He has 2 assassins and a chieftain. Good God, he has a lot of heroes. These are mostly slaves, so they will give up really quick.
Sorceress.
God, there's like no magic here at all.
Protector of the realm.
Do I have any access to regiments of renown? I don't really think so. All right, I think this is going to be a tough battle. I think I need to really try to win this, and then if I win, I can immediately disband some units to fix my economy. Now, because we stopped him raiding, we're already not going to be negative on the next turn. All right, so it says Valiant Defeat on auto. We'll see what happens. You can destroy them with your cav? We will see. I've never used these cavalries before. We are going to find out. We are going to find out. Muck your French, just accept the evil. You're such a jerk. You're such a punk. We'll see. All right. Your cav will be your strongest units. Oh, we got some interesting choke points. So we've got three horseback guys with bows and 3 units with spears, and then some land guys. Now, she's a caster, but the Winds of Magic here are really weak right now, so she is not going to be able to cast many spells. So that's not great. Start deployment. Okay, what do we got? All right, so we got 3 choke points here. We got some bridges. The main thing to worry about are their lords and heroes. So the question is, how are we going to do this? All right. Okay, so we got these fellas. Guys on horseback, they have shields, so they can block incoming arrows. And we've got these guys who are on horseback and have bows and arrows. And swords also. They have 18 shots each. So these guys, we don't want to let them get surrounded, just have them run around. And then on foot, we've got these guys. Now the question here is, do I try to hide these guys in the trees? Or do I try to have them go fight? Like immediately. What was the name of the cutesy horror game at the park? Indigo Park. Probably it was Indigo. It was probably Indigo Park. Tortellini? Do you feel tortellini? Okay. So all of this. All right. These guys are all hidden in the woods, so the enemy can only see the horseback guys. All right. Let's see what we can do here. Alright, I'm gonna try to, like, run circles around them a bit if I can. Oh my god, they're more— No, what are you doing? There's, like, one horseman that's surrounded, and they're being stupid about it. Yeah, these are so much worse
Crimson
than the—
Spud! Moonlight Potato!
These are so much worse than the Grill Knights that we have in the other army. It's like not even close. It's not even close. I'm gonna put these guys on skirmish mode for a bit so that they run around on their own. So there's the two of their heroes. They're really strong units chasing these guys around. If we can at least whittle their numbers down a little so that the other army can come in. Yeah, like, they're running over slaves right now, and it's doing very, very unimpressive damage. And their morale is breaking really fast. These units are not great. But we're gonna see what we can do here. Like, we're basically, like, running mounted horsemen over their weakest units, and it's just, like, lit. We are chipping away at them. This group here has bows, but it's a slow process. I don't think they found those horses yet. You can put a peasant on a horse, that doesn't make them a knight. These are— what are these things? Yeomen. Are yeomen peasants? I don't know if yeomen are peasants. Yeomen are peasants. Okay, oh, well, today I learned. Alright, we're just gonna do as much as we can here until we can bait them back to the remaining army. We're almost completely out of ammunition on the ones with bows. I mean, they've done a little bit of damage. It's just like, ugh, it's not great. Stubby, thank you for the tier 1 sub, buddy. Appreciate you. Welcome. Alright, let's move out here. Oh, no, not that. This guy. Okay, this guy... Oh, didn't I have a regen item on one of these dudes? I should have moved it over to this army. I think my main army has a regeneration item, and I could have moved it to this one. Okay, this guy is the Lord of the Second Army. This is Barry from YouTube chat. How frequently can we change the noisemaker for subbing on Twitch? The noisemaker? How frequently can we change the noisemaker? What do you mean by that? Do you mean like the sound effect that plays for like when the patrons enter the stream, or do you mean something else? Dude, what the heck? Why is he way over there? So, one dude versus a dozen running rats. It takes him a while to pick them all off, so he is just kind of escorting that group to the exit right now. I'm gonna bring him back. Alright, they're gonna kill that guy or escort him out. How frequently, as much as you want. Basically, anytime a patron that has the tier with the sound effect wants to change their sound, I get a notification and I have to listen to the sound and hit approve to make sure it's something that's not, you know, naughty. And once I approve it, it updates immediately. So you could, in theory, change it every day, but if I'm really busy, I might not be able to see it and hit the review button in time, you know? Okay. Let's slow down the game, and let's do summon a tree right there. Boom! Rats sent flying everywhere.
Ready for battle! Human archers!
Oh, are they still trying to finish that, dude? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, where is it? Oh god. It's a lightning spell. I've got one lord trying to take that dude out, but it's just not working.
I see much.
Using a heal spell.
Power of the lady.
Have these guys join in there. Have these guys join in there. This army needs a Grail Relic. A Grail Relic? I'm not sure if I know what that is. Dude, all of these guys are failing to kill this one guy. Alright, line back up. Wait, why did you stop? Okay, hold on. My lord stopped hitting their lightning guy. It's a tier 3 unit? Okay. I think I just haven't gotten that yet. Oh, that was a nice charge. That did a bunch of damage. Oh, I just realized, yeah, his charge bonus is 89. Oh, did you guys see that?
Monks ready! As you say!
Prophetess, it shall be. With haste.
Ready!
It's a unit where they carry a dead Grail Knight and buffs leadership and attack defense, I think. I think I might have seen that unit in the selection of, like, options, but I haven't, like, seen it in action yet.
To victory!
I am with you! Fighter!
Let's move these guys forward.
I serve the lady!
This is insane. This group of human archers, I've been trying to get them to kill this assassin rat, but they've been working on it this whole time. Still working on it.
We have met before.
If we win this fight, we can disband the most injured peasant units to fix our economy. Yeah, I did not know yeomen were peasants.
Men of Bretonia! Tis an honor!
Alright, let's speed it up a bit. Maybe they're fighting William Wallace? Yo, maybe. Tree. Got a lot of them running, and there, we got it. Okay, so I'm gonna use the remainder of our mana to do one more heal on this guy. Okay, so that's that enemy army gone, and because they had already retreated from me once, they're gone. So for those who don't know the rules of the game, if you retreat one time and then in that same turn you lose a battle later on, it's basically like your troops are too tired to run again. So they all get wiped out. God, those horsemen are awful though. the Grail Knights that I used earlier were so strong. These yeomen are like, blech. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'm back. What did I miss? An epic fight of peasants versus rats. Let's just take that. That's fine. Enemy killed. Trickster shard. Yep.
Devotee of the lady.
Okay. Alright, so we now know that these are yeomen. Okay, heard of that.
We have met before.
Peasant bowmen, men at arms. Okay.
I see you.
Okay. Alright, we fixed our economy.
I will indulge you. Taking my leave.
The lady wills it.
Yes?
Alright, so there's still the rat army that came over by sea and destroyed this city, and it's over here in the fog of war somewhere. That's still a thing. Season just hit $25. Nothing can slow the momentum of 2,349 days that game made you, but you also made it what it is. Keep it up, bud. Oh, thank you, Season. I don't know why it read that out loud, or I don't know why it did not read that out loud, but thank you very much, dude. I really appreciate that. Has Mug found the Hero Quest screen? If you mean the vowels, I have found the vowels screen. Oh my god, I've got 2 more cities up there. He's gonna destroy those. What is this, non-aggression? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we've actually done quite a few vows. An unusual location, massive or call. It has +2 control, but +5 Slanesh corruption. I'll leave it for now. Alright, so we got Ikit Claw over there, being a jerk. Wait, is there another army? No, that's just one dude, but he might start recruiting.
You seek prophecy. I protect Bretonnia. Your will?
Oh my god. The freaking corruption, man.
Fey Enchantress.
Okay, let's go here, and then we'll go to Toboro after. The rats get super OP left alone. I'm trying to deal with it. My strongest army is the Fey Enchantress. I'm trying to send her over there right now. But it is rough. Because, again, one of them hopped the wall of the mountain with the tunneling, and one went around by boat, and they're just wrecking things over here. So, I think the army that got past me didn't have Ikit in the army, and then they used the hero replacement system to swap him in.
Seers. My sight is yours.
Okay, for now, I think we just leave those 2 to channel. Let's see. What's the in-game command to check character hours of Guild Wars 2? It's either /played or /age.
I have seen your heart.
I didn't want her to do that. That must have been a leftover command from the previous turn. Good night, Jack. Good night, Viper. Yeah, this really sucks, because Ikit might destroy... Yeah, so he's going to destroy Aquitaine, and then the next city, and my economy's just going to get worse and worse and worse. Looted, Aquitaine, Southern Lost Aquitaine, Bard of the Warhorse, yep. Okay.
Your coming was foretold. I go hence. The lady is with
Okay, she needs to be channeling. What else can we do here? Let's see, Earthblood. Get that. And is there any more non-militia recruitment? Men-at-Arms are militia. Spearmen-at-Arms are militia. Is there anything here that's not... Or, sorry, not militia. That's not the word I'm looking for. Is there anything here that's not freaking peasants? Knights Errant? Armored and shielded anti-infantry formation. Okay, that might be really good. Like, that might allow us to just run things over. Alright, let's disband those two and grab 2 Knights Errant if we can afford it.
Who wishes the grail? Tread softly.
Okay, so there is a army here. I can auto it and lose 4 Spearmen at Arms, but she's nowhere near an area where she can re-recruit him. I think it might be better for me to just manual this. So let's... They have some good units. I think I could do it. Let's try it out. Let's try it out. The what, 6 armies that turned 18? Not 6. There's... oh wait, the flags you saw. Plague. Some of those flags were heroes, not armies. The small banners are just flags. But the, so they right now on the map have 3 lords, and I have 3 lords. But one of them doesn't have an army. Ikit has an army, and then this one is actually some of their stronger troops. Alright. Okay, so this is the army that has our beloved Grail Guardians. So this is our really good cavalry. However, they've got Plague Catapults, and I've played Skaven quite a bit. I enjoy playing them. I know... There they are. There they are. So that's the Plague Catapult Rage. Big clunky catapults. Simple stuff. So with that, we are going to do this, and put my catapults here. Now, Skaven have an ability where they will tunnel underground and appear right on your head. So we need to make sure that we have got something that is nearby the catapults for stuff that inevitably just tunnels up behind them. And she can just chill here, and he'll chill there. Alright. Alright. Let's see what we can do here. Why did you back up for a second? Boom! Those things just got run over. I'm just surrounding the catapults. I can't get to them. No! This has gone terribly. No! Man. That one group that I just ran into, I expected them to be sent flying. I did not expect them to just sit there and not get moved at all. That was awful. Alright, so we lost a few there. I'm trying to heal up some of the remainder. Dude, that charge did nothing. What was that? He did a dive bomb from the air, and it did 0 damage. Wow, okay. That is really, really awful. This might be a reload. That is really awful. Okay, where's my trebuchets? Right there. All right, move forward a bit. Okay, I need to move forward a little so that my trebuchets can attack. What is this debuff we're in? Minus spell resistance? That's fine, I don't care. Okay, hold on, slow it down a bit. Alright. Where's their gunners? Rattling guns, right there. Alright. My knights are on their rats. My flying guy is going for their catapults. My trebuchets are going for their gunners.
Fey Enchantress.
Warp lightning's about to hit somewhere. I can't tell where.
Paladin of Bretonia. Grail Guardians.
Enchantress. Menui. Orion. Menui.
Forward! For honor.
Honor her.
So we're waking the wood there.
Awaken my vengeful brothers.
Quick march. Yes, my lord.
Redo the lines a little bit to try to make them a little less prone to getting a lead, if possible. Heal there, tree there.
What do you need? Break them! Hero of heart!
Bruh. The guy is not doing a good job over there.
Leg it! Full tilt! At once!
In her service. Power of life.
Fire!
Morgiana.
I'm shocked at how badly this guy is doing over here. He is supposed to be occupying the catapults, and they didn't even stop firing when he was on them. Like when I would play the rats, if an enemy threw their hero on my catapults, they stopped firing. They were occupado.
Full knights! Immediately!
I serve her. Blow forth, Gairan.
Grail Guardians! Take the ground!
I am the Fae. Forthwith.
God help us! Ready for battle! Cut them down!
I wish Necro Minions did 9k DPS, they barely do 500. True. True.
On duty!
Honor her.
Yeah, Necro Minions at Guild Wars 2 are very, very bad.
Hear me, Lily.
Show us the foe! With haste!
In her service.
Yes!
Okay, you gotta back up. This guy is not doing well today.
We serve our liege!
I'm gonna try to merge these two stacks to keep them alive if I can.
Grail Guardians!
These guys are running over their rattling gunners.
Honor the lady!
Okay, the Rattling Gunners are dead. Let's speed it up a little bit. We've got a lot of enemies breaking right now. That's good. That's really good. Okay, those are done. Come over here. Any of them that have a skull above their head have given up. There we go. Got it. Okay, that was a terrible start. We kind of fixed it. We had a bit of a comeback there, but my goodness. Getting my Grail Knights surrounded and them getting a bunch of damage in, and then the Pegasus surrounded, it was super not good. Alright, so just topping off health while I can. And I don't know if we're going to be able to pick any more off. Okay. Alright, so that takes care of that army of theirs and one of their towns, because that was a city fight. Yeah, dude, this one catapult, I had the Pegasus guy on this catapult, and it was just going ham the whole time. Like, he did a crap job of getting them to stop shooting. I wonder if this army has my namesake. The previous battle we did, Barry, had you in it. Alright, man, I need money. It is tempting to sack this, but we'll just occupy. Okay, wow, it actually has some stuff. I thought this was just going to be a ruin. Enemy killed, enemy killed, enemy killed, enemy killed. Warrior trait, audacious trait. Purifier, gained by executing captives. Regiment of Renown unlocked, Knights of the Lion-Hearted. Your army has gained a blessing of the lady. I don't know what that last one means. Ward save for ward 10% for prophetess, lords, and embedded damsel heroes for all armies. Alright, we'll get that for now. Sacred duty. Ha, duty. Woundmaker. Who has the regen armor right now? Seed of, oh, it was Seed of Rebirth. That's what it was. Okay. And nothing to really recruit there. Okay. So, yeah, so Plague, if these banners are what you saw earlier, these are heroes. These are just heroes, not lords with armies. So, these guys can't actually fight me. This is their last city. For now. They, the thing is, they just destroyed 2. I had 1, 2, 3, 4 cities. They've destroyed 2, and now there's those 2. So, it's completely possible that they could start messing with those.
What is your behest?
Hold on, did I lose any units in this group? No, everyone lived. Okay, so that's good. Alright, so then we got this one over here. So she's recruiting those horsemen. There's also that Regiment of Renown we just got. Knights of the Lion-Hearted, Knights of the Realm, Armored and Shielded, Anti-Large. Do they have any other special stuff like that other one that I've got? They've got Knight, Route does not affect leadership, Fear, causes fear, Encourage. Okay, so they're anti-large. So I don't know that they're going to be anti-anything in Ikit's army. Like, they'll be okay, but they're not going to be, like, excel, I don't think. How are we down? How are we not at camp now? I guess I got rid of, like, 1 too many. Do any of these have anti-infantry? I don't think there's any peasant stuff that doesn't... Oh, here we go. Hold on. No, that's the Knights Errant. That's the one I'm looking at right now. Took a city +2. Okay. When these two finish, I'm gonna be in the negative. All right.
My reputation precedes me.
All right. Save game. Let's see. Now, Skaven Blight is an uninhabitable climate, so I really don't want to take that city. I just want to destroy it to get rid of this guy, if I can. Also, the Fey Enchantress reduces corruption in her area. This area has been corrupt for so long from the Beastmen, and that still hasn't... Don't forget the free capital. Yeah, I haven't had a moment to... Well, it's not free. I have to build it up from ruins. I don't even have the money for that, I don't think.
You seek me?
But yeah, there's this one and this one can be grabbed. But right now, I was just trying to, like, take out this threat and then come back. That was my hope.
Slay there.
Okay. So this is what we're dealing with here.
For our lady.
If I siege, does she still take attrition damage? No. She does not. If I fight it in their city, it looks like that. They have only 1 or 2 ranged units, so they're not going to be pelting me from the walls, but they will have a bunch of shield rats on the walls. And they've got the catapults. Okay, so I think we just siege and try to bait them outside. And then now we are in the negative here. Oh man, dude, can I afford to siege? And freaking Winds of Magic again. She's completely out of magic again. God dang it. I might just because of like I'm gonna get drained of funds. They've destroyed so much of my economy. I'm wondering if I need to push in and fight like right now. I might need to push this in now. Like, I might need to try to win this right now. Like, it's just... The conditions are not good right now. My economy is messed up. It's going to get worse. We're already bleeding funds. I don't think I can leave her just chilling here. You know what I could also do is when I occupy... Like, I could sack or raise this for gold if I win. There's also the option of occupying the city and then selling it to someone nearby. Just selling it to another faction. Let's see. There's an area. Is there any part where I kind of have the high ground? I guess like kinda right here. Kinda.
Men of Bretonia! Spearmen at arms!
By the way, Muck Blur. Oh no! I'm so focused on the French. I lost control of myself. Alright. Let's see what we can do here. So first off, are we in range of their towers? Hell yeah, we are. Alright. Alright, first thing I want you to do is destroy that tower. Next thing, I want to find their catapults. There they are. I'm going to send the Flying Pegasus to the catapults. Third thing, I'm going to try sending these knights to break this door, and we'll see what happens.
Armed and ready! Yes, my lord!
Yes, me lord.
Shift it!
That tower slaps. Yeah, it's doing work right now. I'm trying to get people on the walls. It's doing so much damage. And the knights somehow take longer than dogs to like get into the city. This is the guy that's trying to mess with their catapult crews. Alright, we got people up here on the wall trying to take this tower. Oh no. Dang it. They did the tunneling thing and summoned a group behind me and just instantly dissolved my units back here. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Well, he's getting murdered. These guys still can't beat a door. And there's another group that spawned behind me. How have you not captured this tower? This is so scuffed. This is so very scuffed. Alright. I managed to get the Grill Knights inside the place. Bro, why did you stop? I gave you an order. Go hit that tower. Okay, they're not bracing now. Hit them. Alright, let's see. You guys do that. You guys come down here and hit this. And archers, get up here on the wall. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, go, 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 go. I think those were braced. Dude, they have so many shield units. They have so many shield units that are bracing. Okay, he destroyed that tower. Nice. Let's bring him back here and I can hit him with a heal. Oh, nice! We got control of the door, so she was able to come inside. She had not been able to get inside the city yet. Alright, so I'm trying to be very careful not to slam these guys into a group that has spears, again. Unless they're moving. If they're moving, they're not braced and they're not ready for a charge like that. That, oh my god, that was so good. That was so good. Did you guys see that? Oh my gosh, we gave those rats frequent flyer miles. Yes. Alright, our archers are up on the walls. Good, 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 good. Alright, pretend like I'm not charging, and then charge. This really sucks that these are all spear units. Spear units counter cavalry, and they're freaking all spears. It's just oops, all spears. What are these guys doing? Come back. Brace and rank depth is one of the biggest issues for cavalry. If their bracelet 2 rows deep, it's not that effective. Gotcha. Just trying to hit them until I see that skull marker. Oh, these don't have spears, so I can just run into these. Alright, I'm gonna speed it up a lot. Some storm vermin here. This is one of their highest tier units. Okay, those are broken. What are all those circles? What did they just cast? There it is. There it is, chat. Okay. We have mucked up their main city. Okay, so now I'm just going to try to get as much healing as I can with our remaining Winds of Magic. I'll just let the Knights murder stuff. That's pretty chivalrous, right? Okay. One of the best calves. Yeah, it's pretty crazy that they have perfect vigor. That is pretty wild. That helps quite a bit. Uh, 689 kills on the Grail Guardians for that fight, by the way. Okay, I think that's as much as we can do for healing. Whew. Let's see. Always remember to consider rank depth of infantry when charging with cavalry. You taught me something new with that. I didn't know about the combination of rank depth plus bracing until now. Okay, so with that, we have this. I know we're gonna lose chivalry, but we really need the money.
You seek the lady?
Oh no.
Come forth.
Oh, that's not good. I thought she had enough movement to sack it and then immediately cap it. She didn't. So I did get the money, but she can't cap it now. So I might have to fight them again next turn, which is not great. All right, let's see. What do we got? Let's do Flesh to Stone and then work toward this. And Wound Maker.
My reputation precedes
All right, over here. All right, so we got 16,000 gold. We have some money to work with now. We can get some more units. Force march for healing. If I force march, I can move that much. It's not enough. So I might as well just channel for mana. We'll see what happens.
I have seen your heart. Blessings of the lady be upon you.
Can we update anything eco over here? That's going. That's going. Looks like most of the corruption here has faded, so it's not visible anymore. This area here is still corrupt.
Sorceress.
So we're still gonna have to deal with that.
Valiant Lord.
Do I want to build anything else in this city? Knights of the Realm, questing knights. Questing knights. How are those different from Grail Guardians? Wait, where are Grail Guardians on this? Huh? Where do what? Oh, they're right there. Okay. Alright. So, we currently have access to Knights Errant, which are right there. And then Questing Knights. Okay, so Questing Knights have armor piercing, so that does make them better. You gotta hurry up now so you can save an end stream and go play War Warhammer 3 off stream. I want to see what I'm going to be dealing with on the next turn. I'm sure Ikit's going to destroy more cities to the north of me. My money situation's okay for now, but I'm worried about the garrison respawning where the Fey Enchantress is. Okay, somehow he has 3 armies up here. I mean, he has 3 lords, and they each got crap armies, but there's 3 armies up here. Now, there's no good units here. They're all slaves, so if I can get my armies up here, I can deal with this. Ikit himself is the strongest thing, but these are all slave units and lords. So, I'm just gonna auto. That thing's gone. Ikit is 100% arch enemy in this campaign. He could be a nuisance. I see that, yeah. It's weird because he's not playing the way a player would play. Like a player would highly value Ikit's home city, because Ikit's home city has a building that he can't get anywhere else. That thing, and it's required for him to rank up his stuff. So he would not abandon that. Gotrex and Felix. Oh my god, that's amazing. I don't know if I can handle that battle right now, though. Okay. Man, auto it at the cost of 4 peasants. Probably. Probably. Alright, I'm gonna auto it. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. Occupy the city. Chill there for a turn. Next turn, I sell it to them. And then, because I can't, like, look at this. See that uninhabitable climate? I can't do anything with that. So I'm just going to chill here so that she heals for a turn. And because I can't do anything with this city. And then sell it to them for peace, I hope. And then come back, take those, and come back up. And then Ikit will probably just, yeah. Ikit's already destroyed 3 cities. There's 1 left there, which is where Grom the Paunch was. And then we deal with that.
Making my way.
Making my way downtown. Do that so that you
Fortune
can channel.
favors you.
And these are anti-infantry. I could just try to get more Knights Errant. Wait, why are they cheaper in his army? Hold on. What? Greatly reduced upkeep for knights errant. Mother, okay. So he needs to be leading the army with those guys. Okay. All right.
Prophetess.
So he needs to be, who is this? Barry. Barry needs to be leading the knights errant. All right. Let's get more of these to try to run over Ikit. And let me see. I need to give her a vow. That's right, because we had our other life mage die, and then she replaced it. So get that pledge to chivalry. And then he's already done all three. She's already done all three. All right. Out of curiosity, I'm not gonna do it yet because I need her to get recovery for the turn. If I do this and say, hey, do you want Skaven Blight? What would you do? 2,300. But she's completely okay with giving me non-aggression pact, trade agreement, military alliance, defensive alliance. But the dwarves will not like that, and they're right there. But honestly, I'd probably take that. IMO, you want to kill her and help the dwarves? I need to bring the Fae in chat. I don't know. Maybe.
It shall come to pass.
I could also have just this lady, if I have enough money, go over here and cap these cities, and then have the Fae Enchantress keep pushing east. Don't kill her now, do it later. Well, my gut instinct is telling me, give her this city that is useless to me for peace, come back, take this area, and then push up here and take care of Ikit. That's what I'm thinking right now. But we are out of time. I am going to save it here, and we will pick it up from this moment, chat, next time. All right. Hello. What's up? The dude just woke up, chat. Ships for the chief. All right, chat, you guys have been awesome tonight. Thank you for a wonderful evening. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. A few plugs on my way out. If you happen to be new to my channel, my name is Mukluk. I stream every evening and every weekday morning. I will be back tomorrow morning continuing our playthrough of God of War, Dad of Bigger Boy, Ragnarok. We are in the middle of a playthrough of that. Tomorrow night's plan is one last spooky for before the end of October. We are going to be playing half of the remaining game of The Quarry tomorrow, and then I'm planning to finish it on Halloween night. So tomorrow will be The Quarry, followed by Total War or something else in the second half of the stream. So that is what the game plan is. If you're interested now, you know what to tune into. Hit the follow button on Twitch, like and subscribe if you're on YouTube. These are links to my 2 YouTube channels if you want to see all my videos. And a special thanks for dear patrons. They keep this channel alive with their support. I couldn't do it without them. There's a link to that in the chat if you're interested. You guys have a fantastic evening. Sleep well. I'll see you tomorrow. Say it backwards. Edge the need only you'll but see to take, please. Week every giveaways, beakers, the touch don't speakers, the up crank way the on is entertainment, stay the enjoy. You hope we lab the 2 viewer, dear you welcomes, third the Snuffles, Van Chauncey, Sir, and fourth the Esquire, Reginald Bartholomew, Douglas, Mukluk. The words pour from his mouth, nearly tripping over themselves in their haste. My name is Zunikai. I used to be a slave here, but then I worked hard and they made me an overseer. I kept a good eye on the slaves, and if anyone slacked off, I whipped them hard. Don't clip it. Oh, I'm crying. Oh, hi. You stay there. I'm going that way. Deal. You broke the deal. Oh, Chauncey can swim. I didn't know that. How does he look so dapper while swimming? I've never seen a cat look that dapper while swimming. Like, look, his chest is out. He's just like, yeah. Have you attempted oxygen not included? I played it on stream. And one very memorable memory is anyone who was at the stream, I was letting them name one of my replicants after them. And I said, Joe Niels, which one do you want to be you? And one of them had like explosive bowel syndrome or something. And he donated $50 and he was drunk and he made the British guy said, I want a character making me the poop one. I don't know if anyone on Twitch has ever spent $50 to say make me the poop one. But that day Joe did, and it burned into my mind. The flashlight that we picked up earlier is in hand now. Oh, that's us. Oh, yo, I was getting... Cardboard, this is not going to go well. Run an update. I'm running software updates. This is true horror, chat, because I was a tech support. I can't get away from it. Updated. They just left bread on the table. That bread's gonna dry out. The bread, it's gonna dry out. There's so much bread. You don't, like, there's the baby's not eating bread. There's 2 of us. There's like 3 loaves of bread there and another 4 right here. What are you doing? Put some saran wrap on it. It's gonna dry out. New oh my god, a freaking patron sound. Oh, yeah, just like, a new arrival, and then Ed Wolf was sure to follow. Oh, hello, welcome, patron. Sit down, you. Oh, Season, good to see you. I use numpad for my mounts. I use numpad for this, and 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 other things.
I'm trying to sleep here.
Am I too loud? Okay.
I love you.
I love you too. You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.